Hello, everyone. Let's get an audio check going. Sounds pretty good. So, here we are, everyone. This is the beginning of the end for Dark Souls 2, based on our stream. Today, we begin New Game Plus Plus. Originally, today was supposed to be the end of New Game Plus. But we actually completed, thanks to Jans, a lot more yesterday than we had intended to. So we knocked out what I thought would be actually 2 days ago. We knocked out what I thought would take two streams to get through in a single stream. And so everything that we were supposed to do today, we did yesterday. And so, yeah, um, here we are. We're going to start New Game Plus Plus. And I think it might take the rest of the year to get through, which isn't long. Today is December the 16th, so we're about halfway through December. We play these games, these RPGs, 3 days a week. So we have 7 more stream sessions to go. But one of those stream sessions is going to be a celebratory 16-hour stream session for us having reached a sub goal. And so maybe we'll beat this by the end of the year. I mean, we beat New Game Plus in, I think it was like 5 sessions, but yeah. Part of that was due, though, to a very lengthy 22-hour stream. And there's the fact that in New Game Plus, we didn't do any of the DLC. That was not the plan. This playthrough, we're going to do all of the DLCs. So, we'll see how long that takes us. But yes, hello everyone. Hello Ratika. Hello Fusion. How are you two doing? Wiping down my glasses here. I have a nice fresh pot of coffee, just finished brewing. And so we are in for probably a lengthy show tonight. It's still smudgy. But yes, welcome everyone. For those who do not know, I am your host, Lord Orfeo. I am a variety streamer here on Twitch in addition to being a YouTuber. I stream 5 days a week, and I stream a little something different each day of the week, or roughly every day of the week, or throughout the week, I guess you could say, would be more accurate. Mondays, we have a stream theme called The Monday Mishmash, and it's called that because it takes place on Mondays, but also because it is a mishmash of all other game genres. So we could play action games, we could play shooting games, racing games, full motion video games. So, yes, expect all manner of variety from us on Mondays, with the exception of RPGs. We save those for later on in the week. And also, by the end of February, or the end of Yakuza 0, whichever comes last, you will be able to use your channel points to choose our next Monday Mishmash game from a list posted over on the Rank 1 website, my Rank 1 profile, gamer website page. Tuesdays, I take the day off. Wednesdays, in the Discord, we have anime afternoons. And so if you like watching anime, come join us there. We typically watch 2 episodes from a given series. And then afterwards on Twitch, we have our weekly Just Chatting stream called Community Chat and Gaming News, during which we go over community updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week. Then Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, we have our RPG afternoons. And so if you like role-playing games, those last 3 stream days out of the week are for you. And finally, Sundays, I take the day off as well. So if any of those stream themes are of interest to you, then I encourage you to drop me a follow, and I hope to see you someday during the week. And with our opening announcements out of the way, let us return to the stream of the day. So again, we are here for RPG Afternoons, and this is Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin from Software. All right. Fusion says, greetings. Seems I am on time. 16 hours today? No. Not today. The 16-hour stream is Saturday of next week. And Fusion has redeemed, hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome, Fusion, to our stream for the very first time. Again. How are you doing? Fusion has also redeemed hydrate. Very well. Cheers, Fusion. No, typically whenever we get or we complete a goal, whether it's a follower goal or a subscriber goal, I usually fulfill that the week after the goal is met. The one exception that we had was I think the last subscriber goal that we achieved, the 22-hour goal. We did that 2 weeks out. And we did that because I knew Thursday would be a really short RPG afternoon stream session. Because we were stopping early. We were stopping after about 4.5 hours that week on Thursday in order to co-stream the video game awards. And so partially to make up for a shorter stream on Thursday, we had a much longer stream on Saturday of that week. So I thought that would help balance things out a bit more. But yeah, usually it's the following week. And Ratika says, I'm good. That's good, Ratika. I'm glad you are good. Ratika says, tested new COD out. It was pretty meh. Oh. You tested the multiplayer, or you tested, like, the single-player campaign? Excuse me. I can get a tissue here. I'm also happy that the weather seems to be okay today. It was supposed to be raining all day today. And it's been drizzling all day today. It's been raining rarely, but it's just been drizzling, which is nice. I was worried that because it was supposed to be raining, it would be like storming and, you know, technology would be going kind of crazy. But no, everything's pretty calm over here. God, it's been meh expected. Ain't gonna spend $50 on it. Oh, free trial this weekend. Nice. Well, it's good you got to try it for free and see whether or not it was worth your gaming dollar. This is the last of my Kahlua hazelnut coffee. I will miss it. But I look forward to trying my next flavor next week. Okay, so what do we do last stream session in Dark Souls 2? Well, I kind of already said it. We beat New Game Plus. We also got all the trophies we had intended to collect that playthrough. So, what are we going to do this playthrough? Well, ultimately, we're going to get the Platinum Trophy, which is going to be pretty awesome. To do that, we need 2 trophies in particular that lead up to the Platinum Trophy for those who are not on PlayStation. A Platinum Trophy means that you collect every achievement in the game. I know if you're on Xbox, there's no such thing as a Platinum Trophy or anything equivalent to a Platinum Trophy achievement. But yes, on PlayStation, we have all the same achievements you have, but if we get them all, then we get like a bonus achievement saying, oh, you got every achievement in the game, congratulations. So if someone just wants to like speed through your... I'm looking for my trophy list. If someone just wants to like speed through what games you've played or what games you've completed, they don't have to search through every single achievement or know how many achievements a given game has. they can just scroll through and go, oh, platinum. This person collected everything. So it's just, I think, a way to speed things up. Here we go. Okay. So in order to get the platinum trophy, we need to get the trophy for collecting all miracles and the trophy for collecting all pyromancies. And we only need one more pyromancy. It's called the Great Chaos Fireball. And then we need 2 miracles. We need the Bountiful Sunlight Miracle and the Wrath of the Gods Miracle. Now, these 3 spell scrolls can be obtained through dedication to 2 different covenants. I forget exactly which ones. I want to say it's the Blue Sentinels, and then maybe the Nar Alma Blood Covenant. But you have to do a lot of like PvP stuff, and I'm not a big PvPer. I never have been. So another way to get these is you can go into New Game Plus, and you can get to a merchant named Wallager or Wallager. To this day, I still have no idea how to pronounce it. But he's the merchant in a location called Drang Lake Castle. And once you get into Drang Lake Castle, I want to say Drang Lake Castle is like a little beyond the halfway marker in the game. In New Game Plus specifically, he sells some Covenant exclusive weapons and some Covenant exclusive spell scrolls, being these 3 spell scrolls. So we can just go there, buy the spell scrolls from him, we get the 2 trophies, and then the platinum pops. But we are not stopping there. I do want to finish that playthrough, so we're going to beat the game, and we're going to beat all 3 DLCs. And again, this is open to multiplayer. If you want to join, you're more than welcome to do so. Just be around my, well, not my soul level, my soul memory, and you'll see that soon. Be on PlayStation, because unfortunately Dark Souls 2 does not support cross-platform play. So if you're on PC or on Xbox, unfortunately you can't join me. But so long as you're on PlayStation and around my soul memory level, we can group up and run through the game. Also, just 2 more things. 1, no mods. I still want to preserve the challenge of the game. And 2, I will not be picking up any dropped items. That's for 2 reasons. 1, again, I want to preserve the challenge. I don't want you to give me anything that would power me up unnecessarily. And I don't want, especially if I don't know you. Because there are, unfortunately, some people out there who have bad intentions sometimes, to drop, like, a key item that could result in getting me, like, banned from the Dark Souls network or whatever. I've heard that's a thing. So, yes, if you want to jump in, though, for some jolly cooperation, you are more than welcome to. Alright, so we are soul level 249 now, and we've been playing for 538 hours, 1 minute, 9 seconds. Let's load it. If you just spend that $50 and put it towards Baldur's Gate 3, Game of the Year. Or save it, and the rumor is in late February, though it probably won't cost $50, drops the Elden Ring DLC. So I know you like Souls, and I know you played Elden Ring, so you could hold on to it for that. Hello, Paradox. How are you? Welcome in. Paradox asks, hey, have you done the other Soulsborne plats? I am trying. We are trying to play through all of the Souls games in roughly release order. So after we platinum this, we will be moving on to Dark Souls 3, even though Bloodborne came out before Dark Souls 3. I just want to finish off the Dark Souls trilogy. Then we'll be going Bloodborne and Elden Ring. But we did play through the original 2009 version of Demon Souls, and we got the Platinum Trophy. And then we played through Dark Souls Remastered. We got the Platinum Trophy on that. And now here we are on Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. And about halfway through this playthrough, we should get the Platinum Trophy. So yeah, I had only ever intended at the very beginning to just try the game, see if I liked it, and I discovered that I did. And then I thought, okay, well, let's beat it. And then once I beat it, I'll just move on to the next game. But I fell in love with it, that game specifically being Demon's Souls. And I loved it so much that right after I beat it, I wanted to jump in again. I wanted to continue the adventure. And so we played it a second time, and then a third time, and then a fourth time, and that got us the Platinum Trophy. From there, we jumped into Dark Souls Remastered. I didn't know if we were going to platinum that one or not, because I didn't know if I'd like it as much. I didn't know at that time if Demon's Souls was just like an oddball out. So I went in, again, just intending to beat Dark Souls 1 and then move on. But played it, beat it, really liked it, played it a second time, played it a third time, got the Platinum Trophy, played it a fourth time just for funsies because I wanted to use a very specific loadout on my character. And now here we are in Dark Souls 2. I had heard very bad things about Dark Souls 2. I like Dark Souls 2 more than I like Dark Souls 1 or Demon's Souls. So definitely going for the Platinum Trophy. We are only going to play this one 3 times though. And that's just because I don't have to play it as many times to get the Platinum Trophy. In fact, if you know what you're doing in Dark Souls 2, which I didn't, because all of my first playthroughs are both solo playthroughs in addition to being blind playthroughs. For the most part. But if you know what you're doing in Dark Souls 2, you can actually get the Platinum Trophy in a single playthrough. It would require a lot of work, but you could do it. But yeah, we're just doing 3 playthroughs. Paradox says, sweet, good luck. I have like 3 more trophies for Dark Souls 2, and just need Dark Souls 3, then I'll have every Souls plat. What a grind. What a grind indeed. Congrats, Paradox. Congrats. What 3 trophies are you missing in Dark Souls 2? And what's your soul memory level in Dark Souls 2, if you know? Ritika says, I'll get Baldur's Gate 3 someday. Maybe after I finish up some other games like Divinity 2. I've heard Divinity 2 is very good as well. Welcome to our Magic Menagerie. Paradox, thank you for the follow. Yes, if you want to get into some co-op and you're around my soul level, you can. Like I said, my first playthrough of a Souls game is always solo. And that's just because I like to experience the challenge of beating a game without summons. No NPC summons, no other player summons. I want to be able to see that I conquer the game sort of the way I want to. I mean, if people like to use summons or whatever, that's fine, you can do that. That's just a thing that I impose upon myself. I don't expect anyone else to, follow suit with that. But when it comes to New Game Plus playthroughs and beyond in a given Souls game, multiplayer is open. So if anyone wants to join, more than welcome to join. I feel like by that time I've already sort of conquered everything, and so now it's like celebratory playthroughs. So the more the merrier. Fusion, let's see. Martika says Sekiro is still the most pain in the butt plat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if we're gonna play Sekiro. Definitely gonna finish all the Dark Souls, and Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. I don't know if we're even gonna play Sekiro yet, but we'll see. If we do, it'll be the last Souls game we play. She says, I still want Orfeo to overcome his fear and play Sekiro, but I know he's scared. I'm scared a little bit yet. It will make him play. Paradox says, Miracles, Pyro, and Sorcery. Yeah, 2 of those are what I'm going after. I'm going after Miracles and Pyromancies this playthrough. I already got full Sorceries. Do you know which ones you're missing? Like which Pyros, Sorceries, and Miracles you're missing? All the ones that I'm missing can be purchased from... I don't know how to pronounce his name, I've tried. Can be purchased from the merchant in Drangleic Castle called Wallager, or Wallager. Typically you have to go, or normally you would have to go through leveling up covenants, but the process is super long. And you have to do PvP. I'm not a big fan of PvP. So, yeah, if you just go into New Game Plus, and you cannot use a bonfire aesthetic to reach that state. But if you legitimately go into New Game Plus Plus, you can just buy some of those Covenant exclusive spell scrolls from Willager, and that's what I'm going to do. So, makes it easier. And your soul level 156. Okay. I don't think that... I don't know... let's see. I know that Dark Souls 2 doesn't use soul levels for multiplayer. It uses soul memory, which is different from Dark Souls 1. But my soul level is 249, so I might be, like, way too high. My soul memory level is in the upper right-hand corner. It is 14,053,057. So if you're around 14 million soul level, then we can group up. And I think the reason that From Software chose to go as soul memory instead of soul level is because soul memory may be a more accurate representation of your power level. It might not be. Because soul memory level is how many souls you've ever acquired. So if someone takes their souls and instead of leveling up, they just choose to invest that into upgrading various armor sets, upgrading various weapons. Maybe you're really dedicated to like having a specific loadout for every certain boss or scenario in the game. Then in those situations you would be really strong, even though your soul level might be, you know, lower than someone else's. And so they try to use soul memory as more of a more accurate gauge of your power. But in a sense, it also fails because if you've earned a lot of souls and then you die, and you lose those souls, and you don't get them back, because at one point you had those souls, it still counts towards your soul memory level. So your soul memory level could legitimately be very high, but your power level could be very low, and so it's a weird thing. I think they should have adjusted for that. Maybe they didn't think about that. I don't know. Yeah, that's what we need for multiplayer. Paradox says, yeah, I need to do New Game Plus for a few, and New Game Plus Plus for the finals. Oh, I see. Finally get to experience what good sword play is. You have 4 million? Oh, your soul level is 4 million? Yeah, that makes sense. So we're like 10 million away. So yeah, I don't think we'd be able to group up together. Unfortunately. But you are still more than welcome to hang out. And, yeah, if you want to give me any pointers, let me know. I'm always open. Just starting New Game Plus? We are just about to start New Game Plus Plus. I'm about to go to the bonfire here to activate it. What's your build? Alright. Check my items one last time before hopping over. Make sure I have everything that I want for my loadout. I do. Let's begin. Begin Journey 3. Actually, I'll wait. We have an ad coming up in about 2.5 minutes. So I think I'll let that play out first. That way we can start the Journey 3 uninterrupted. So, pure strength, baby. Pure Giga Chad. Oh, so use like an Ultra Greatsword or an Ultra Great Hammer. Do you do that in all your Souls games or just Dark Souls 2? I decided that I had sort of like a conflicting thing where I want to play as a different class. But I want to play as a different class. Or I guess I should say, I want to play as all the Souls classes. But I only want to play one character per Souls game. And so what I decided to do is to play as a different class every Souls game. So in Demon Souls, we played a Magician, heavily relying on magic. In Dark Souls Remastered, we played as a Paladin. So there's no Paladin starting class, but we chose Knight. And then we invested points into Faith to tech in some miracles. And so it was like 20% miracle usage, 80% melee. And while we were playing through Dark Souls 1, We were also playing through Castlevania games on the side, and I commented that it would be cool if you could pluck out a hero from Castlevania and throw them into a Souls game, because they're kind of similar. You know, you're going through castled environments, slaying monsters and demons, and so I said, you know what, let's do it. Let's see if it'll work. And so I saw that in Dark Souls 2 there is the Explorer class. Explorer makes me think of Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones makes me think of Whips. Whips brings me back around to thinking about Castlevania. And so we started as the Explorer class, and we have a whip build, and we focus on whips and throwables, and it's been really successful. And the only kind of exception to that was we are also using the Fire Melu Scimitar. I like its bestial look. The like beast fang on the bottom of the sword kind of matches our more bestial warrior look. And so I think of this as like a Beastmaster class. It's really fun. But looks like we have an ad starting in about 10 seconds. So it's about 3 minutes long. You want to hang out and chill through that. We'll be back, and then we'll launch into our New Game Plus Plus adventure. So, see you then. And Jans is here. Hello, Jans. How are you doing? Welcome. And Jans has gifted a sub. Congrats, Paradox, on the sub. And thank you again, Jans, for the gifted sub. Paradox has actually used the Giant Club while naked, lol. And yeah, love strength builds. Cool. Deprived into the Ultra Chat. You're a real man, says Fusion. John says, hello there. Came from Ollie's stream and aided him a bit with the poison area. Yes, I saw, Jans, I saw. Has he made headway? Has he gotten to the covetous demon boss? Last I saw, he was right outside the boss arena, firing arrows at the pyromancer. He was just about to defeat him. Very cool, very cool. Well, yes, welcome in, Paradox. Now you don't have to experience an ad. Just so you know, I do Souls streams every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. On Wednesdays, we have a weekly Just Chatting stream, going over community updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week, and just to kind of hang out, chill, and talk gaming. And then on Mondays like our catch-all day for everything besides RPGs. And right now we're playing Yakuza 0 on that day. Okay. You know what? Hold on. Let me do something real quick here. Yakuza 0 is awesome. I agree. When I started playing Yakuza 0, I wasn't really feeling it for the first stream session. We probably streamed it for about 5-6 hours. And then on the second stream session, I really got hooked. I thought the story was awesome. I really started liking the sub-stories. More of the mini-games unlocked. And yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with it. And it was Fusion here in chat who recommended it. So, really fun game. Let me see here. There you go, Jans. Jans has been so nice gifting everyone subs recently, but she was not a sub herself. So, congratulations, Jans. Alright, looks like the ad ends in about 10 seconds. Then we shall launch into New Game++. I don't know how much we'll get done in this stream session. We are just starting. And I do have a lot more coffee in the pot. So, we'll see. We'll see. This could be a nice little 8-hour stream. Maybe more. Alright. Welcome back, everyone, from the ad. Jen says, I come back from the ad to realize I've been gifted a sub. Thank you, Orphe. And Ollie indeed beat the covetous demon and secured himself a hide lance. Nice! Good for him, good for him. I wonder if he'll use it. Fusions get a lot of catching up to do besides that lot. To give you a glimpse into that, all mainline GTAs he hasn't played. LOL, that's true. That is very true. I've only ever beaten one Grand Theft Auto game. I tried to start chronologically at the beginning, at least with the modern GTAs. And so I did beat Vice City Stories, but that's the only one I've beaten so far. I would like Vice City to be next. Alright, begin Journey 3 to Drangleic. Here we go. Yes. Things betwixt. I can see the falconer there in the background. Let's see what else I have here. There's another falconer. So there's another one. So as soon as I step off the platform, I get attacked. That's souls for you. I think I'll go this way first. He might keep the spear. Cool. The lance costs more stamina. Oh, he was using a spear. I never saw him use the spear. I saw him toggle between the bow and the fire longsword. Well, that's cool. Yes, I was having a brunch. And I was sitting in Alila's stream. He's also running through his first playthrough of Dark Souls 2. It was fun watching him play. GTAs will be fun to watch, yeah. Jan says, Vice City Stories was my first GTA game. Yeah, same here. I played around a little bit with GTA 3. But I never got that far in it. But then once I saw that Vice City Stories was sort of chronologically before all of the other games, I jumped into that one first. Play through that. I regret losing my save file. I'm not sure I'd ever go back and play it, but it's always nice to keep one's save files. Not your first played, but your first owned? Gotcha. Paradox says Vice City is my favorite. Cool, cool. Wow, Fusion says my first GTA was 2. That's with a top-down perspective, right? Favorite is Vice City also. So I'm guessing you're all planning to get GTA 6 when it comes out. Alright, let's power stance the bloodied whips and see if we can take this guy out. Uh-oh. Ah! You are free, Golden Falcon! Falconer helm. I think I have that already. Falconer boots. I might have that. I'm not sure. Alrighty. They all came at me. I didn't think that was gonna happen. Let me heal up. Ah! Yeah. I bumped into something over here, and that's why I stopped. It's like my character was running straight, and he hit something, and he had to, like, go around. I'm like, what is that? Is that an invisible person here? Do they spawn here now? Like, the hollows that you can kill? And I was stopping to, like, think about that. That's when I got hit with the arrow. But you use a great club in Dark Souls, too. That's cool. That works really well against heavily armored foes. That's my weakness. Whips are really nice. They have good range. They deal decent damage. But it's considered slashing damage for purposes of damage classification. And so if I run against a heavily armored target, I am in trouble. I do have sort of a solution for that, but I have to sort of hope it works. So my base weapons are a pair of bloodied whips. And then I have my boss killers, which are my old whips. And then for both PvP and for enemies that resist slashing damage, I have a poison spotted whip. And I have my curved sword, my fire mellow scimitar. But usually, not always, but usually when an enemy is really tanky and resists slashing damage, they are weak to poison, and so that helps. Oh, they're right behind me. You are quick. Uh-oh. Oh, he's still alive. There we go. There's one. Do you power stance your weapons? When Rockstar decides to release it on PC in 3 years, yeah, shaking my head. Oh, GTA 6? Oh, I know what he's designed to do. I get it, I understand. He's zoning me, or I'm zoning him for a certain reason. Or he rather gets zoned for a certain reason, I think. He doesn't want to be fought here. The game wants you to follow him up there. Because it wants you to risk hitting these little guys. Because as long as you don't attack these little guys, they leave you alone. But once you hit one of them, they all swarm you. And they're really hard to hit, so they would probably destroy me. That's what the game's trying to do. Alright, I think there's an item around here. There we go. These are what, coins? Yeah, rusted coins. Okay. Tell with that Dark Lurker boss trying to get that hex was a pain. That took me a little while, yeah. The arenas weren't too difficult for me to get through. Dark Lurker? I thought Dark Lurker wasn't that bad. Until Dark Lurker split in two. I was like, you know, this isn't too bad. I mean, it deals pretty high damage, but its movements are kind of slow. It teleports. Its moves are somewhat predictable. And then she split in half, and I was like, oh. Okay, so that's how it gets more difficult. Anytime you have more than one boss to fight, the challenge amps up. The Belfry Gargoyles, Lud and Zalem, the King's Pets. It's always tougher. Did you also beat the DLCs? And he's poisoned. I wonder how many times I'm going to have to poison him to kill him this time. In standard new game, I think I only have to poison these guys twice. In New Game Plus, I had to poison them 3 times. I'm gonna guess it's still gonna be 3 times in New Game Plus Plus. Aha. And there we go. He's poisoned again. Poison has been like a nice little lifesaver to this build. Okay, so it is going to be 3 times then. You're going to be glad you leveled Vigor so much. New Game Plus Plus is the truest challenge you'll face for the plat. Oh boy. And his Paradox is still on his... You know what? I don't think I have to poison him again. I can just power stance my Bloodied Whips. He's already really low. There we go. Stone Ring. Oh, there it is. Gold Pine Resin. But Paradox is on the path of platinum as well. He has just started his New Game Plus playthrough, and he'll also be going into New Game Plus Plus eventually. So he needs the same 2 trophies that we need to collect all miracles and to collect all pyromancies, and he also needs the trophy for all sorceries. So, I'm pretty sure I know the sorceries he needs are from, let's see, the boss souls that you can only collect in New Game Plus. Alright, smooth and silky stones. And here we go.
What seems to be the ruckus?
Oh my, your face. The face of the curse. It's an undead. An undead has come to play. They all end up here. All the ones like you. You spoke to that kind old dear, didn't you?
You're finished. You'll go hollow. Yes, you'll become one of them.
Hollows prey upon men, feast upon their souls. This is the fate of the cursed.
What is your name? At least you know your own name. Here's your reward for sharing. It's a human effigy.
Take a closer look.
Who do you think it's supposed to be?
I'm not holding it.
Think back, deep into your past. Yes, it's an effigy of you.
I wonder why I'm not holding it.
All people come here for the same reason. To break the curse.
You're no different, I should think. Doesn't stand a chance.
Well,
Well, you never know. Go through the door and trot along to the kingdom.
But remember, hold on to your souls. They're all that keep you from going hollow. Oh, I'll fool you no longer. You'll lose your souls. All of them. Over and over again.
Alright. Paradox says, need to kill the big spider for the sorcery. Ah, yes, the Duke's Dear Frasier. Because this time when you kill her in New Game Plus, she'll drop the Pale Drake Soul, and then you can trade that to trade for a sorcery. Makes sense, yeah. Alright. So yeah, we did everything. We did all the bosses in our first playthrough of this game. In New Game Plus, we did all the main bosses. We did skip Dark Lurker in New Game Plus, and we skipped all the DLCs in New Game Plus. But here, excuse me, in New Game Plus we are going to do everything. All bosses, all DLCs, including Dark Lurker, and it's going to be a wild ride.
This is a limbo. A link between Drangleic and the outer world. Fair traveller, I know that you must have a story. Why else would you visit such a place? This lost, decayed kingdom. My name is Millibeth. The old women were once fire keepers. I am here to look after them. It is what my mother did, and her mother before her, and so on. The old women were keepers of the fire. But now, the fire shows signs of fading, and the kingdom is beset by hollows. The old women are sisters. I am told there was a fourth. Long ago, firekeepers were commonplace. But now they are lost, scattered to the winds. The old women, long ago, but now...
Did you do all the DLCs, Paradox? Paradox is correct about the sorcerer from the spider. Dark Lurker was a pain. Was that your hardest boss that you fought, would you say?
Still determined as ever, I see. Do you wish to start all over again?
We just did.
You must go on a journey without rest. Well, I suppose if you find yourself at an impasse. But if your will is yet unbroken, then you may return here to start again with a clean slate. No, of course not. Now go along then.
Alright. Now, if I remember correctly, up these stairs should be a chest. You know, let's do it now. I think it is a chest containing a human effigy, but I can't loot it because I'm full on human effigies. But I mean, I can open it, and it's not like it's going to disappear. So... human effigy. Alright, so just remember that that's there. Playing this game for the third time, I still don't remember which way I came from. I think I came from that direction. Yep. Okay. See you ladies later. Yeah, you've done all three, and Fume Knight was pretty tough. Fume Knight was a challenge. Out of all the bosses, and I've been thinking more about this, I think out of all the bosses that I fought against in Dark Souls 2, Fume Knight was my favorite. Fume Knight, followed by the Burnt Ivory King, and then probably Sir Alan. But out of all the bosses that were difficult for me, it's hard to say. I would say it's either Sir Alan, because he hits so hard and he's also so fast, or it's Lud and Zalin. But I think Lud and Zalin is only really hard because you have to fight both of them at roughly the same time. If you only had to fight one at a time, or just like fight one, then you get a chance to like visit a bonfire and heal, and then you go fight the next one, then it wouldn't be that bad. But the fact you have to fight both of them and they can buff themselves, that makes it hard. Fume Knight was, yeah, Fume Knight was really cool. It took me the longest, well, no. Out of the DLC bosses, he took me the longest to try to figure out, aside from Lud and Zalin. I think it took me like 6 tries to beat Fume Knight. It took me 6 tries to beat Lud and Zalin. And I think it took me like 5 for Sir Alan. And I think it took me like... I don't remember how many times it took me. I think it might have taken like 3 or 4 tries for Singe the Dragon in DLC 1. The run back to the bosses was a pain, yes. Yes. For Sir Alan, I think we ended stream where we were having a hard time just getting to Sir Alan, and so in between the end of that stream and the start of the next, I just went into the DLC area and I just farmed all the knights into extinction so they would stop respawning. At least in the first room. And then when the stream session started again, we could just run right into the second room. And that made things a lot easier. And that's one of the things I really like about Dark Souls 2, that you can actually do that. You can farm the mobs into extinction. Bonfire lit! But what do you think about Dark Souls 2? How do you think it compares to the other Souls games? Ah, welcome back, Boris. How are you doing? Alright, let's see what we can put away now. Let's do gold pine resin and smooth and silky stones and the handful of rusted coins. Nice, we got to carry over the 11 Pharos lockstones. I think that's... oh, that's right, we got the helm. I think we have this helmet already. Yeah, we do. Okay. And I don't know if we had the falconer boots before. Those look very unique. Oh, wait, I think we do. Yep, we do. Okay, never mind. And I can also sell the stone ring. We have that. Okay. It's gonna be a while till we bump into Gavlin, though. Alright, let's continue. Boris is good, just on Demon Souls. Ooh. Very nice, very nice. Which version of Demon Souls? It's the remake, right? Soul of a Lost Undead, and a torch. How much torch time are we up to now? 8 hours, 17 minutes, 10 seconds. Nice. Alright. Soul of a Lost Undead, 200 souls. Okay. PS3, the original, the OG, very nice. What is your objective on the Demon Souls playthrough? Paradox says Dark Souls 3 is my favorite. Gonna be awesome since that's my last plat too. Nice, nice. Yeah. Every Demon Souls, every Souls game, I would say that I just have more and more fun with. For me, I feel like Dark Souls 1 is... I want to say it's objectively better than Demon Souls, but I prefer Demon Souls over Dark Souls. Demon Souls, to me, feels kind of like a dream. It feels like you're in the Nexus in this tower, and you're sealed away from everything, and you're, for the most part, safe. There's nice, comforting candlelight, and then you can go off and explore into each of these 5 very distinct worlds. And I don't know, there's just something magical about it, something mystical. In contrast, there's no like easy teleportation for most of Dark Souls 1. So it just feels like this harsh, unrelenting reality with mystical elements in it. And it feels a bit more brutal than Demon Souls. I like the world building in it. I like how, for the most part, the areas curve back around on themselves. But and I like how, you know, everything's connected, or most of the stuff is connected. But I do prefer Demon Souls over Dark Souls. But then Demon Souls is also my first Souls game, so I'm always going to probably have some partial bias towards Demon Souls. And then in Dark Souls 2, it feels very much like a mashup of Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. And yeah, so far this has been my favorite. But we'll see what happens once I start playing through Dark Souls 3. I think we're probably going to start playing through Dark Souls 3 next year, like sometime in January, just as soon as we beat this. I just don't know how long this is going to take us to get through. But yes, what is your goal in this Demon Souls playthrough, Boris? Bonfires are places of respite. You may also light torches on them. Oh, I remember him. Okay, yeah. Alright, so I'll leave all these sconces alone until after we defeat that red phantom up there. R1, attack. R weapon, right weapon. Gotcha. R3, target lock, release. Right analog stick, while target locked, change target. Left analog stick plus hold circle to dash. R1 behind enemy's back for a critical hit. I still think it's funny that you can backstab with a whip. Just having fun? Gotcha. A triple threat. Ollie, Orfeo, and Komodo streaming at once. Oh, Komodo started again? Cool. Boris went for Moonlight Sword, but forgot its faith scaling. Yes. It's interesting that it scales differently in different games, but I think that's a hint at the nature of magic in Souls games overall. And I think it's only Demon Souls who... I mean, none of the games really tell you what the source is. Dagger. But Demon Souls indirectly tells you what the source of all magic is. And I think that's interesting. Where it doesn't matter what kind of magic it is, it's all demonic in origin. That's what it has its roots in. It doesn't matter if it's pyromancy, sorcery, miracles, hexes. It all sort of originates from one source. I think that's the case. I can't say that with absolute certainty concerning hexes, because that originates from the abyss, that originates from the dark. So I don't know if in Souls mythos, if the dark is a separate entity from demonkind, or if it is similar or the same thing. But at least with pyromancies, sorceries, and miracles, they all have that root. And so I think perhaps the sword changes its scaling based upon the game, but like, it's not necessarily... It's not like necessarily like a sorcerer weapon or a pyromancer weapon or what have you. It's just a, I guess maybe over the generations, over the eons, it scales differently, perhaps depending upon the last person that preferred to use the weapon. Maybe that's the way it works, lore-wise. So you're going for a sorcery build then? In Demon Souls? Left analog stick plus circle to roll. Yeah, I might actually catch up with Komodo. Komodo is another Souls streamer friend of ours, and he also recently started playing through Dark Souls 2. And right now he's kind of stuck on the Pursuer boss fight, so we'll see what happens. D-pad, switch equipped weapon. And I think he was just kind of breezing along for the most part in Dark Souls 2 until he got to Pursuer. And I knew once he hit Pursuer, it was going to be hard for him. Because it was hard for me. Actually, no, he did beat Pursuer, I forgot. He summoned to beat Pursuer, but he beat Pursuer. Circle to backstep. It took me... Like, I was breezing through Dark Souls 2 as well when I first started playing. And I was like, this isn't that bad. And then I beat the last giant on my first try. And then I got to Pursuer, and it took me 2 hours to beat the Pursuer on my first try. And I just had to keep throwing myself at him over and over again until I eventually figured out the timing for the swings and when I could slip in a heal. Life gem. Oh, I'm full on life gems too. Square to use item. I feel like I should be writing this down somewhere. You know what? Let me do that. It's sort of appeals to my ultra-conservative nature here of not liking to use items and not liking to spend souls on buying items. So, let's see here. Things between... Oh, actually, hold on. Let's title this items. Items. And then things betwixt. We have one human effigy so far. Some of these things can be expensive to buy later on in the game. One human effigy. And there's also one life gem here. Okay. Alright. Nope. That was quick. Move camera. What was that? Did he just disappear and then respawn? Oh, look at that, he does. That's interesting. Who's our birdie friends? Kick the ladder down. Alright, I guess we can... You know what? I'll keep it there. I guess I'll use one. Why not? We have a full stack anyway. There we go. Well, I guess I can scratch out that life gem. We picked that up already. Hello, golden guy. How are you doing? Looks like we have ourselves a raid here. Yes, thank you for the raid, golden guy. Let me see here. Sounds like you said lo-fi gem. British. Lo-fi gem. Or Lofi. Boris says, yeah, sticking with Crescent Falchion. Good weapon, very good weapon. How is the Soulsing? Soulsing is going well. We just started our final playthrough of Dark Souls 2. This is New Game Plus Plus. We just need to reach the Drangleic Castle area, which we probably won't be able to pull off today, but we are going to make some good progress today. And then we'll have the Platinum Trophy, but we're still going to finish this full playthrough. We're going to beat every boss. We're going to do every DLC. Frigid Outskirts is going to be rough, but we will endeavor to push through. How was your stream? Let's get a shout out going here for a golden guy. You've got some experience now. Yes, we do. We're in the tutorial area. I'm trying to knock out all the challenges over again. That guy up there is being annoying. And then we'll be back at the beauty that is Majula and able to choose our path again. Oh, nice. One of the basilisks just died. Sometimes they kill themselves. Let's see here. Behold the miraculous golden guy. Once afflicted by maladies, they've risen like a phoenix to conquer lords of the fallen. Ooh. Is that the OG Lords of the Fallen or the new Lords of the Fallen? With divine fervor. Their symphony of streams includes a whimsical PUBG series. I've seen PUBG. And an odyssey through Mortal Shell. Mortal Shell is also on my list. I think after we beat all of the From Software Souls games, Mortal Shell is going to be the first Souls-like that we dive into. And lo, they even serenade us with Halo 3 ODST tunes amidst their epic quest. I also like to play through the Halo series. Join them on Sundays and Mondays for a spectacle of gaming and grace. Sounds nice. Golden Guy says my stream was great. It was the first one after about a week of being sick, so it felt good. Ah, I'm glad you're feeling better then. Lords of the Fallen is an awesome game. With that, I must raid and run. I hope you have a great stream. Thank you, Golden Guy. I'm glad again that you're feeling better. Thank you for the raid. And, yeah, have some good after-stream care for yourself. Enjoy the lurk. For those coming over from Golden Guy's raid, again, welcome. I am Orfeo. I stream 5 days a week. And Mondays is like a catch-all day. We stream any game from any genre. Right now we're playing through Yakuza 0 on Mondays. Wednesdays we have a Just Chatting stream. We go over community updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week. And then Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays are dedicated to role-playing games. And right now we are trying to go for platinum trophies in all of the Souls games. Again, this is our third playthrough of Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin. This is New Game Plus Plus. And after this will be Dark Souls 3. It'll be our first playthrough of Dark Souls 3. Once we get the platinum from that, we're going on to Bloodborne and then Elden Ring. So probably by the time we reach Elden Ring, the DLC is going to be out, so we can do everything at once. So that'll be pretty cool. Triangle to wield right weapon two-handed. Hold triangle, wield left weapon two-handed. I don't think there's any of these stones around to teach you how to power stance. Yeah, I don't think there is. Well, that's probably because in the tutorial you don't have two weapons at the same time. Actually, no, that's not true. It depends on your class. Well, does it depend on your class? If you choose swordsman, you do start off with two swords. But I don't know if... I know one of your swords is a curved sword. One of your swords is a scimitar. I don't know what the other sword is. To me, it looks like a straight sword. So in that case, you would not be able to power stance those. So I guess the reason they don't teach you how to power stance in the tutorial is because there's no way that you... Well, no, that's not true. If you start... Depending on the class, you could start with a dagger, and then you find a dagger very early on. So you could power stance two daggers. But I guess since it's not a guaranteed thing, they don't teach you how to do it. L3 while dashing, and dashing jump. Okay. Wait, what? Say that again? L3 while dashing for a dashing jump. Okay. Amber herbs. I'm always surprised when I can make this jump because I always feel like if I'm going to die anywhere in the tutorial level, this is probably going to be it. Either jumping there or jumping back. The platform is so narrow. Alrighty. L2, R2 with shield equipped, parry, repel enemies' attack. Yeah, we never really learned to parry. R1, L1 while falling for a plunging attack. You can also do plunging attacks with the whip, which I think is kind of funny. Left analog stick plus R1 to L1 for guard break. You just backhand the weapons out of the way. Charge! I think I hit the button too soon. Cracked red eye orb. They could have put something here, I think that would have surprised the player, because this is a cracked red eye orb. I think if you chose to come into this room in like a future New Game Plus cycle, there could be like a red phantom standing here. And it wouldn't have to be a hard Red Phantom. It could be like the Red Phantom of your standard Hollow. But it would be funny, I think. Like, it would keep the player on their toes. That jump was your second ever death in Dark Souls 2? What was the first? Left analog stick plus R2 or L2 for a jumping attack. I don't think we've ever done that either. At least not outside the tutorial. Alright, now you meet your end. Oh, you're tanky. Ow. Nope. Ow. Ow. Got him. Alright. Done. Alright, we're going to light the sconces, and then we're going to continue onwards. Your first death was falling off a ledge, thinking Dark Souls had invisible walls preventing you from falling off. Oh. Was Dark Souls 2 your first Souls game? My first death in Dark Souls 2 was in the Forest of Fallen Giants. And it was to some hollowed soldiers. It was the area inside the fort where the ballistas are. And I peeked the camera around the wall and I was like, oh, they're not going to surprise me. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to walk into this room and the ballistas are all going to fire and kill me. And so I sort of like poked my head into the room and then backed out, and I missed getting hit by all the bolts, and I thought I was clever. And then I ran back into the room, I killed one of the hollow soldiers, another one ran up on me, and I ran out of the room. I drank an Estus, and I got ready for them to come out one at a time, and it was like, I thought only like one or two were to come at me, and I think it was like four came at me, and I was like, oh no. I don't think I can do this. And sure enough, I couldn't. Trying to fight four at once that early on with my inexperience at the controls and using a dagger that I wasn't used to using, they got me. But I think we played this game for like 8 hours before my first death. So I was pretty pleased with that. And I was like, maybe Dark Souls 2 isn't as challenging as some of the other games. And, I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It might just depend on how you play. Oh, I almost forgot. Soul of a Nameless Soldier. Light sconces with a torch. I like the sound of the crackling of the fire. It's very calming. Dark Souls 2 is your first Souls game indeed, many years ago. Nice, that it had to be a special experience. One's first Souls game is always a special experience. there was a sconce down here. I guess not. Well, I'll find out sooner or later. I know that once you light all the sconces, a red phantom spawns. So, if I light them all, and we don't get invaded, then I know I missed one. I don't think we did, though. Not yet. Alright, we'll be back for that area. And I think that's it for the sconces. I know it is so far from Majula. Not Majula, Things Betwixt. Okay. It would also be interesting, I think, if there would be enemies up here, like thieves, that would drop down from the tops of the mountain peaks, purely in New Game Plus, but not in Standard Game. Because in Standard Game, you start wandering this way, and you're like, oh no, what are all these bloodstains? And you click it, and you watch everyone here die. This is your introduction to what I call the comedy crew, to the Phantom setup by the developers to make you think something bad is going to happen here, and most of the time, nothing bad happens. Sometimes they are warnings, though. But it would be funny if you come through here in Standard New Game, and you're like, oh, okay, nothing, you sort of learned about the comedy crew, and, like, most of the time when you see the Phantoms die, there's really nothing that's going to happen to you. And then you run through here in New Game Plus, and you're like, oh, yeah, I remember that. You just kind of ignore it, and all of a sudden you get surrounded by enemies. You're like, oh, no. You actually do get invaded here. It's just not until New Game Plus that you get invaded. I think that'd be funny. Majula. I love that transition from the dark cave to the blinding light, and then you walk out and you see how beautiful this area is. The sun, the sky, the water. It really is breathtaking. I think this site is easily the prettiest site in Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, or Dark Souls 2, is Majula. And then the music kicks in. Divine Blessing, nice. And our new bonfire. Okay. Amber Herbs. Divine Blessing. What else? Sell the dagger. Oh, that's right, we don't have the King's Ring anymore. That got taken away from us. Let's use the Soul of a Nameless Soldier. 800 souls. Alright. Let us tour the town.
Are you the next monarch?
I am.
Or merely a pawn of fate? Bearer of the curse. I will remain by your side till this frail hope shatters. Take this with you. May it ease your journey. Go on and see the king. He who made Drangleic what it once was. He who peered at the essence of the soul. King Vendrick.
You may level up by the power of the Emerald Herald.
Bearer of the curse, seek misery. For misery will lead you to greater, stronger souls. You will never meet the king with a soul so frail and pallid.
Thanks for that encouragement.
Seek those whose names are unutterable. The four endowed with immense souls. Their souls will serve as beacons. Once you have found them, return here to me, so that hope will not fade away. Bearer of the curse, seek souls, larger, more powerful souls. Seek the king. That is the only way. Lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
All right. Now let's talk to our friend over here. Soldin.
You're undead, aren't you?
I am.
You have that distinct scent. The smell of irreversible fate.
I should go shower then, sorry.
This is Majula. It is a kind of settlement. A place where life is almost normal. And in Drang Lake these days, there are very few places like that. I am Solden. And like you, I lost everything. And now I'm here. You probably heard that it was possible to break the curse here. Well, that's not true at all. There's nothing here for you, me, or anybody. Do you know much about souls? Even I'm not certain, but I'm told that the soul is the essence of life itself. Anything living, sentient or no, supposedly has one. What we call the curse is traceable to the soul. Do you see what that means? To be alive, to walk this earth. That's the real curse, right there. We undead will never die. And that's quite a predicament, really. There are 4 beings in this land with giant souls. And wherever you go from here, you'll sooner or later come up against them. Each has a powerful soul and a terrible curse. If that frightens you, then you ought to just give up right now, like I have. Do you ever cry out for help? The journey of an undead is long and treacherous. You'll face invaders from other worlds at every turn. If you need help, why not proclaim faith in the Blue Sentinels? When you face danger, the Blue Sentinels will come to your aid.
Ha!
Protection is yours, if you wish. You need only accept their kind embrace.
No.
I see. Then you'll have to brave this treacherous journey on your own. If you ever require help, come back anytime. I will stay here and pray for your safety.
We were a member of the Way of Blue Covenant for the vast majority of New Game Plus. we were invaded multiple times. Never once did a Blue Sentinel come to our aid. Granted, there's probably more Blue Sentinels helping people out in standard New Game rather than New Game Plus. That would make more sense to me. But it would have been nice, you know, to have at least one Blue Sentinel pop in. Oh.
Do you feel lonely here? It suits me just fine, as I've nothing left anyway. It will grow on you, this place. Give it some time. You have died many times, yes. I understand. Here, these are for you.
Ring of Steel Protection. We can sell that later on.
May they help you on your travels. Do you see the way beyond the bonfire?
Yes.
That will take you to the Forest of the Giants.
That's where we're headed to next.
There was once a great fort, but little of it remains. You may just find something there that will be of use on your journey. But don't venture too far inside, or you might not come back. Hade's Tower of Flame lies beyond the far gate. In the cathedral, the Apostles of Blue gather. But the road leading there is perilous. The gate is rigged with some contraption. But how it works, I just don't know. Have you seen that pit, that gaping hole in the earth? I don't know what it's like down below, but I wouldn't suggest trying to find out. Besides, you'll never make it down there, not without a ladder of some sort. The flame you see there is a bonfire. They exist all across the land, beacons to we undead. If you are tired, try resting beside the flame. The flame heals us. Long ago, a woman called a firekeeper watched over each bonfire. She kept the flame lit and guarded it from those who would extinguish it. I wonder where the firekeepers went. Did you notice any letters on the ground on the way here? These are messages that have jumped the fissures between worlds. In Drang Lake, the flow of time is convoluted. Things shift and waver, twist and turn. Poignant wishes, dashed dreams, the messages convey our very inner thoughts. If your will to soldier on falters, try leaving a message. Somebody out there is sure to listen. You may notice symbols that appear upon the ground. These are summon signatures. They call upon spirits from other worlds through the schisms in time. If you fear hollows, find summon signatures to call upon spirits to help you. Do you see the way beyond? There was what you may,
Okay.
but don't vent. May you find peace on your journey.
Alright. Looks like we have an ad coming up in about 3 minutes. When that happens, I'm going to go refill my coffee cup. And then we'll be back to continue our adventures through Drang Lake.
Who are you? Oh, it doesn't matter. Just help me open this door. I packed my tools in here, seeing it was vacant. But now somebody's gone and locked the door. I'm a blacksmith. I'm nothing without my tools. Bring me that key. Chop chop. I'm a blacksmith. Bring me that...
Poor Salden is beginning to hollow too. Yes. Though what I like is that he doesn't hollow the entire game. Like, he's in the process of hollowing. But he never goes hollow. In Demon Souls, the Crestfallen eventually hollows. And it's very sad to witness. In Dark Souls 1, the Crestfallen also hollows. And eventually attacks you. But in Dark Souls 2, he never fully hollows. Let's go to the armorer next. You even bring his spirits back up a little.
Hello there. Welcome to my shop. I'm Morlin, and I sell armor. Oh, sorry, Please do have a look at my wares. I could really use the business. If you'd be so kind.
Strange feeling. Not getting ad breaks. Yes, well, congrats. You have done many niceties, Jans, for gifting a lot of other subs, so I thought I'd give a gift back.
I came from the west, from Volgan. Have you been there? It's a lively place, vibrant with trade. Very competitive, of course. And you have to grease the wheels to get anywhere. But I didn't have the funding for that, so I left home in hopes of striking gold. It's been years since then, and I've made very little headway. I don't even know why I'm still here. Everything's all run down and dying. It's terrible for business, really.
It's so sad. And I'll say why after the ad, which starts in about 10 seconds. So yes, I'm going to refill my coffee cup, and then I will be back. And I'll touch on a bit of Moglin's story, and we'll continue his dialogue, then head off to the kitty, the sweet Xiaoqua, and then from there, I think we'll try killing little piglets. I think that's actually like a side quest thingy that we never got around to doing originally. And then we'll head to the Forest of Giants. So, BRB. Okay, we are back. I know we're not back from the ad yet. We still have about half a minute left of that. But I am back, and I am back with my full cup of coffee. Alright. So let me settle in, resettle in, pop my earbuds. I said earbuds. Earbuds back in so I can hear the game. And we'll continue. Okay. Alrighty, welcome back everyone from the ad. Thank you for staying and helping support the show. So, I was saying that Morgan's story is quite sad, and that when you first start talking to him, he tells you where he's from. He says what we heard him say before the ad, that he's from Volgan, a city. I think did he say to the west or to the east? I think he said maybe to the west, and that was rich in trade and blah blah blah. And then the more items you buy from him, the happier he gets. Right now he's kind of down in the dumps. He's sad because he came here to sort of find his fortune by being an armorer through trade, and he feels that he's sort of a failure. He doesn't know why he's still here, and he may as well just pack up and go back home. But the more stuff you buy from him, and I think we'll continue to buy stuff from him just to get more lore from him, the happier he becomes, because he's actually becoming wealthier due to your business. But then once he sort of achieves his dream, he starts to hollow because he no longer has a goal to keep him grounded. And so he's like, oh great, now I don't have to return home. Home. Where is home? And it's so bittersweet. It's so classic Souls. It's like that's like the bittersweet essence of Souls. It's like someone has a dream that they want to pursue, and being a player, you want to help those NPCs achieve those goals. But in Souls, if you do that, they hollow, because it's the goal, it's the dream that keeps them grounded. And with nothing left to keep them grounded, they just kind of like drift off. And so it is pretty sad. It's interesting.
A group calling themselves the Blue Sentinels have gained much power in Volgan. You can't even run a shop without their blessing. They claim to be working for the greater good, but it's absolute hogwash. Oh, by the gods, why the hell am I here? Well, I do hope I see you again.
Souls games are so good at touching your heartstrings like that. They are. And I love the voice acting in this game. You didn't really get too much voice acting, I think, in Dark Souls 1. Demon Souls, I feel like you got more voice acting. Dark Souls 2, you get a lot of voice acting. And it's all very, very well done. Moon Butterfly Shield. That's different. Interesting. Isn't there usually like just a piece of Titanite up here? Well, if that's the case, do you have different inventory now?
Well, thank you for coming back. Do take a look at my wares.
No? No? Okay, you don't.
Well, I do hope I see you again.
I don't think he says anything different when you talk to him.
Thank you for coming.
No, I get it. Never mind. We got a new item. Very cool. Moon Butterfly Shield. Shield depicting the moon butterfly. A decorative shield not intended for battle. but effective at poisoning foes. Little is known about the moon butterfly, which only appears on full moon nights in winter. Some say the butterfly is a magical being, and its larvae have never once been spotted. Interesting. So there's even new things to discover in New Game Plus Plus that were not in New Game Plus. That is really cool. That is really special. Dark Souls 2 continues to surprise. There she is.
Oh, undead are we? And one without much time remaining.
Thanks.
Just about ready to fall apart, I'd say.
Great.
Not exactly the time to be chatting with a cat. Well, suit yourself. Oh yes, you may call me Shalqua. Enchanté. So, what did you want anyway? Ooh, you smell wonderful. This place is already dead. Everything will crumble and waste away so that something new may be born. Isn't it wonderful? This place is fascinating. We receive only the most peculiar visitors. Folk like yourself. It's enough to keep even a cat amused. Are you going to see the old ones?
Yes.
Those four who have grown so incredibly ancient. They must have sprouted quite a thick coat of moss by now. For heaven's sake, no one even knows their names anymore. Imagine that. Yes, nothing like yourself. For you have a most pleasant scent that grows nicer with each passing day. Have you made friends with the man by the sea?
We've tried.
He's lost everything. Absolutely everything. The only thing he's good for now is a few tidbits on covenants. Covenants are a type of, well, contract, you might say. You give something to gain something. That's the way humans like it, right? It might be just the thing you need. But what does a cat know?
When it comes to the phantoms in the Shaded Woods, the ghosts, the ones who are invisible, can you farm those into extinction, or will they always respawn? I'm not sure if you can really farm every mob in the game into extinction or not. Like, maybe you can't farm the lightning horses in the Frigid Plains between the last two houses, or in the area in general. Maybe you can't farm them out completely. And I'm not sure about the ghosts in the Shaded Woods either. I'm pretty sure you can't farm the stone soldiers into extinction in Drangleic Castle. I think anytime there is a golem that you have to activate in order to open a door, I think the soldiers have to respawn just in case the player kills them too far away from the golem statue. So I'm pretty sure those are infinite. But I wonder if those are the only infinite enemies in the game. Each individual piece adds up in poison buildup, so the full set builds up poison quick. Nice. So if you have the full set, and you have poison weapons, like good poison weapons, then you could poison stuff really, really quickly. I can see why, I guess, they would start giving this stuff to you in New Game Plus Plus. Because if you had access to probably like the full armor set in standard New Game, your character would just be way too overpowered. Because poison in this game hits pretty good. It seems to do 15 points of damage per second, which for standard enemies is completely broken. Against bosses, it kind of helps, but bosses tend to be so tanky that even if you are able to poison the boss, their health bar barely moves from poison. And that's in standard New Game. In New Game Plus, they're so tanky that poison against bosses is probably completely irrelevant. But it is pretty cool, though. I bet it's really, really good in PvP. That's gotta be super annoying in PvP. Full set plus power stance poison daggers is OP. I bet.
Did you see that oddly formed rock behind here?
Not yet, but we will.
Long ago they called it Victor Stone, as I recall. If you wish to face greater challenges, speak to the rock.
We'll see what the rock is cooking.
Although, you'd just as well not. This place is already dead. Everything,
okay, now she's looping. Do you have any new inventory? No. No. Okay.
Nothing suited you, I presume? Well, that's dismaying.
I would hope, like in my little make-believe world here in Dark Souls 2, I would like to think that once we rescue our pyromancer friend and she comes here to stay in Majula, I mean she's always like near that statue over there, but I think she'd get along with Shalquar. I could see her like taking care of Shalquar. The two having some nice conversations here. Maybe she can move in. I didn't mean to do that. I did mean to close the door, not from inside. I like being polite. There we go. And I think that's all the NPCs. Let's kill some piggies. Estus Flask Shard. So I've read, and we haven't done this in any of our playthroughs yet, but I've read that if you kill these little piglets enough, then they spawn larger piglets. Eventually, and then if you kill the larger piglets, they spawn one really big piglet, or not piglet, a really large pig, and then I don't know if that drops anything special or not. Enough times as if you want to despawn them? Okay. We can't get in here yet. Locked. And I think there's still 2 items for us to collect. We have an item near one of the tents, and then we have an item near Victor Stone itself. There we go. A life gem. Oh, okay. Well, let's mark that down. There is a life gem that we can pick up here in Majula. Majula, 1 life gem. Okay. Alright. And then I think there's an item on a corpse over here near Victor Stone. A handful of homeward bones. Okay. Sadness, despair. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it for items. Alright, put away the Homeward Bones. I really like how they let you keep the Aged Feather between playthroughs. That's really nice. And the Estus Flask Shard. Moon Butterfly Shield. That's pretty. Anything else? No. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Oh, wait. There is another item. I forgot about that. There's actually 2 other items. We have to go back up here. Oh, actually, yeah. I think there's maybe 3 or 4 items, actually. He's doing the same thing I am. He's like, where is it again? Where do you drop down? There it is. Okay. Let's equip our fall ring. There we go. I thought there was something here. Oh, no, it's down here. That's what it is. There we go. Morning Star and a Cleric's Sacred Chime. I can sell these. And I could be wrong, but I don't think you can sell this pair of binoculars. I think you just have to drop it. But I'll wait till I get to Gavlin and we'll know for sure. When's the first time you can meet Gavlin? The wharf. The pirate place. Okay. Now I'm thinking, like, do I want to go this way first? I kind of want access to Gavlin as soon as possible. Well, no, never mind, because it would be a real pain in the butt to have to go visit him each and every time in No Man's Wharf. And I think once you go visit him in No Man's Wharf and talk to him and then use a bonfire, he leaves. So I'll just wait. Yes, you again. Get our poison whip ready. And he's poisoned. Gotta love cheesing through the stone wall. You gonna come out here to Majula? Oh, you couldn't. You died. Rusted coin. Oh, I forgot to take off the ring. There we go. Alright, let's keep going. We'll drop off some loot once we get to the next bonfire. Is there ever a merchant here? Is this like something that happens in a future New Game Plus cycle, or is this just always a troll? "100% a troll," with the over 1,000 likes, or over 1,000 votes. Okay. Oh, 5 human effigies. Alright, well, there's something else in Majula. 5 human effigies. You know, I tried something off stream. Yesterday. Since I had some spare souls sitting in my pocket, I tried to use those. Used to be just one. Oh, I didn't know that. I used some of those souls to buy the ladder miniature from Gilligan, and I was going to go to the Sorcerer Navlin just to knock out his side quest again. I didn't really care too much about the first few things, like the Simpleton Spice and I think whatever else you get, but I thought it'd be cool to get like another Pyromancy scroll, because you used one of those Pyromancies against me yesterday, the Sunburst or whatever it was called, and I couldn't do it because I had already opened the Fog Gate, and once you open the Fog Gate, I guess you can't do his side quest. So we're probably going to go ahead and knock out his side quest again this playthrough. Homeward Bone, Soul of a Lost Undead. Soul of a Lost Undead. 200 souls. Actually, no, I think the first enemy we fight is actually a hollow. It's not going to be the hippo guy. Forest of Fallen Giants. Oh! Where did you come from? Uh-oh. Oh well. Another life gem. How about that? Well, I'll keep that there. I might need that after I antagonize the hippo guy. Okay. 1, 2. 3. And he's poisoned. And we wait. I'm surprised he didn't hit me. That was really, really close there. I should have been more patient. I should have waited. Had that been probably almost any other weapon type, other than a whip, I probably would have gotten hit. Well, no, if it was like a spear or a lance, probably not. I can get 2 hits in... Oh, 3 hits in there. Nice. Alright, it's poisoned again. Wait it out. Power stance my bloodied whips. After that wears off, I should just need to clap him once with a heavy attack and he's done. There we go. Oh, maybe twice. I guess he's tankier than the one that holds onto the stone ring. Yep. Not by much, but he is. Alright. Yeah, that was pointless, but I'm okay with that. Okay. Oh, is that your signature there, Jans? Come on, baby, light my fire. Trying to set the world on fire. It is. There's Janzi Poo. Okay. Well, if that's the case... No, okay, let's do it. I was gonna rest at the bonfire and put some stuff away, but let's keep going. Then that would respawn all the enemies. Summoning Janzi Poo. Ooh, the Curvinil Greatswords. Very cool. Welcome in, Jans. You know, I think after I get through at least one of the rat areas, I think I'm going to go back and rejoin... I have to get there first. But I think I'm going to go back and rejoin the Sun Bros. Because I really enjoy the co-op in this game. Gotcha. Infantry axe. I don't often get those. Wait till he drops down. Come on. There we go. There we go. Oh! I forgot that he leaps at you. Alright, we're gonna have to blue screen for a moment. Sorry about this. Hopefully it doesn't lag out the audio. Sometimes that's been known to happen. If so, I do apologize. We're already back. So I thought my controller was more charged than it was. Plug it in now to recharge. And switching controllers here. Alright. Let us continue. Okay. Let me do a quick audio check. I'm curious about the audio here. Nope, it looks fine. Good, good, good. Okay. Or I guess I should say it sounds fine. Alright, let's keep going. Wow! I didn't know that was Jan's for a moment. I was like, what new enemy is this that wields a greatsword in this area? Another infantry axe. Throwing knife. Foot soldier shield. Thank you, Jans. Massacre accomplished. Yes. Massacre accomplished indeed. Broken straight sword. I'm gonna go upstairs real quick. Take out the guy up top and get the items up there. Oh, I almost forgot. Almost forgot. Alright. Equip the fall ring just in case, so I think if I mess this up I'll die anyway. And... okay. Try and go for that jump to get the items over there. Okay. Try to remember where it is again. Oh, Jan just jumped from there. Okay. Jans has no fear. Alright. Thank you for leading the way there, Jans. Oh, 10 throwing knives. Okay, I can't do that. Let's get rid of one. There we go. Alright. There we go. Wait, what? Oh, I know why. Because you can't have 100 items, you can only have 99. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Soul of a Nameless Soldier. Another 800 souls. Nice. Alright, swap rings again. Let's go back up. Oh, I almost forgot. There's an item over here. Soul of a Lost Undead. How much is that worth? 200 souls. Alright. Oh. Looks like we have an ad starting soon. I thank you all again for supporting the show. We have a green blossom. I can guarantee we will not fight any bosses until we are back from ads. Life gem. There we go. And I forgot about... oh, thank you, Chance. I was just thinking about going back to the bonfire and lighting my torch and then coming back here and lighting that. I remember there's some items up here. Just in case, let me put the fall ring back on. Short sword and Soul of a Lost Undead. $200 souls. What was the strength requirement for the short sword? $7. Yeah, I don't think I had 7 when I first came across this side. I remember that we used the broken straight sword for a lot of the game. Well, not a lot of the game. A lot of the game up until we fought, I think it was the Pursuer. I think we might have used the broken straight sword when fighting against the last giant in our first playthrough. Let's put our Bracing Knuckle Ring back on. Another broken straight sword. A human effigy. Mark that down. Human effigy, Forest of Fallen Giants. Forest. Oh wait, I should probably put of Fallen Giants, since there are multiple forests. Well, no, there's not really multiple forests. There's the Shaded Woods. I think of that as a forest. One human effigy. And I think of this place as the Tree Arena. Okay. Just because it looks like we're inside a large tree. Alrighty. Let's see. Does the Curved-Nil Greatsword deal a lot of damage here? Like in New Game Plus Plus? Yes? Nice. Charge! Heavy bolts. Ooh, Jan's got the backstab. Nice, Jans. Was there anything else over there? No. Okay. Hello. Oh, he still got me. Thank you, Jans. Another life gem. Let me write that down. One life gem. I'm just gonna start putting LG. On way to Cardinal Tower. Okay. Largely, these things shouldn't matter, but I am very cheap when it comes to buying items. I like to scrimp and save all me souls. Nope. I didn't mean to do that. Stop it! Stop climbing the ladder! Okay. Hollow Infantry Helm. What did he drop? Hollow Soldier Gauntlets. I mean, I may as well just use one. Never mind. Then I can pick this up down here. There we go. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't... I don't think I'll start or keep track of life gems. Life gems are too easy to come across. I'll just write down human effigies. Since those are the really expensive items. And I don't think you can ever buy unlimited human effigies. Okay. I want to speak to Melentia first. Hello there. Oh, some good range right there. Hollow Soldier Helm. Witching Urns. Nice. Do you think we'll be able to take, what's his name? The Pursuer in the first encounter this time, or no? Bonfire lit.
Buy something. Anything.
Oh.
Buy something.
Feeling confident? Okay. Your damage is weaker for being a phantom, but you still get a buff. 1163 damage from that backstab. Very nice. Merchant Hag Melentia.
My name is Melentia. You're a stranger to this land.
Not anymore.
Oh, we get as strangers these days. Everybody's gone and run off.
Oh.
Dranglake's been a pile of rubble since the war fought long, long ago. When the giants crossed the sea. It seemed like the battles would never end. Poor folk like myself have nary a place to sleep. That's why I keep all me things right with me.
Good plan.
You may travel light, but methinks you bear a burden of your own.
I do. The undead curse.
They say these trees grew from the remains of the giants. From each carcass sprouted new life growing into what you see now. But you know what they also say? Don't believe what an old hag says. It's high time that I pick up a move.
There we go.
I've a bargain for you next time we meet, my love.
Now we should see her again in Majula. Alright, do you have new inventory? No. Alright. We'll take Lenegrast's key for 1,000. Opens blacksmith Lenegrast's shop in Majula. Key of blacksmith Lenegrast of Majula. Majula, the land of exiles, is comprised of abandoned old houses, one of which Lenegrast has fashioned into a workshop. And... oh, they're only 6,000 right now. Wait, are these more expensive or not as expensive? Last playthrough, weren't they like 4,800 souls apiece? Or were they 48,000 souls apiece? I don't remember. But I'll buy them all. All 3 bright bugs. Alright. And then I think I'll wait until I have 12,000 souls and buy her fragrant branch of yore.
Thank you kindly.
Actually, we might be able to do that once we get back to her, because we're about to go on a little detour here. To go... is this where Kale is? This is not where Kale is, but we'll still earn some souls going this way. Whee! Oh, I almost died right there. I forgot, like, how close the, oh. Janzi has become Pate. Janzi Pate. Instead of Janzi Poo. Oh, good one, Jans. Oops. I didn't mean to touch the bloodstain. Another life gem. Nice. Heal up a little bit. Collect that. Alright. Yeah, I'm not going to try that. I'll just drop off. Hello there, sir. And now I'll go around and collect it. Can you collect these items too, or no? Oh, that's a human effigy. Okay. Okay, mark that down. Only me. You only collect what enemies drop for you. Oh, okay. Golden Guy is back! Unlurking. Golden Guy says, this reminds me of when I first visited one of Palicole's streams. I'm assuming you know him. I do. He was playing Dark Souls 2 for the first time, and he was also taking notes on everything with the intention of completing everything. Yeah, I didn't do this during my first 2 playthroughs. And in my first playthrough, I mean, I had a pretty empty inventory, so I was able to collect pretty much everything I came across. Towards the end of my first playthrough, though, I was a little nervous because I knew I wanted to open things up to multiplayer in New Game Plus, and I know that in order to do multiplayer, I need to be human. And so that means I need to have a healthy stock of human effigies. And so, I bought out as many human effigies as I could when I could find them. And this playthrough, I'm sort of a little anxious about that as well, because I know New Game Plus is going to be harder than New Game Plus. And so, Soul of a Lost Undead and a Torch. And so, I want to make sure that I always have a good supply of human effigies. And I know you can only buy so many of them. You might be able to farm them from certain enemies, but I don't know for sure. Alright, I want to see if I can make this jump. I did it in standard New Game. Let's see here. Cat ring. How far? Looks like I can jump from here. Okay. Uh-oh. Nope. I slipped. What's this? Life gem? Oh, that's nice. Okay. Oh, what's this? Hollow infantry armor. But welcome back, Golden Guy. Welcome back. Oh, Jans did it. Oh! I hit the jump button too late. I think I tried... Did I try this? No. I think I came back eventually and I tried this. And I died from the fall. There we go. I have to hit the jump button sooner than I think I would need to. Prism stones. Oh. Okay, interesting, interesting. Oh, I didn't realize there was another tree here that we could climb. No items up here. Okay. Alright, swap my rings back. I wonder how they got turned to stone. There's nothing around here that can do that. Throwing knife. At least I don't think there is. Let me get rid of one of my throwing knives here. There we go. Who did that? He was a lot tankier than I thought he would be. I thought that would stagger him. And he just walked right through it. I love that you're maxed out on life gems. Yeah, I'm maxed out on life gems on my character and in my inventory. There's a similar item in Lords of the Fallen called Brio Stone, but it isn't nearly as potent. Interesting. Is there multiplayer in that game? Lords of the Fallen? Soul of a Proud Knight? Oh, that's funny. The open door protects you. Don't die, Jans. Fire longsword. We'll sell that later. Yeah, but I'm not sure how it works. I actually got invaded for the first time today. Oh, there's invasions in that game too. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I can always come back here later. Oh, you poisoned it. I didn't know they could be poisoned. I can always come back here later and try to dive down there and get the item. I wish they didn't respawn, though. Alright, that's right, there's items this way. You have no idea if you can walk through areas with a friend like this, though. That'd be cool. If you could. 3 life gems. Then they could have a consumable that you could use to heal people who traveled with you in multiplayer. And instead of calling it the Brio Stone, they could call it the Bro Stone. You need a heal? I got you, bro, with my Bro Stone. Yeah, I'll use one more. Actually, no. I'll just drop one. Oh, that's right, I can't drop one. That's one of the few changes I wish you could make in this game. Where, like, if I just want to drop an item that I have on me, not all of them, but if I just want to drop one, I can't do it. If it's on my belt. I have to unequip it from my belt. Then I can drop one. And then I have to go back, and then I have to re-equip them to my belt. Okay. There we go. So, when I come back here late game, it should still be there. There's Jans. Oh, I didn't even know you could get up there. Oh, that's cool. How'd you get up there so soon? Yeah, how'd you pull that off? There's no way you can jump across. That's way too far. Oh, ooh, that's a lot of damage. Do you only have the fall ring on? I might end up using that, one of those, life gems right now. That would be amazing. Fall ring is on, but cat legs help too. I don't have the cat legs on me. Well, I got a lot of HP, and I have the fall ring. Oh, do you have the cat legs? Were you wearing those when you jumped? Or did you only have the fall ring on? Only had the ring? Okay, then I guess I should be able to make this. We're gonna find out. So jump towards the message. Okay. I missed. I think it was too close to the wall, though. I also didn't take as much damage as I thought I was going to take. I can pick that back up. Wall took off some speed. Alright, so just jump that way. There we go! Yay! We did it! Hurrah! Hurrah! I don't remember what this is. Is it a ring? No. Ooh, 2 twinkling Titanites and a fragrant branch of yore. Very nice, very nice. Okay. And let me swap rings again. There we go. Oh, that's right, I can't go that way. Oh, almost missed it. I thought there was an item over here. I think I missed this item in New Game Plus. I only remember this from standard New Game. A buckler. Okay. What a mighty leap it was. It was indeed. It's very risky, but we did it. We pulled it off. Who are you? Spooky Entertainment. That is a weird helmet. Oh, that's the, I think you get that helmet from the Iron Keep. I never obtained that. Alright. Ah, well. There's always next time. Small leather shield and... oh, repair powder. Nice. I guess I don't have a full stack of repair powders. Hand axe, radiant life gem. Hollow soldier helm. No, nothing else in here. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Ah, hello, Komodo. How goes your playthrough? And how are you? Some more Radiant Life Gems. We have just started our New Game Plus playthrough. Jan's made another mighty leap. I'm gonna re-equip my fall ring. Oh. Dark Souls 2 doesn't feel well. Not well, lol. Dark Souls 2 doesn't feel good. Oh. Congrats on New Game Plus. Thank you. What are you finding troubling about Dark Souls 2? I have to try dropping off sooner than I think I need to. Jan says, continue to treat it as its own game. Beat mentality to have. Dark Souls 2 right after Dark Souls 1 is a bad recipe. Alright, let's try dropping off here. I feel like I'm gonna miss it, but maybe that'll be the... yep, that'll be the key. The Divine Blessing. Very nice, very nice. Okay. It certainly is different. Komodo says, I think my problem is that A, the class I have isn't clicking with me. Okay. And B, the game itself is so vastly different from the game I just spent the last month playing that I'm having a very hard time adjusting. I still think you get the best experience playing each Dark Souls game in order, says Golden Guy. That could be true, Golden Guy. I started with Demon Souls and not Dark Souls 1. And I've said before that Dark Souls 2, it feels like it's half Demon Souls, half Dark Souls 1. You smush both of those together, you give it a little twist, and that's Dark Souls 2. It does have some unique concepts in there as well. And, oh, hold on, let me take off the fall ring. And, I think because I played both Demon Souls and Dark Souls, Janzipu has been vanquished. Oh, poor Janzipu. I think for me, Dark Souls 2 just felt very natural. It felt like a welcome home. That's what it felt like. Soul of a Lost Undead. But if you've only played one or the other, then I can understand elements of this game feeling strange. Like, if you've only played Dark Souls 1, and you're like, health consumable items, where are my Estus at? Like, that feels like weird off the bat. And if you've only played Demon Souls and not Dark Souls, you're like, Estus? What's an Estus? What is this? And it's like that for other things in the game as well. But yeah, I think if you've done both, it makes more sense. Welcome back, Ratika. Ratika says, played some of the Dark Pictures anthology, House of Ashes, with your fiancé. Ooh, what did she think about it? What did you think about it? Golden God says, ooh, I think playing Demon Souls first is even better. I don't have a PlayStation, so I didn't get the chance. Yes, I'm really hoping that the Demon Souls remake gets ported to PC eventually so more people can enjoy it. And what it says is not just that, ADP is such a bizarre choice. Not attaching EU speed to Dex doesn't make any sense to me. I think the thought process behind that is linked to resistance in Dark Souls 1. So, for those who don't know, in Dark Souls 1, depending on your build, every stat choice that you could make is a valid choice. With the exception of resist. Resist is like a meme, it's like a joke. Because every time you invest a point into something else, it boosts all of your resistance points. Not as much as if you were to invest directly into resist. But it still boosts it significantly. To the point where investing in resistance over something else, over strength, over dex, over intelligence, whatever, it's not worth it. The only time investing in resist is worth it is if you've literally hit like 99, like the cap in all of your main stats. Then, okay, you might want to go back and like max resist. But yeah, it was pretty pointless in Dark Souls when you even have that as an option, for the most part. And I think in Dark Souls 2 they tried to like add more value to that stat, and so that's why they tied in like the iframes, and that's why they tied in item use speed into that to make it more valuable. So I think that's the logic they were using. Golden Guy says, aren't we all hoping for that? Yeah. I think this is Jans again. Yep. Jans, ooh. Jans is going to be a dual whip wielder like ourselves. Oh, and Jans has... I think those are two bloodied whips. They are. Those are very painfully hard to farm. It took me 9 hours to farm 2 of those. 6 hours for the first one and 3 hours for the second one. Alright. I want to try... Yes. I don't even care that he hits me. I'm planning on hitting a bonfire soon. I was really hoping that that would be enough to hit like 12,000 souls, because I want to go back and buy her favorite branch of yore and then leave. Alright, well, it's not going to be from him. He's about to fall off. Alright, so I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna kill an enemy, get 12,000 souls, go back to Melentia. I'm going to buy her Fragrant Branch of Yore, and then I'm gonna go back to Things Betwixt. Oh, hello there. And I'm going to continue to clear through that area. And beat the, what's it called? The hippos, beat the red phantom that's there, and the other enemies that's there. Oh, Zanzibar's invaded. She finds it too movie-like, but you yourself are liking it, referring to the Dark Pictures anthology. I can see that. I can see people not liking it because they think it's too much like a movie. It might not have enough interactivity for them. I happen to like that, which is weird because I don't really care for movies that much. Like, I'm not a big movie person. I have to be sort of interested in the franchise or whatever before I really sit down to enjoy a film. I'm much more open to experimenting with books and video games than I am with, Oh, Jans is a red barrel. I didn't know you could become a red barrel in this game. Or that there even were red barrels in this game. Ow! Oh, is that you? No, it's not Jans. There's an archer up there, I guess. Alright, we did it! Old ironclad armor. I don't think I had that before. Ooh. Ooh, that was close. Alright, now let's go back to Melentia. But yeah, for me, when it comes to FMV games, and games similar to FMV, which is something like the Dark Pictures anthology, I'm a fan. I like them. I'm going the wrong way. It's nice being able to, like, just... can you climb a ladder as a barrel? No, okay. That'd be funny if I saw, like, a barrel just floating up a ladder. But I'm okay with, like, the more passive game experiences, where you do something like that.
Don't abandon a poor old woman.
Okay, buy item. And Fragrant Branch of Yore. Restores living things from petrification. A fragrant tree branch with a faint, sweet smell. Restores the life of things turned to stone. Extended inhalation of the branch's scent can lead to coughing and nausea. Oh my. Yes. Okay. I guess eventually I'll come back and spend 4,000 to get the Pharos Lockstone, though I'll probably wait for her to get to Majula before I do that.
Thank you kindly.
Alright. Oh, you have a poison whip too? Let me see. And you have the old whip. Oh, you have two old whips. Ooh. Jans has, looks like almost all of my loadouts there. Yeah, the old whips got me nervous in this game. Because for those who don't know, there is no way in the game to get an old whip. There is no guarantee. Like, there is a way, but it's not a guaranteed way. Like, you just have to trade stuff to the crows and Things Betwixt to get one. But there's no one-for-one. There's no guarantee. Like, in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, I think Dark Souls 1, there is a guarantee. Like, if you drop this certain item at the bird nest, you will get this certain item in return. That does not exist in Dark Souls 2. In Dark Souls 2, if you drop this certain item, you'll get a random item from a selection of items. But there's no guarantee which one you're going to get. And so, in theory, you could just keep offering, like, dropping stuff over and over and over again, and you'll never get an old whip. And that can be like really, really frustrating if that's like the key item that you want. We had to try like a lot to get the old whip. I never intended to get a second old whip. It just happened randomly, which is pretty cool. Komodo says, resistance, the stat that doesn't matter. Yes, exactly. Komodo asks, so is this game's early game just feeling underpowered? Or are my stat choices bad? I can't isolate the problem like I could with the other games. I would say in this early game you're underpowered. I don't think it's necessarily your stat choices. I find it hard to really comment too much on your build because I don't know your build. You're going like Dex and Pyromancy, and so some of that I can talk about because I was going Dex. I went heavy into Dex my first playthrough. Thank you, Jans. And so that's how I know the Rapier is good because I use the Rapier. Rapier is punishing. People have beat the entire game with just the Rapier. It's that good if you upgrade it. But as far as using Pyromancy or using magic, I did a completely magic-free playthrough here in Dark Souls 2, so I can't like really say how good or bad your build might be in terms of that area. But I feel like so far you're doing pretty well. Things are different in Dark Souls 2, and I mean, you know this. I feel that you can move faster in Dark Souls 2 than you can in Dark Souls 1, but the combat is slower. And so you have to get used to that. You have to get used to things like in Dark Souls 1, when you lock onto an enemy, you can roll, and then you can attack out of the roll, and you'll attack as soon as you attack, your character will spin back around and attack whatever it is you're locked onto. In Dark Souls 2, that does not happen. It's more realistic. So in Dark Souls 2, if like this pillar is an enemy and I lock onto it and it swings a weapon at me and I roll out of the way, if I attack out of the roll, I'm going to attack in this direction. I'm not going to spin around and attack in that direction. And I feel that's a bit more realistic because if you think of your character as not having eyes in the back of their head, because we have eyes in the back of our character's head because this is a third-person game. But if you think of it in terms of it being more realistic, if an enemy swings a weapon at you and you roll out of the way, you no longer know where the enemy is because you're looking in this direction. The enemy could still be standing right there where that pillar is, like right where Jan is, or they could have rolled over there. And so when you turn around and attack right after coming out of a roll, you really have no idea where your enemy is. So it makes more sense that if you attack out of a roll, you would attack in the direction that you're facing. You actually have to turn around and reorient yourself to wherever the enemy is. Or you just wait a little while, and your character will sort of turn themselves back around and reorient themselves to whatever you're locked onto. So I think that makes it more interesting. That's part of how the combat's slower. It also feels like there's more delay when you attack. Or rather more recovery time. So like, exactly, like when Jan cracks her whip, you have to wait a while before you can attack again. Like even if you spam the attack, you can't really attack too quickly. Or like if I want to dodge roll out of an attack, I have to wait a while again. See, like when she hits, it takes a while so she can dodge roll. So like if I attack, and see how long that took? And I was spamming the dodge roll button the entire time. So you have to plan for that. I feel like it's more like a thinking man's combat game. Like it is slower and you have to plan your moves. It's almost like chess. Because you know that once you attack, you're going to be completely vulnerable for the full extension of the whip. Then you have to wait for it to recoil, and then you hold it again, and then you can do something. And yeah, I think that sort of adds to the fun aspect, at least for me. And I think one more thing that makes the combat different from Dark Souls 1 is, and I think they did this for new players, people who are just getting into the Souls series, not for Dark Souls 1's veterans. And it hurts Dark Souls 1's veterans. And that is, queuing your attacks. So in Dark Souls 1, a lot of people who play Dark Souls 1 for the first time get themselves into deep water if they're a new player, because they'll attack and they'll try to treat it like a hack and slash action game because, you know, Souls kind of looks actiony. And so they'll tap the attack button multiple times, and then an enemy will like poise through their attack, try to attack back, and the player will freak out and they'll try to roll away. But they can't roll away because they've already hit the attack button so many times that they've queued multiple attacks. And so they have to wait till that queue runs through, and then they can try to dodge roll out of the way. But by then, it's already too late. And so in Dark Souls 1, you have to learn how many attacks you can get away with as far as queuing them goes, or how many actions you can do that with. In Dark Souls 2, they slowed that down. So you can no longer queue actions as quickly back to back. And so this helps new players, because if new players are trying to attack an enemy and all of a sudden the enemy starts to retaliate and they're not getting staggered, the player can go, oh no, and they can try to dodge roll out of the way, and there's a much higher likelihood that they will be able to dodge roll out of the way sooner rather than later. But if you're a Dark Souls 1 fan, you're not used to that added delay in queuing your actions, and so that can get you killed. And so, like I said, I think they did that to appeal to new players coming into the series with Dark Souls 2 and not players from Dark Souls 1. So there's definitely some differences. I mean, things do carry over that do help you, like learning to manage your stamina meter helps. Knowing that you have to observe enemy patterns and then wait for an opening helps. All of these things help. And all of these skills do carry over. But, yeah, Dark Souls 2 has enough differences in its combat that you really do have to kind of learn the fighting style over again. Not completely, but significantly. Let's see. Rentika says her favorite is the first one. We haven't played any of the, what were they called? We haven't played any of the Dark Pictures Anthology games on this stream yet. We are planning to. Let's see here. Catching up a chat here. Jens is now prepared to whip. Yes, Jens has her whips. Come on, this is correct. Dark Souls 1 is 1-to-1. It's roll direction. Yeah, that's killing you. Yeah, that's something you have to get used to. That got me killed a lot when fighting the Pursuer. I think I said this in your stream last time. When I fought the Pursuer, it took me 2 hours to kill the Pursuer. 2. Because he would swing his sword, and I would roll out of the way, and coming out of the roll, I would be locked onto him, and I would try to, like, attack, and I would attack in the wrong direction. And so, I would waste the action, I would lower my stamina unnecessarily, and just the timing of the attack would waste time, and over time, he would kill me. So, bye, Jens! So, yeah, it took me a while to sort of learn that, and I think getting good at that fight really involved me not only getting stronger weapons, because I think I did go off and get the rapier, and then I came back and fought him with that. But it also involved me really just learning how to get used to those mechanics, the mechanics that I was talking about earlier. Jen says, Dark Souls 3 has it, but you can turn it off there. Oh, Dark Souls 3 has what? But you can turn it off. Kimono says, I'm not used to having to crowd control either. That's really making things hard for you. Yeah, that's something else you have to get used to. There's a lot more enemies in Dark Souls 2 than in Dark Souls 1. In Dark Souls 1, there's fewer enemies, and the further into the game you get, the stronger the enemies get. But you're still only fighting, like, maybe 2 or 3 enemies most of the time, tops, at once. In Dark Souls 2, I feel like the difficulty of enemies is slower. In other words, they get harder at a slower degree than they do in Dark Souls 1, but they throw more at you. And so that's something else you have to get used to. And Lorelei is here. Hello, Lorelei. How are you doing? Mona says, that's one of the reasons I wanted to go Pyro, because that seems like really good crowd control. I mean, maybe. Pyromancers in this game, if you get access to more of the Pyromancies and you continue along that path, are one of the most annoying classes in the entire game to fight against. Like, when I come up across, and if you spend more time in the stream, watch me encounter one, you'll see, like, when I encounter a Pyromancer, I'm just like, fight a Pyromancer? Because I hate fighting Pyromancers. Because Pyromancers in this game are kind of broken. At least I feel they are. Pyromancers have the ability to heal themselves. You kind of saw it there with what Jans was doing. She has something called Warmth, and you throw out a little ball of heat, and it heals you. Now, the con to that is, if an enemy gets close to it, like if you're doing PvP, and the person you're trying to kill gets close to it, it heals them too. But they can heal themselves. They have good crowd control spells. They have good damaging spells against single enemies. They have spells to deal good damage close up. So, like, if the enemy is being hyper aggressive and they're trying to roll into you, you have something that you can use to send them flying backwards. You have landmines that you can basically lay out, only they're like floating in the sky, and if an enemy gets too close, they explode. Like, Pyromancers are like ridiculously good in this game, which is funny because there's no Pyromancy class. But yeah, if you stick along that route, I think you might be happy with it. But I would say just keep experimenting. Maybe you like the idea of being a Pyromancer, but maybe Pyromancy isn't something that ultimately makes you happy when playing as that. If strength is what you love, you could try going strength, putting more points into that, and just swinging around a big heavy sword or club. So try to find what you like. Definitely keep experimenting, test out different weapons, and see what works for you. Jen says, Dark Souls 3 has directional input for your attacks. You can choose whether you want your movement to influence your attacks, or choose the Dark Souls 1 style, where it makes sure your attack is directed at the locked-on enemy. Interesting. Interesting. I'm not sure which one I choose. I feel like I might choose Dark Souls 1 style. I like Dark Souls 2 style more than Dark Souls 1, just because I feel like it is more realistic and it adds more challenge. But I've heard Dark Souls 3 is a much faster game, and because it's faster, the Dark Souls 1 style would probably be more helpful. Lorelei says, I'm doing good, and you? That's good, Lorelei. We are doing well here as well. We have just started. Wait, what was that? I thought that was a... Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a green blossom. I was looking at this number, I didn't see it go up. That's because that's a different item. It's poison moss. Oh, we have a full stack now of Radiant Life Gems. Nice. Homeward Bone, put that away. But we're doing well. We just started our New Game Plus playthrough for Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. And we are having fun here. Let's put away 9. There we go. We are having fun going through and re-experiencing the early elements of the game. And yeah, we're seeing how far we can get tonight. When it says, it's the getting there that really hurts. The getting where, like, getting comfortable with Dark Souls 2. I think we can sell all of this. Oh, wait. Old ironclad armor, that might be new. Hold on. I'm also trying to, like, collect... Okay, no, I can sell that. Like, one of every item in the game. With the exception of the hardest 2 rings to get in the game, which is ridiculous, which I'll never do. Okay, heavy bolts. Oh, you can hold more than 99 arrows. Nice. Okay, that's good to know. Twinkling Titanites. Okay. Next, let's travel first back to Majula. I'm gonna pop my soul expendables there, and I'm gonna open up Lenegrass Workshop. Then we'll head to Things Betwixt, and we will fight those enemies there. Okay. Oh. Soul of a Lost Undead, 400 souls, and Soul of a Proud Knight, 2,000 souls. Nice. Melenchi here yet? Nope. That's right. I think she gets here after we beat the, I think we beat the last giant, then she relocates here.
I'm a blacksmith. I'm nothing without my tools.
So let's get some shoutouts going.
Chop chop.
Growing pains? Yeah. You'll get there, Komodo. You'll get there. Okay. Let's give a shout out to Lorelei, a variety streamer here. Excuse me. Who just entered chat. Used Lenegrast's key. There we go. Behold the enchanting realm of Lorelei. With a wave of their wand, they transform chilling streams into epic Fortnite battles. Yes, she likes Fortnite. But wait, there's more. In their latest act, they ponder the grand questions of existence itself. Will they find answers amidst the chaos of the forked knife? Stay tuned and follow for the next spellbinding performance. So yeah, she's done Fortnite, she's done Elder Scrolls, she's done Souls. So if you are interested in a variety streamer to watch, give Lorelei's channel a check. Shortbow. I forgot there was an item in here that we could loot. Oh, let's talk to him again.
Ah, yes, very good. Now I can get to work. But first, let me set up. Come again later. Ah, yes, very good. Now,
Okay.
but first...
We'll talk to him after beating the first boss. Though he resets as soon as we visit the bonfire. We'll be back. Alright, Things Betwixt. You love that shout-out command? Me too, Golden Guy, me too. I'm glad I found it. It is thanks to... Okay, I'm trying to think of like how to spell her name. It's not the, it's te. Shout out to Piggly. She was where I found the cool shout out bot at, and yeah, she said you can go and you can customize it. It's pretty cool. For the most part, it's a free tool. I think they said that in November of this past year, you can get like more specific with it for a subscription fee. But I think it's cool just the version that's there. But she's like, yeah, if anyone wants to use it, just look up the tool, look up the shout out tool, and just go to the website and start using it. So I did, and yeah. So we'll see if it actually gives her the shout out there. Sometimes it takes a while to shout out, sometimes it doesn't shout out. It is still sort of in beta. But, yeah, it's a pretty cool little bot. Jen says, don't recommend the Sunbro Covenant at this soul memory. Very few up here. I just want to be a Sunbro just to be a Sunbro. Like, thematically for a Castlevania build, somebody who goes off and slays demons and monsters, I feel like either the Sunbros would be the way to go, or the Blue Sentinels. But the reason I'm not really, like, big into joining the Blue Sentinels is because you have to wear the Blue Sentinel ring to be summoned. Whereas with this, and it's more about PvP, it's more about protecting someone by fighting another player. Whereas the Sunbro is more about joining another player in order to fight against a boss or enemies in general. And I'm a bigger fan of that, so I'm fine with that. And I do like helping people, especially the DLCs, fight the bosses, like the Fume Knight and the Burn Ivory King. Use Fragrant Branch of Yore. Power stance. Entering the mist. Running away. Yeah, there is another one right there. Oh, and right there. Aww. Yeah, come this way. Come this way. Thank you. It would have been easier to kill him over there, but I didn't want to break the tablet here. Search your surroundings. Timber! What are you doing over there? Guess he just likes walking around in a circle. Okay. Let us carry the fire. I don't remember where the last sconce is. I think it's through the fog gate, maybe? Alright, there you are. Alright. How do I want to kill you? Let's do... I guess let's do throwing knives? Okay. See if I can hit him from here. I think I can. Ooh, I can. Good. Ah, I got too close. Yes! Eat it. Yes! Some more iron in your diet. Alright. And now let's get rid of you. Let's do... fire bombs. Nice. Alright. Who's next? There we go. And there's one more. There he is. I'll use up this last firebomb, and then I'll just try and hit him with a drop attack. Okay, now I'm power stanced. Trying to find... there he is. Okay. Yes, we got him! Estus Flask Shard. Dark Knight Stone. Okay, I think that's the final sconce. Hello there. So once I light the final sconce, we're going to get invaded by a red phantom enemy. Oh, there's one right there, too. Okay, never mind. Let me light this one, then. Looks like he's thinking. He's contemplating. Oh, well. I mean, I don't have a lit torch anyway, so... Let me open this pathway up first. Okay. Then we'll go heal ourselves at the bonfire. And then, well, should I do that? Yeah, let's do that. It's not going to respawn any significant enemies. Anything to put away? Estus Flask Shard. I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, Dark Knight Stone. Those are rare. 3 playthroughs and we've only gotten 10. No. 2 playthroughs and a little bit of the third. A forlorn, you think? I think you're right, Jans. Let me try this again. I think I'm spelling her name correctly. We shall see what happens. I will also give a shout out to Kimodo. Oh, it's raining outside. I hear the hard pounding of the raindrops against the roof. So, sorry if you hear that in the background. I'm gonna light this one over here first. Oh, I should have waited. I could have gone for backstab. Oh well. And let me get my PvP setup ready. Alright. We have the Poison Spotted Whip in our right hand. And after we light this last sconce, we'll toggle over to the Fire Melu Scimitar. There he is! Oh, that was close. Yeah. I don't want to fight him here. Let me go fight him near the bonfire. Okay, this feels better. Let me get some room here. There we go. Alright, I'm ready. 1. 2. 3. He's poisoned. Got him. Yes! Petrified something. Okay, that was kind of risky. They tanked right through my swing. If they would have probably hit me another 2 or 3 times, I would have been dead. Put that away. All right. 14,000 souls. We'll keep going, we'll keep going. I was thinking about heading to Cardinal Tower. I guess let's do that, it's safer. Let's head to Cardinal Tower, by the Pharos Lockstone from Valencia, and then we'll come back, because I could die in this next encounter. That is very, very possible. You think it's broken? Yeah, it could be down right now. They might be doing maintenance on it. And when it says, I came back when you typed that in, wild. Oh, we summoned Komodo. We summoned him through the chat bot.
You again?
There it is. Pharos Lockstone. Okay.
Thank you kindly.
Excuse me. Komodo wants to know about the Forlorn. Jan's answer is added in the Scholar version. They're all bodiless women forced to invade forever because they don't have their own world. Oh, that's sad. Hate it when that happens. You need more confidence in yourself, says Jans. Yes, there is more lore given about the Forlorn in their weapons and armor, if you acquire it and read it. Alright, let's see if I can get the backstab here. I don't know if I'll be able to because we're on a sloping plane, and I might be at too high an elevation for this to work. Yep. Well, it also wasn't power stance. Okay. Let me actually take care of the hippos first, and then we'll take out the pursuer. Peekaboo! Hello there. 1, 2, 3. There we go. That was 3. Wander back a bit. If I get lucky, maybe, just maybe, they'll fall off. Yeah, come this way. Come this way. And, oh, yes! There's one. One left. Only one of them comes all the way across the log. The other one doesn't. No, don't. Oh. Yeah, come back up here. I don't think he's gonna come back up here. Let me see. No, he doesn't. When you go down there the first time and you get his friend's attention, then he'll follow his friend up, but after that, he doesn't come back up anymore. You have to keep his attention. He just does his own thing. I can't even lock onto him from here. I wish I could. I was just hit him with poison throwing knives. I'm gonna have to pull him. There we go. One. 2. Three. He's poisoned. Two, 3. He's poisoned again. Nice. Good timing on that one. Yeah. Good. Come over here. There you go. There you go. There you go. Come on. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Right here. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yes! Nice. I dare you to go in that coffin. I did that the first playthrough. I got like really excited when I came here in my first playthrough, and I managed to fight through everything. I was like, oh cool, I wonder where this takes you. Because in Dark Souls 1, you climb into a coffin, and you go someplace new. And I heard the same is true in Elden Ring. And so I'm like, ooh, I wonder where this is gonna take you. Like, this coffin is just kind of nestled up on a beach. It probably like seals itself and like, you know, sails over the water and goes someplace else, maybe like a distant island or something. That'd be really cool. And then I hop in there, I wait a moment, and then I hop out, and I'm like, wait, I didn't go anywhere. And why is my character walking different? I was pretty bummed about that when that happened. I wasn't so much bummed that, like, it just changes your sex. What I was bummed about was that, like, I spent a good amount of time. I probably spent longer in the character creation for Dark Souls 2 than I did for either Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1. And so I thought, like, I just wasted all that time doing that. And I was like, well, no, you know what? Let me try hopping back in the coffin and see if it can reverse it, and it does. So I was like, okay, well, that makes me feel better. Alright, old whips, power stance. And it looks like we have an ad going on for the next 30 seconds, so I will sip my coffee, and then we'll try to fight the Pursuer. Before we go back to the Forest of Fallen Giants and fight the Pursuer. Well, last giant first. Oh, but Komodo, if you're still there. How far did you get tonight in Dark Souls 2? Jen says, would have been cool if the coffin allowed you to re-edit your character. That would have been cool, yeah. Fight the Pursuer? Pardon? This game is evil. Well, he's called the Pursuer. He pursues you. That's why I evilly cackled when you finally beat him and you were like, that's finally over. And I'm like, oh, he thinks it's over. You got to the Sentinels? The Sentinels. Sentinels. The Blue Sentinels Covenant? And then you tried to beat Dennis. Oh, Dennis the Armorer, yes. For a dude with such a dorky name, he sure does hurt. Yes, Dennis is a menace. I mean, we have to fight 3 bosses. Oh, the Ruined Sentinels. I see, the Lost Bastille. Gotcha, gotcha. That was a good fight. Okay, here we go. Welcome back, everyone, from the ad. We're going to try to take out the Pursuer. Uh-oh. Oh! This isn't good. One more. Or two more. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Now one more. Gotcha. Yes! Twinkling Titanite. Good fight. Good fight. We are victorious! They have magic resist. Yes. Some enemies in this game do have magic resist. And or fire resist. You'll find also that poison in this game is ridiculously overpowered. Poison in Dark Souls 2 is almost... Well, I think you've already found that out, as far as it hurting you. But poison in this game is almost as bad as toxin in Dark Souls 1. But many of the bosses resist poison. So, like, it's tempting to go poison, as far as, like, a build goes, but... yeah, a lot of the bosses just kind of, like, outright resist it. Or it feels like it does almost nothing. Alright, But I mean, I would still say that's a valid strat for somewhere to go pure poison. It would take a while to beat bosses that way, but you could. Just, all you would have to do is poison a boss, and then just focus while it's taking damage that way on just dodging. Just keeping yourself alive. Be a very defensive build. Alright. Let's go back to the Forest of Fallen Giants. And Cardinal Tower. And if Jans is there and is ready, we shall continue on our way to the last giant. Have you come across the Pursuer anymore since beating him, Kimoto? Yes. Good. Good, good, good. He would hate for you to be getting lonely on your journey through Drang Lake. You thought it was a fluke? You ran away? You'll meet him again. Let him give up. He'll never give up. He'll pursue you to the ends of the world. Well, I was going to say the ends of the earth, but that's not exactly true. To the ends of Drang Lake, anyway. Alright. Ooh. Oh, those are the malformed claws. Those are so cool. That's the one fist weapon I don't have. Those are kind of rare. I think those only drop from certain enemies in New Game Plus and beyond. Alright. Shall you be rejoining Jans? If not, I shall continue. Oh, I need to go up there, that's right. On your way? Okay. Yeah, he spawns again right here. Well, you know that. And he drops on that roof, but he's super, super tanky when he's on that roof. Let me get rid of some of these enemies before... Wait, what is this? Oh, did Jans... Do you do this, Jans? I don't remember us having blown a hole in this wall yet. I think Jans did that. Just found Macduff. You don't want to continue lest your stream miss out. Ah. You blew a hole from the inside? Gotcha. Summoning Janzipu. Oh, Janzipu's going to continue to go full whip. Ooh, okay. We're going to have two whipsters. Two whippersnappers going through DS2. Yes, Macduff is cool. Oh, Jans is gonna use 2 poison whips. Yes, welcome in, Jans. Welcome in. All right. I guess clear out those 2 enemies down there, then go that way, and then head up to the roof. Okay, we got someone coming to us. Look out to your left, Jans. Wait, did he stop coming? Huh. I wonder why he stopped coming. Hollow soldier gauntlets. All that exploded, and the archer didn't even turn around. He's like, well, is someone causing a racket? I don't hear anything. I don't know what's going on. Ooh. Got him. Good whip teamwork. Alright, this is gonna get interesting. Let me get my old whips ready. Take him out. I've never taken him out here. Oh, that's the scariest move he does. That was close. Good roll, Jans. Good roll. Oh, missed. Ooh. Oh, you poisoned him! I didn't know he could be poisoned. Oh! Yes, we got him! Soul of the Pursuer and the Ring of Blaze. Oh! Oh no. Wait, Soul of the Pursuer? Did we just beat the Pursuer boss? Like... if we beat him here, do we not have to fight him later on? Whippersnappers. Ratika says, lowered my monitors a little, so my neck doesn't get that much strain. Nice, Ratika, nice. Kimono says, how upsetting. What's upsetting? John says, correct. Oh, that's so cool. Kimono says, I just watched you beat him twice in a quarter of the time it took me to beat him once. I would say that's bad. Like, remember, I said that the first time I fought him, it took me 2 hours to beat him. Torch. Human effigy. Life gems. Okay, I'm gonna have to remember that there's a human effigy up here. Where's my note card? But yeah, I just kept dying to him over and over again until I eventually just learned his moveset. And then I was able to beat him. Very similar to Monster Hunter in that way. I remember the Monster Hunter was harder for me, but then I didn't know, like, any other concepts that carry over into Souls. Like, I didn't know how to manage my stamina. I didn't know about weapon combos. I didn't know about enemy patterns. So that was a real rough time for me. But I remember I spent, I think it was like a month and a half. And I played for hours a day just learning to solo the Tigrex. That was pretty intense. But once I could, like, he became my plaything. And that became my favorite monster in the entire game, like all of Monster Hunter. Tigrex is my favorite, because I pushed myself so hard to master him in that game. But yeah, 2 hours just to beat Pursuer. It was rough, but it was fun. Okay, so there's another human effigy here. And I think of this place as the rooftop. Okay. Okay. What else is up here? Estus Flask Shard. Repair Powder. Nice. Power Stance again. John says, Pursuer is now dead. We killed a harder version since he gets damage resistance into the early encounter. Ah, very cool, very cool. I remember you saying he got damage resist, yeah, in the early encounter. But that is pretty cool that if you kill him earlier on this rooftop, once you get up there, you don't have to fight him. Is the fog door even going to be there? Like, will we walk through the fog door and then, like, there be no boss and we just continue? Oh, also, I had a question about this. I don't know if the message is still here or not. It isn't here. Last time I came here, there was some message saying that you could, like, do something like use lava or some sort of explosives to get through these stones to go through that passageway back there. Is that, like, a thing, or is that just a troll? Because if it's real, I've never discovered how to do it. Komodo, his character is powered up, so don't worry. I'm also with Jans. Jans is a big, big help. Jans knows way more about this game than I do. Artika says, oh, I need to continue World someday. Yes, Monster Hunter is a great game. You're welcome, Lorelei. It will be there, but it's because I am here. No co-op beyond the fog gate if Pursuer is dead. Ah, okay, I see. So if you... Oh, there's no way past the stones? Okay. So then if you weren't with me by the time I got up to where the Pursuer is, then, there would be, nothing at all. Interesting. Oh, that's right. We have to go back down for Kale. Is it? Yeah, it's Kale. I get Kale and Pate confused. Oh, she just jumps. I almost called Jan's Lorelei. Ow! Such rudeness. Stop it! Stop shooting me! Okay. Yeah, I see you back there. Oh, that was a lot of damage Jan just took. Uh-oh. So I've also been playing the game longer. Komodo, so I'm used to this game's movement system by now. There we go. As I say, practice makes perfect. I'm gonna go take out the archers on the wall. Oh, you already took out the... okay. Oh, Jens took them out already, too. Is there an item back there? No, okay. Bandit's knife. Markysaur is here. Hello, Markysaur. How are you doing? Hi-ho. Final playthrough? Yes, final playthrough. Thought you planned to do it without multiplayer and all of the DLC. Lol. No. For our first playthrough, we did that. We beat every boss and every bit of DLC solo. But once I feel like I have conquered the challenge of a Souls game, and we get to New Game Plus, then everything is completely open for multiplayer. So this time, unlike our New Game Plus playthrough, here in New Game Plus, we are going to do every boss and every DLC. So we will be doing Dark Lurker again. Let me put this, I might fall here. We will be doing all of the DLC bosses again. We'll be doing the Frigid Outskirts again. That's going to be a time. So we'll see how all of that goes. Uh-oh. Oh, Jans killed him too. Jans is cleaning house. But how are you doing, Markysaur? Jen says, I'll try to be squished by the boulder. Oh boy. New Game Plus Dark Lurker will be a true test. It'll be solo. What do you mean I'll be solo? I can't be joined for that fight if someone else is also a member of the Dark Pilgrim Covenant? Titanite Shard. Okay, so everything co-op this time, so long as it's possible. Like, I know you can't do everything co-op. Like, I know I have to fight King Vendrick solo. I have to fight the Royal Rat Vanguard solo. I have to fight the Royal Rat Authority solo. Like, I don't have options for that. But everything that I can fight in co-op is open to co-op. No summoning for Dark Lurker. Oh, boy. You can put down a red sign, but not a white sign for Dark Lurker. What does that mean? Like, I can be invaded, but you can duel. Oh, but the person dueling me can't follow me into the boss fight, can they? Because that's like a separate area that you have to load into. So, like, correct, boss fight itself is solo. Oh boy, I don't know if I'll be able to pull that off. We'll see though, we'll see what happens. Fighting the Dark Lurker and beating her on just standard New Game was rough. Beating her on New Game Plus, that's gonna be ridiculous. Especially since I can't really do anything to her. Like, I have no ability to gain power between my last playthrough and this playthrough. Jan survived! Congrats, Joe! I didn't notice him run up on you until it was almost too late. Well, I guess it was too late, didn't you? But yeah, as I've continued to play through the game, I've gotten stronger. My stats have gone up. I've acquired better armor, better weapons. I've upgraded my armor and weapons. Oh, there's a human effigy here too. Let me write that down. Let me see. One human effigy. I'm just going to start calling these AGs. I'll put Kale's hole. I mean, I guess it's kind of like a cave or a hole. Yeah, by the time I got to Dark Lurker at the end of New Game, I was done. Like, I had all of the weapons that I needed fully leveled up. I had all of my armor fully leveled up. So my power level can't increase between now and then. I mean, maybe a little bit, because I have been pouring some extra stats into, like, intelligence. And so I'm going to have, like, added magic resist, which is nice. And I guess added dark resist and maybe added fire resist since the last time I fought her. But I don't think it's going to be a significant difference fighting her between now and then. And even any advantage I would have gained by those added resists is going to be offset by the fact that that was when I was fighting her in standard new game, and I'll be fighting her in new game plus. So this is going to be rougher, definitely. No, it's just a throwing knife. Okay. Let's see. Let me go back to chat here. Marcus says, yeah, fine, but unfortunately quite tired since my last Dark Souls 2 session. No power for long sessions at the moment. Yes. Can take a while to build up to them. And sometimes you just don't have the energy. Jen says, get deep enough and the enemies crushed by the boulders survive it. Into New Game Plus Plus. That's interesting. Marcus just says, come on, playing all New Game Plus and Plus Plus with co-op is nearly cheesing through the game. No, it isn't. Ridiculous is doing some notes like in the old days of gaming. Yep. Just trying to keep track of where all the human effigies are. These things get really expensive later on. And no merchant sells them infinitely. So I always want to make sure, since we're doing so much co-op, that I have enough human effigies to summon. Jen says I can push Kale again. He was to the left, I pushed him right. So find some bosses to see you alone while you reach New Game Plus Plus. Mage hype, yes. I don't know if I'll be able to take Dark Lurker, but I will try. I will try.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just daydreaming, I think. My name is Kale. I'm a traveler, like yourself. I'm navigating the continent to create a map. Why cartography, you ask? Well, that's a good question. When I first came to this forsaken land, it was... a curse? Something about a curse.
He was brought here by the undead curse too?
How embarrassing. I seem to have lost my focus. But I do know one thing for certain. I have always been very fond of maps. I came to this land some time ago. Drangleic, the Lost Kingdom. It sounded so romantic. Have you seen Majula? Oh, there's a rather spacious mansion there. I've made it my temporary home. Well, as something of a squatter, I'm afraid. Inside the mansion, I found a strange map, like none I'd ever seen. I believe that it's a map of Drangleic. Now I'm traveling the land to prove it. Yes, that's it. That's why I came to the kingdom. Wait. No, that wasn't it. Then what? I don't seem to recall. Were you looking for that map? Wonderful. Then you're fascinated by maps, just like me. Shame on you. You should have told me before. Here, take this. A key to the mansion.
House key.
What a joy to meet a kindred spirit out here.
So it was the undead curse that brought him to Drangleic. But then since he's losing himself, since he's hollowing and he's forgetting everything, and he loves maps, he found the map in the mansion of Majula, and that became his new purpose. It was no longer to try to find a way to break to break his curse specifically. It became just to research into the map, which is really neat. And then if you complete his side quest all the way at the very end, he actually like forgets who you are. He's like, "Oh, we did it. The map is finished. Who are you again?" And it's like, that's it. Like, that's the point of no return. He's going downhill from there. Poor guy.
Incredible, really, isn't it? Such a map to be chiseled in stone. Oh, but one thing. I would not venture deep into the mansion. Now, I can't be certain, but I've heard disturbing noises. Something about it feels wrong. Just be careful, please. I'll be back in Majula soon.
There we go.
Perhaps we will meet again and discuss maps at our leisure. I'll be back in perhaps...
So something else that I think is cool, and I remember seeing this in a lore video. It's one of the ways in which Demon Souls is linked to Dark Souls 2. And that is, I think it was a video, I don't remember if it was by Ember, or if it was by VaatiVidya. But it was showing how Dark Souls 2 is linked to some of the other Souls games, and one game I brought up was Demon Souls. And they actually showed a map of Demon Souls that you see in, I think, one of the intros. And they say if you look at the stone chiseled map in the floor in the mansion in Majula of Dark Souls 2, and then you look at the map that's being shown off in, I think, one of the intros to Demon Souls, the map looks very, very similar. So it looks like the land in which Dark Souls 2 takes place is like the continent just to the right of Demon Souls, which is pretty neat. Ah, and Alila's here. Hello, Alila. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Zero Assassin. I'm sorry, not Zero Assassin. Zaros Assassin. How are you doing? Welcome on in. How was your Dark Souls 2 playtime, Alila? I was there earlier hanging with you. It was fun. Jans tells me that you made it to the next boss. I don't know if you beat the next boss. Marcus says his notes are awesome, old school, yo. Yes, we've been taking notes here at our time here spent in Dark Souls 2 in this New Game Plus playthrough. Every time I come across a human effigy, I can't pick it up because I already have a full stack of human effigies on me. So I just have this note card here, and I've been just sort of writing them all down. So when I start running short, I can just run through the area and recollect them. Prism Stone is where he was. Prism Stone. Kimona says, I have just learned that I do not, in fact, have the HP required to drop into that enormous well in Majula. Live and learn. Or I guess, in this case, die and learn. That's Souls for you. Die and learn. Yes, thank you for the peaceful raid, Alila. Welcome, Raiders. Alila says, caught another great soul. The Iron King? Ooh. Wait, you beat the Iron King? Now I'm a bit lost, and went to the forest, found a twin-tailed scorpion lady, the Scorpioness Najka, who just killed me as I ran out of time. But you beat the Iron King? That's pretty crazy. Last I saw you, you were in Harvest Valley, and you were approaching the first boss there, the Covetous Demon. And so that means you beat Covetous, then you made your way up the tower, which itself is pretty hard to do, beat Mitha, the Baneful Queen, made your way through all of those, like, samurai knights in the Iron Keep, possibly beat the Smelter Demon. You can bypass that, but I don't know if you fought it or not. And then made your way to the old Iron King and beat him too. That is some serious progress. I think he was called the Iron King. Big molten lava guy with a lot of pounding attacks, yeah. That is some amazing progress. My first playthrough, I think that everything that you did, at least from when I started watching you in Harvest Valley, I think that took me like at least 2 stream sessions to get through. So big props. You recognized most of those names, yeah? Must have bypassed one. Interesting. Let's see if the bot is working again. Shout out to Alila. As I said, Alila is another variety streamer and was doing Dark Souls 2 earlier. It is still his first playthrough. So if you want to go check him out, there we go. It is back to working. Nice. Ah, yes, behold, as Alila embarks on a mystical quest through treacherous lands and eerie tales, from conquering the darkness of souls to unraveling the enigmas of Alan Wake. They've braved chilling horrors and emerged victorious. Now witness their grand return to Guild Wars Sundays. Ooh. And a daring chat-led escapade in Baldur's Gate. That's right, he also started Baldur's Gate 3 soon. Or not soon, recently. Will they master the arcane arts of streaming once more? Stay tuned for the next chapter in the spellbinding saga. Bot was on break, it was. Mona says, man, I'll be there right behind Alila in a year or two. Yes, our friend Komodo is also playing through Dark Souls 2 for the first time. We got a lot of first-time Dark Souls 2 people. Having fun here. Alright, we talked to Kale. Oh, wait. Can I continue this way? Can I drop down or can I not drop? No, I cannot drop down. Oh, he says, yeah, I called a summon for the Iron King, who did most of the first 50% of the damage before he died. I spent the first half of the fight healing, as I couldn't time his stomps well for a bit. Lol. Also using Frosty Air. I low-key love the summaries it gives. Me too. I also really like with Frosty how you can choose the speech style. So like I have the stage magician style set, or speech pattern set, because I like magic and I like wizards and stuff like that. But I notice you can also choose like Shakespearean, you can choose Valley Girl, you can kind of choose like any sort of unique speech pattern you want. And I think that's pretty neat. Monos is a bit confused. I just went to the Lost Bastille and the first big guy isn't there. The other ones are. Where'd he go? What big guy? The guy who hurls fireballs at you? Elise says, yeah. I think I chose Noir Detective for speech pattern. Ooh, very cool. Komodo says, yeah. So this is another new mechanic, Komodo, and you might like this one. It is perhaps a cheap well, it's a double-bladed thing. Or a double... What's the phrase? Blade... Oh! What is that? Who is that? I didn't notice I even got invaded. Nice backstab there, Jans. Alita says, hate to do the raid and run, but gotta go see about food and drinks for the wife. Have a good time in Dark Souls 2. Thank you, Alila. I hope you and your wife have an enjoyable meal. And I will see you again, my friend, in your stream or mine. Take care. Alright. You love that raid and run is a term? Me too. And thank you, Jans, for the heal. You'll refresh your timer? Alright. Bye, Jans. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to briefly return to the safety of Majula. And I have to take a quick bathroom break, but then I'll be back. And if you will stick around, Komodo, I will explain to you one of the coolest mechanics about Dark Souls 2 that I absolutely love. And it's an answer to what you just said. And like I said, it's sort of a double-edged sword. That's the phrase I was looking for earlier. It can make the game easier and harder at the same time. But BRB. Alright, I am back. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Okay, Jan says, we will indoctrinate you into loving Dark Souls 2 like your beloved child. Yes. Yes, Dark Souls is like a beloved child. It is wonderful, it is beautiful, it is new, it is mysterious. But in its own special way, it is incredible. Komodo says, I will be listening, but I will also be driving, so I won't respond. Alright. So here's the really cool mechanic, or one of the really cool mechanics about Dark Souls 2. So in Dark Souls 2, after you kill an enemy a certain number of times, it will stop respawning. Now, it varies depending on the enemy. Some enemies you only have to kill 8 times. Some enemies you have to kill like 15 times. The average is like 12. So, when you kill an enemy, you can go to a bonfire, it respawns, go kill it again, and you can just keep doing that over and over again. And after so much time goes by, well, not time, but after so many respawns go by, it just stops respawning. And what this means, and I think this was also done to appeal to newer Souls players, what this means is if you're having a really hard time getting to a boss, you can farm all of the mobs between the bonfire that you're at and the boss into extinction. So it's just a completely safe run from the bonfire to the boss. And that makes it way easier. Now, so that's awesome. And I love that. And that also allows for more exploration of an area, because you don't always have to worry about bumping into mobs that are going to gank you. You can just clear everything out and then just take your time and freely roam through the air, and then the only thing you'll have to worry about is being invaded by another player, but you won't have to worry about mobs. Now, this can also work against you. This can also make the game a little harder. Yes, I will. The way it makes the game harder is that this also means you cannot just farm mobs for drops and for souls. I mean, technically you can, but you can only do it so many times because after a while they just stop respawning. And so in that sense, you can never become overpowered. And so the game kind of like tries to keep it balanced out, and I think that's really, really special. Now, there is a loophole to this, and Jan's just mentioned it in chat. It's called the Covenant of Champions. And so unlike Dark Souls 1, this is another difference in mechanics here. In Dark Souls 1, you can freely leave and join covenants whenever you want, so long as you talk to the person that would allow you to join the covenant. You don't build up any sin, you don't build up any aggro by leaving and joining or rejoining. So feel free to do that as much as you want. There is a covenant in particular called the Covenant of Champions. Now, what that is, it's a stone called Victor's Stone. The Sweet Shalquoir, the cat in Majula, tells you about it. So if you go behind, I think of it as behind, but if you go to Majula and you run from the bonfire towards the Sweet Shalquoir's house, but you don't go in it, you turn right before getting there, and you run up a hillside where there is a dead tree. Looks like it's leaning and about to fall off a ledge, and you go behind there, you'll find what's called Victor's Stone that you can kneel at, and you can enter the Covenant of Champions. The game will warn you multiple times, and it will tell you if you join the Covenant, it's going to make the game harder. Are you sure you want to do it? Just keep saying yes. And that does two things. The first thing it does is it makes the enemies infinitely respawn. So it essentially makes the game like Dark Souls 1. The second thing it does is it makes the enemies, all enemies in the game, including bosses, harder. I'm not sure, I think it's like supposed to be like 20% harder. And so that's kind of like the cost for farming mobs, if you really want to, is that they're harder to kill. But the way you can use that is, like, let's say you want to farm for a certain weapon or a certain piece of armor that a mob drops. You go fight that mob, and if you kill it enough times and you don't get what you want, then go to the Covenant of Champions, join that covenant, go back to the mob, fight it again. Yes, it'll be harder to kill, but just keep doing it infinitely until you get the items you want to drop. Then just go to the cat, the Sweet Shalquoir, and tell her you want to abandon the covenant, and you can abandon the covenant. And then once that happens, every mob that you farmed into extinction in standard new game goes extinct again instantly. You don't have to go back to the area and kill it again. It's already gone. And so in that way, that helps to adjust the difficulty of Dark Souls 2 even more. And I love that. In fact, after I beat the game in New Game Plus, I'm planning to do it off stream because it'd probably be boring to see on stream, but I'm actually planning to go back and farm into extinction every enemy in the game. So if I ever want to come back and re-explore the world of Dark Souls 2, I can do that, and I'll never have to worry about any mobs. And if I want to help people in co-op, and let's say they're sitting at a boss door wanting help, I can spawn into the nearest bonfire, and I can run straight to where they are and drop my summon sign, and not have to worry about it taking too long to get there because there's no mobs to stop me between the bonfire and where the boss room would be. So I think that's super, super cool. Ratika says, damage done to PvE enemies, minus 20% damage taken. Increased by around 33% PvE enemies' HP. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, I'm misreading that. Ratika says, damage done to PvE enemies is minus 20% damage. Okay. So enemies in PvE take 20% less damage when you're a member of the Covenant of Champions. And then the damage that your character takes is increased by about 33% from PvE enemies. Okay. So that's the change there. The HP of the PvE enemies does not change at all. And yeah, they respawn infinitely. So thank you for that information, Ratika. But yeah, I think that is a really, really cool mechanic, and I think that encourages co-op. And I think that also encourages exploration of the area. So that is really, really cool. Alright. Let us return to the Forest of Fallen Giants. Well, wait, hold on. Since I'm back, and I think I forgot to do this like 2 or 3 times already, let me kill the piglets again, and then we'll go explore inside the Majula Mansion, and then we'll head back to the Forest of Fallen Giants. Yes! Or using our fire sword to carve us up and cook some bacon at the same time. Let's get the boss killer whips ready. Power stance. Used house key. House key. Opens the abandoned house in Majula. Key to the abandoned house in Majula. Received from Kale the cartographer. In the past, Majula served as a dumping ground for horrible things, but is now a gathering place for those with no better place to go. It seems this house in Majula was the final home for a few such souls. Aww. So the people who were exiled, cast out, chased away from their homes for being cursed, found a new home here in Majula. I was really hoping that book would be something special, though. Like, it's so much bigger than all the other books. I thought maybe, like, that would be a portal into the DLC, or maybe you'd have to, like, complete Kale's quest, and then you, like, go to the book and you touch its page and you get, like, warped into the book, like maybe some story book land. Kind of like in Dark Souls 1, the way you can interact with a painting and get pulled in to the painted world of Ariamis. I thought maybe it might be something similar to that, but nope. Nice, another Pharos Lockstone. You are currently listening to the Orpheocast with your host, Lord Orpheo. Hope you enjoy your magical stay in the Orpheocast. Yes, I can sometimes ramble a bit when I am particularly passionate about a game, or gaming in general. Titanite shards, torches, nice. I think that's it up here. I don't think there's anything else. Okay. Right? Nothing here? Nothing here, okay. Skeleton time. Oh, Kale's not here yet. Okay. Ratika has spent 18 days and 15 hours watching the stream. Thank you, Ratika. I appreciate your viewership and keep me company here in chat and everything else that you do. Jan says, Ashen memories take the place of paintings. Oh, good point, good point. Ratika says 447 hours. Well, time well spent. Thank you, Ratika. Jan says, interesting, let me check mine. Jan has spent 3 days, 4 hours watching the stream. That is a long time. Thank you, Jans, I do appreciate it. You are one of our newest friends here on the stream, but already have shown much dedication to boy. To our channel here, and I do appreciate that very much. And they're still coming. Oh, they're still coming. Will they chase me out here? They will chase me out here. Interesting. Uh-oh. Whoa, he's still alive. 2 down, 1 left. Oh, you're scared now. Yeah, you saw me slay both of your friends. Ho, 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 ho. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Nice. I have another 3 human effigies just waiting for me here back at Majula whenever I start running low. Let me write that down. Three human effigies. Something else I learned, Himoto, and I learned this from Jans, which is another change from Dark Souls 1. I think it's a really nice one, is that in Dark Souls 1, if you go to loot an item, or let's say you miss looting an item, like you forget it's there, you don't see it, and you leave the area, or maybe you just can't pick it up because you have like a full stack on you. Like, let's say you have like a throwable and you can't pick it up because you have a full stack of those throwables on you. Well, if you leave, if you try to pick it up and it turns into like a little bag thing because you can't pick it up, once you use a bonfire, the item is gone for the rest of that playthrough. In Dark Souls 2, the items never disappear. The items will stay there permanently. So you can use a bonfire, you can leave, you can go to another zone, you can die, it doesn't matter. The items will always be there, which is really, really awesome. And does it include death, Jans? Or does dying make them go away? I don't think dying makes them go away. And Ratika has been following for 2 years, 1 month, 8 days, and 11 hours. That is a long time. It's already been 2 years. Yes, that is a very long time. For these blue drops, yes. Oh, most of them go away when dying. Interesting, interesting. But what if I drop them? So what if I go into my inventory? The key items stay. Okay. What if I go into my inventory and I drop 3 items? Item bags stay forever, though? Ah, so there's the trick. There's the loophole. There's the workaround. So that means I can go into my inventory. I can go to Human Effigy. And I can say, I want to leave 3 human effigy here on the ground. Yes. Now, I have a permanent item drop bag right there. Now I go over here, and I scoop up these 3 human effigies, There we go. And if Jan's logic holds, that means I should forever have those 3 waiting for me here at Majula whenever I return. So we found ourselves a little loophole in the system. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Alright, let's repair our old whips. Oh, wait, I forgot. I just got excited that we beat the skeletons and we didn't die. But there are items down there that we can collect. I think it's also really cool, and I missed the boat on this, but I think it's really cool that during the DLCs, or at least leading up to the different launches, or leading up to launches of the different DLCs, that you could come down into Majula, and you could open the chest down here to receive cosmetically unique items. Like, I think they were just common items, but they have, like, unique skins to them, unique color skins. And Jan's actually has either some or all of those. And that's pretty cool, because there's no way in the game that you can ever obtain those ever again. It was unique. Yeah, once those items were removed by the developers, that's it. There's no other way to pick them up. I think that's part of what makes them special. And I think that was actually done better than it was done in the Demon's Souls remake. In Demon's Souls remake, there is some exclusive loot for, like, pre-orders. But they weren't unique colors or unique skins for weapons. It was a unique weapon. And I think it was maybe a couple of unique weapons and maybe, I think, a unique suit of armor. And they said the way they tried to balance out the pre-order weapon in the Demon's Souls remake was that it couldn't be leveled up. So basically, beyond the first few starting areas, it lost its usefulness. But for the first few starting areas, the weapon is like a really good weapon. And I think that's a little crummy, because it's a unique weapon with a unique description. It has some unique lore tied to it. And so I think that's a little crummy to miss out on. But the fact in Dark Souls 2 that some of the unique gear is just gear that you can obtain otherwise, it just looks cooler. I think that's sort of like exclusive loot done right. Okay. Estus Flask Shard. Visions of Poor Soul. This is a really nicely designed chest. I feel like that's the only one designed that way in the whole game. Could be wrong about that, though. Soul Vessel. This here is also supposed to be shards of the Lord Vessel, which I think is really cool. And someone, and again, I don't remember who it was, don't remember it's Vati Video, or maybe it was Ember, or maybe it was Zuli the Witch. I watch their YouTube channel. Sometimes I get their videos confused. Supposedly there is actually a Lord Vessel here that's in one piece, but it's actually up there. It's outside of the map. I think it's either up there or down there, but it's outside of the map that at least the player has the access to. And I guess at one point we were supposed to do something, because the original story of Dark Souls 2 involved more time travel than what is in it now. So I'm guessing at one point maybe we were supposed to leave, do something in time, and then come back. And then all these shattered pieces here were probably supposed to be put together as one solid Lord Vessel, and it would probably be sat atop this this low pillar table area here, and you could use that for something. So, who knows? But it's cool they left the pieces here. And I think that also goes to sort of reinforce the fact that Dark Souls 2, in more ways than one, is part of the overall lore, the canon lore of Souls. as some people say it isn't. Not only are there objects in here from other Souls games, but Miyazaki was still he still oversaw this game, and he didn't like the direction the original story of Dark Souls 2 was taking, and so he had major portions of that story rewritten to fit within the canonized lore of Souls. So that's pretty cool. Alright, let's do some item management here. Let's put away the Estus Flask shards. I guess for now we can put away the Soul of the Pursuer. Actually, I don't think we can do anything with the Soul of the Pursuer anymore. I think you can only use it to get 2 items. The Great Sword and the Shield. And we have both of those. So I think we're done with his soul. Let me see. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna pull up the wiki real quick. Soul of the Pursuer. Let's see. Soul of the Pursuer. Yeah, I was right. You can either use it for the Pursuer's Ultra Great Sword or the Pursuer's Great Shield. We have both of those. I don't like popping boss souls, so just slide it over into storage, and that just becomes a keepsake. We'll also keep the Soul Vessel. And is there any other unique loot to put away? I don't think so. We got the Ring of Blades, but I already have another Ring of Blades. So, we'll leave that alone. We can put away the Titanite shards. Okay. Now, let's go back. Traveling back to the Forest of Fallen Giants and to the Cardinal Tower. Oh, look, Soul of the Pursuer. All right. Up. Oh, it is up? The Lord Vessel was up? I thought so, yeah. All right. Shall you be joining again, Jazz? Sign down at Open Shortcut. Gotcha, gotcha. So this is the Open Shortcut. So Jan's sign should be appearing here soon. Until it does, I think I'll pull some aggro here. Oh. For a moment I didn't see that guy standing up there. I was like, oh, does he not respawn? And he respawns. Oh, I just heard it. I heard her summon sign. There it is. Let me wait till I get rid of him. Oh, that was an interesting shirt you got on there. Oh, it's... okay. I'm not good against spearmen. I think that's the first time in the entire game I have ever used the shield break mechanic. Oh, I'm not power stance. I keep forgetting to power stance. There we go. Okay. Winged Spear. Nice. Alright, summoning Zhanzipu. Oh, I know what that is now. Oh, wrong thing. There we go. Johns is wearing the special helmet that you can only get from the Golden Lion. And it only spawns once per playthrough. So you have to, like, get really lucky that it drops. Or just use a lot of bonfire aesthetics. Nice, Jans, nice. Yes. Welcome on in. Looks like we have an ad starting in about 1.5 minutes. It should probably take Jans and I about 1.5 minutes to reach the boss. Maybe a little bit longer. So by the time the ad ends, you will be able to see us fighting against the old... No, not the old. The last giant. And she's rocking the Avalon. The Avalon seems more useful here in Dark Souls 2 than it did in Dark Souls 1. In Dark Souls 1, from what I've heard, it wasn't quite as useful. It was... It performed the same task in Dark Souls 1. What was that sword you had? But, it wasn't as strong. Oh, what is that? Is that the Espada Ropera? Oh, that's right, yes. My subs don't get ads. Oh, is that the Chaos Rapier? That sword reminds me of the sword from Peter Pan. The Espada? Okay. With the torn shirt right there, and sort of like the torn robe, Jans kind of looks like a Peter Pan character. That was a sword that Rufio used. The sword of the great Peter Pan. That's neat. Yeah, that gives me ideas for like a build, like to make a Peter Pan type character. That would be really cool. Yes. Oh, item. Forgot about the item. Green Blossom. Okay. And this was the location of my very first death in Dark Souls 2. Oh, tanky Jans. But not from that. I looked around the corner here, and I saw the hollow. I was like, oh, I'll lure him out. And I lured all of them out. And then I died. Ooh, the bastard sword. Nice. Gotcha. Firebomb, nice. I had just run out. Large soul of a lost undead and a blue wooden shield. Oh, you still got someone on you, Jans. Look out. Great soul arrow sorcery. Oh, I almost got the backstab. Oh, Jan's got the parry and the riposte. I think that's the first time I've seen a whip riposte. I also didn't know you had enough time to change weapons for a riposte. That's pretty cool. Equip the sword one more time. I want to take a picture of this. I want to take a screenshot of this. Let me get down there so I can get a better angle. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Chance. That is so cool. I forgot about that one. Forgot that it was Strat. Titanite chunks. We got plenty of them. Varus Lockstone. The Chloranthy ring. We'll sell that. Titanite slab. Nice. There's a rare red mist instead of a poison mist in a trapped chest. The red mist heals you. Oh. Interesting, interesting. Is it also the same red mist, red ball mist that summons the spiders in Bright Cove Seldora? Or is that something different? Knock. Knock. Oh! went in for the backstab too soon. Nice. Thanks for the heals, Jans. The life ring, large titanite shard. Alright. Okay, that's the way back up. It's different? Okay. Alrighty. Hello, Pete. How are you doing?
Hello there. Traveling all alone in these treacherous times?
No, Jancy's with me.
Well, I hope you have a very good reason. Oh, hogwash. Who am I to judge? My name is Pate. I journey hither and thither on a sort of treasure hunt, you might call it. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself.
I've met a few.
Oh yes, you be cautious if you go any farther. There's treasure in there for certain, but the entrance locks from behind. I saw the same design earlier, and it's the same contraption, I'm sure. I was with this warrior, you see, and he insisted that he go inside first.
Really?
The rather brusque fellow tried to swipe the loot for himself, but it trapped him inside.
Aww.
I still have the gent's ring. I do hope he wasn't harmed. I'll leave this one to you. I'm worried about what might be inside.
I think he actually is telling the truth here, not just about the danger inside, but I think he's actually referring to Crichton being trapped in Huntsman's Copse, not trapped here.
I'll leave this one to you. I'm worried about what might be inside.
Because you get that story from Crichton when you meet him in Huntsman's Copse, that he designed a trap for Pate, but that that he fell into the trap himself. Oh yeah, I see that. That's cool, Jans. I also didn't know you had a YouTube channel. I am now subscribed. Why didn't I get that red mist? What are the conditions for getting that red mist? Does that only occur in standard new game and I just don't remember it? Oh, you said it's a rare red mist, so maybe it only happens sometimes. Just for any who are curious about it, there's the link to the video for the red mist. It's a 2% chance for every trapped chest. Interesting, interesting. They randomize chests in Dark Souls 2. That is so cool. That's another difference. You're not always going to get the same thing. I was kind of curious what would happen if... What was that? Someone shooting arrows at us? Good stab, good stab. I was going to try to circle around to get a backstab in, but Jens killed them all so quickly. Nothing back there. Okay. Was there anything over this way? Is there? No. Okay. Yeah, he's whacking the wall, too. Aromatic ooze. Oh, that's right, it's up there. I keep forgetting where the illusory wall is. Because in my first playthrough, I entered this area from up here, not from down there. Channel is mostly to store my capture gallery stuff since PS5 storage is low. LOL. Ah, I see. Wait, is it down there where you're at? It's down there where you're at. Okay. I thought it was at the top of the stairs. Are there stairs this way? No, okay. Sorcerer's Staff and Amber Herb. Okay. I want to read that again. It's a 2% chance for... Okay, for every trapped chest. So not every chest, but every trapped chest. Okay. So that's pretty cool. So you think you're going to get hurt, but if you choose not to roll away, or if you just forget that it's a trapped chest, then it'll heal you instead. That's really cool. My third playthrough, and I'm guessing that's Jan's there, and I'm still learning new things about Dark Souls 2. About what an amazing game it is. I can't jump that, can I? I don't think I can jump that. I'm gonna try to jump it. Oh, okay. Jan just dropped right down. I'm gonna put on my fall ring here. Okay. Okay.
Well, I see you managed to escape.
Yes.
I hope that brave warrior didn't come a cropper either. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself. Oh, but you should take this. It allows undead to call out for help to one another across the fissures between worlds. With luck, somebody will lend you a hand.
That would be when he gives you the white soapstone, but I already have the white soapstone, so he's not going to give it to me twice.
Well, I see you, I hope that... Be careful.
Okay. We're almost to the last giant. Oh, look out, Jans! Oh, Jan's got shell-shocked. He's poisoned, though. Ooh, nice hit. Now I was getting ready just to go into my inventory and throw a firebomb over there as well. Alright. That's a little close. Good teamwork, Jazz. Large soul of a lost undead. No, I don't think there's anything over there. Oh, I almost forgot. Light crossbow. Part of me wants to not kill this guy, but I think we will. I kind of wanted to, like, get the Eye of the Priestess and then come back here to just see him leaning up against the wall, but I'll take him out. Smooth and silky stone. I could... I'll try. I tried this like 3 or 4 times in New Game Plus, and I missed it every time. Oh! I probably just pulled it up because I decided you didn't do it. That was hard for me. Soul of a Nameless Soldier and Torch. Good. Well, now I know I didn't miss out on too much by missing that item there in New Game Plus. Radiant Life Gem. Nice. Firebomb. Nice. Mailbreaker and Infantry Helm. Nice. Is the cart is not still there? Okay. Take some fall damage from that. I think if the cart's still there when you drop, it actually breaks your fall, and I think you either take less fall damage or no fall damage, which is pretty neat. Hollow Soldier Helm. Yes, Jans is getting into the whip of things there. Oh, that's right, that's shortcut. I was like, what is that fog wall there? Hello there. Let me get my poison whip back out. 1, 2, 3, and he's poisoned. Good shooting there, Jans. More amber herbs. Let's go trigger the ambush. Oh, Jans is already ahead of me there. Nope. Foot Soldier Sword. Hollow Infantry Gloves. Ooh, daring jump there. Halberd and Soul of a Nameless Soldier. Very nice view, by the way. Very nice view. Can you see... I guess it's part of the castle. Looks like a bell tower over there. I was curious if you could see Majula from here, but you can't. Alright. Oh, that's right. We still have to go and beat the last giant to get the key to get to the same area where the pursuer was. Fire arrows. Shortcut open. Thank you for lighting the way, Jans. Yeah. Most of the time he doesn't attack, so I'm gonna leave him alone. Large leather shield and a life... Oh, I can't use that. Oh, actually, I can use that. Let me see. Heal up a bit with the life gem. And now I can loot it. There we go. Large leather shield and life gem. Don't give up, Hollow. Oh, Jans brought him up. There we go, he's poisoned. I think he'll just die now. Yep. Jans taunted him at the end. Going down. All right. Hello there. this door is locked to us for now. Yep. Oh, and that's right, we have our 2 summons here to help us. Who are you? Mild-mannered Pate. Greetings, Pate. Welcome on in. And then we have... who is this again? Sellsword Luet. Our main tank there. Wielding 2 great shields. Yes! Alright. Let me get my boss killer whips out. Power stance. Entering the mist. The last giant. His own arm. We got him. Victory achieved! Soul of the last giant. And the soldier key. We are victorious! Thank you, Chance. Jen says, I almost never take the cat ring off in areas with verticality. Enemy just before fog wall dropped old radiant life gem for you. Nice, Jans. Very nice. Okay. 116,380 souls. See how many more we can get. Large soul of a lost undead. Plus 800. Souls of nameless soldiers. Plus 1,600. Oh, that's it? I thought you picked up more. Okay. I don't think there's anything else we can do with the Soul of the Last Giant. I think the only thing you can do with that is get his... Actually, no. Is there anything you can do with that? There has to be. Hold on. There's a faster way I can do this. Soul of the Last Giant. So there it is. Oh! You can turn it into the Giant Stone Axe. Interesting, interesting. I didn't realize before that that was the link. So some people have speculated that the last giant is actually the Giant Lord. But I guess that confirms it. Because in the fight, he had to rip off his own arm to use that like a club to fight against us. But in, ooh, rusted coins, nice. In the boss fight against the Giant Lord in a memory, he uses the Giant Stone Axe against you. So that does confirm that that is the Giant Lord. That's pretty cool. Okay. I don't have enough souls to level up. I'm not going to go back that way to the bonfire. Oh, actually, I could go over there and open the chest, couldn't I? There's also the red... Maybe there's the red phantoms over there? I don't know, actually. Maybe they won't be there. Ow! Oh my goodness. Wow. I took less damage fighting the boss. I'm not sure if the red phantoms are already there, or if they spawn in, like if they... No, they don't. Because I never receive an invasion message, so they're already there. Hollow Soldier leggings. Hollow Soldier gauntlets. So what I'm referring to is through that door, that open doorway over there. When I get close, I should be attacked by 2 red phantoms. Yeah, they're standing right there. And there's a Cyan Knight over there as well. With the area clear, you can get to the doors easier. Yeah. Should be a Ring of Restoration, which you already have. Sadly, no plus version exists for it. Yeah, it would be nice if there was a plus version. Hollow Soldier armor. Used Soldier key. Okay, so don't just come charging at me. That's good to know. I have the freedom to come over here and loot the chest. Ring of Restoration. More torches. Something else I can... Actually, no, I'll wait for Jan's. I was going to say something else I can do is I can go and unlock the other bonfire near the tree giant that spawns the seed of a tree of giants. But there's some annoying phantoms that can... Well, actually, no, I won't be invaded. Actually, maybe I will. The sign's not even on me anymore to prevent invasions. So maybe once I head in that direction, I can still be invaded by the red NPC phantom. Okay. Let's get our poison whip ready. And let's get our old whip ready. We're going to power stance these. And let's see if I can pull one at a time. Okay, here we go. Oh, they're both coming. One. Two. Oh boy. Three. He's poisoned. Oh, ah! Where did they go? Hello? Can they not climb down the ladder? They can climb up, but they can't climb down? Oh, there he is. Oh, it looks like one of them's talking to Valencia. So they can't climb down the ladder. Interesting. Peekaboo. Oh, they can't climb down the ladder. I guess they just didn't see me descend before. That's what it was. He's poisoned again. Okay, so I think that poison status will kill him. Yep. Now it's just you, my friend. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? There's some poison for you. Huh? Want it again? Huh? Huh? There we go. Now he's poisoned. Ooh. Yes, you like that poison? Huh? You like that damage ticking away? That's right. Four off? That's fine, I got some more for you. There we go. Poisoned again. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Try it again, try it again. Oh, I was curious if I could do a backstab with a weapon in the left hand. I guess not. You're done. Mastodon Great Shield. I don't think I have that yet. Okay. Let's keep going. Yeah, I'll wait to summon Jans into that other room near the other bonfire area. Life gem, homeward bone. Oh, that's right. I'm full on life gems. There we go. Okay. Used soldier key. Let's get some... I don't know who just died there. Thank you for the free souls, though. Whoever you were. You'll have to remove your effigy effect to summon, though? Maybe. Let me see something here. What was I gonna do? What was I gonna do? Think. Oh. Let's read some lore about the key, and I forgot to go fight that Cyan Knight as well. Soldier key. Opens soldier's door in the Forest of Giants. Key to the soldier's door in the Forest of Fallen Giants. A fort was erected in the forest to face the giants, but now the soldiers are lost and hollowed. They are enfeebled, but not without honor, and continue to steadfastly defend their country. Okay. I want to go back real quick and fight that Cyan Knight that was there. We never even got to see the Cyan Knight because I just ran. Then we'll head up to the bonfire near the Lost Bastille. We'll take that across to get the bonfire, and then we'll come back. Or then I guess we'll go to Majula. We'll drop off some stuff at the bonfire. And then from there, we'll call Jans back here to the Forest of Fallen Giants, and we'll go unlock that final, well, not final, but we'll unlock the next bonfire here. But another cool way I think this game ties into Dark Souls 1 is that, let's see, the Grand Lance. Okay. Amber Herbs. Is that in Dark Souls 1, the gods there, the quote-unquote gods in Dark Souls 1, were trying to overthrow the dragons. But there was a falling out between Gwyn and his first son because his first son sided with the dragons. And so the deific status of Gwyn's first son was taken away. You kind of read this lore off the Ring of the Firstborn in Dark Souls 1. And I believe one of the monuments, at least one of the monuments in Dark Souls 1, I think it was in the Painting Guardian area, not within the Painted World itself, but the cathedral in Anor Londo. I think maybe one of his statues was there. And maybe even the statue that's worshipped, or that Solaire is standing next to in the Undead Burg, that might have been a statue of the Firstborn as well that was destroyed. But it was said that Gwyn's son, who favored dragons, left. Hold on. Well, I'll wait on that lore until after the ad. I was going to snooze it, but looks like it's starting soon. That's fine. I'll just kill this guy. We'll continue through the level, and then I'll start the lore back up once the ad ends. Okay. Alrighty, guy, come on. Try it again. Try it again. Come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. There you go. No, no, don't put yourself in the corner. Come on. Come on. Yes! There we go. It can be hard to land backstabs, but when you do, it is so satisfying. The backstabs in Dark Souls 2 are definitely more visually appealing than they were in Dark Souls 1. In Dark Souls 1, you just stab someone in the back and that's it. In Dark Souls 2, it's like a whole animation. Like a sequence of animations. You really don't want to attack, do you? You're being very defensive. What if I just stand still? Still no? Come on. Now that he's half dead, he's being so... There we go. That's what I like to see. Oh. See, I messed that one up. You can do it. You can get me. Gotcha. Oh, 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 oh. Goodbye. Okay. But yeah, it looks like I can summon you right here, Jans, because there's nothing here to prevent me from being invaded or summoning right here. And then I would guess from here we could run all the way back to the other area where the bonfire is. It's only once I walk out here does that sign come up. Unless, because the summon block is here, you wouldn't be able to cross over. Like maybe there's a fog wall that you couldn't cross through. The effigy icon disappears there because there is no summoning at all. Oh. Interesting. Alright, Unpower Stanced. Royal Swordsman number 1. Royal Swordsman number 2. Common Fruit. I love the way that when they die, their swords tip over, fall into the ground, and they just like stab into whatever it is, dirt or stone. So you kind of get like a better look at their swords. It's so neat. That was a really cool design decision. Okay. And then pull you. Then the archer. Hollow Soldier Helm. Large Soul of a Proud Knight. Old Radiant Life Gems. Wow. That gave me tingles to like walk through here and there'd be no enemies at all, like no boss. That feels so wild. Alas, nothing happened. Hollow Soldier Leggings. Oh. Drangleic Sword and full set. Okay. Whenever I see like a lone wooden box someplace like that, it makes me think of Jan's. Like everything else around it is broken and there's just like one unbroken box. You can go there if I summon you earlier, but in there, you can't place your sign. I see, I see. And welcome back, everyone, from the ad. Thank you for sticking around and helping to support the show. So I was saying earlier how it's neat the way this ties into the lore about Gwyn's firstborn son being kicked out of the royal, or not the royal, out of the divine family. Because he chose to side with the dragons, and eventually he leaves. He leaves Anor Londo and he goes his own way. And it is my suspicion, and I feel like I'll be able to confirm this once I play Dark Souls 3, because I know he's in it. But I believe he comes here to Drangleic, and I think it says in the description of the lore ring that there are those who follow him. Like, there are humans who follow him and who continue to worship him as a god. And so I think either he came here and founded Drangleic, or the humans here who followed Gwyn's firstborn came here and founded Drangleic. And I think in Gwyn's pursuit of eradicating the dragons, that's why he sent the giants here. That's why he sent them across the sea. Because they were trying to eliminate all the dragons. And so that's the story of why the giants came here to attack. So I think that's really, really cool. Jen says, Gwyn's son was a god of war. Can you look at the description for the Farum armor? I can once I get to the Lost Bastille, which we're going to be heading to very, very soon. Marcus says, oh, you defeated the Pursuer already. First try, I guess, and in co-op. Yes, we did. We beat him before we even got here. We beat him when he was extra tanky atop the roof area near those flying birds back there. And so we didn't have to fight him in the normal boss arena, which is pretty cool. Here! There we go. What is that? And until Jans mentioned it in a Komodo stream, I never noticed that this bird has 3 legs. It actually does have 3 legs. It has 2, and then it's holding you with its 3rd leg, which I think is pretty neat. I think you can see it better here when it drops us off. There it goes. You got a brief glimpse of it there. The Lost Bastille. The Dull Ember. Two more human effigies. Let me write that down. New location. Lost Bastille. Two human effigies. And I'll put Dull Ember Bonfire. Okay. Invaded by Janzipu. You know, I was actually wondering about the invasion point here, because I know, as a player, if I go that way... Let me light the bonfire real quick, before I forget. If I go that way, and I drop where the Pyromancer is, there's no way of getting back. Hello, Jans! And so, like, if someone invades you while you're here, I guess they can't really do anything, because there's no way you can't jump over here. And there's no way to get back, so far as I'm aware. Well, not necessarily. Maybe you can jump some of these stones, like over there, to get back over here. I mean, I think I've tried that before in my first playthrough, and I couldn't figure it out. No, you can't? Okay. So, like, if someone invades you and you're here, all you have to do is just, like, hide in the corner. Oh, Jans has been vanquished. Oh, poor Jans. But just, like, hide over here, and then just wait. And then either they're gonna leave themselves, or they're going to get sent back. I think they have, like, 10 minutes after they invade you to try to kill you. And if they can't do it, then they just are automatically sent back to their own worlds. Alright, old Radiant Life Gems. Let's do some item management here. Amber Herbs. Green Blossom. Homeward Bone. What else? Common Fruit. Aromatic Ooze. Rusted Coins. Soul of the Last Giant has become a keepsake now. A little collectible. Smooth and Silky Stone. We'll use that. We are really racking up some items here, aren't we? I'm thinking, like, do I want to keep the Drangleic sword? I have one, but, like, do I want to keep 2 of them? Because they're rare, you can only get 1 per playthrough, and I think they look really cool. I'll keep it. And I guess I'll keep the other Grand Lance. What else is there? Oh, that's right. Do I have... Actually, I think I do have a Mastodon Great Shield. Yeah, I do. Okay. Infantry Helm. I think I have one of those. Yeah. Armor. Yeah. Gloves. Yeah. Boots. Yes. Rings. We are really racking up on those extra rings there. Nope. Yeah, I have a standard life ring. Okay. Great soul arrow sorcery. Fire arrows. Large Titanite shard. Titanite chunks. And Titanite slab. Okay, let's head back to Majula. I think I can level up now. Ah, hello, Super Chill. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Let me catch up with stream chat here. Marcus says, oh, nice mechanic. Didn't know that. Yes, in regards to us beating the Pursuer boss, when we encountered him in the Forest of Fallen Giants atop the roof with a lot of their hollowed soldiers. I didn't know that either. Jans and I beat him, and then I asked Jans, like, do we have to fight him again? Because when you beat him there on the rooftop with all the other hollow soldiers, you get awarded his soul, the soul of the Pursuer. And I'm like, well, that's weird. I assume, like, if you beat him there, you would still have to beat him everywhere else. Just like he follows you in Things Betwixt, and he follows you in the Lost Bastille. I thought he would also follow you, like, into the boss room. But Jan says no. If you kill him up on the roof with all the other hollowed soldiers, then that was it. You don't have to do the boss fight. So I thought that was really, really cool. But there were 3 ads around him, yeah. That's what makes it even harder. And he's extra tanky. If you fight him there as opposed to fighting him in his boss arena. It's a crane hook. I guess what also balances it out in terms of difficulty is that if you fight the Pursuer in his natural boss arena, you can fall to your death because part of the wall is broken away. Whereas you can't really have that happen to you when you fight him up on the roof with all the other hollowed soldiers. So that helps to balance things out a little bit. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that, Jans. Jan says the ads don't wake up until the Pursuer is gone, or you aggro them accidentally. So, like, you hit them by accident. That's cool. And the firebomb thrower is still there? Yeah. That's why as soon as I climbed the ladder, I knew that the Pursuer was going to drop, and so I just ran as quickly as I could to the firebomb thrower to take him out first. Don't forget to check the Faram armor. Will do, will do. And again, welcome to the stream, Super Chill. Yes, this is our new game, plus playthrough. What build am I doing? We're doing what I call the Castlevania build. So, we are using whips and throwables. For our main weapon, we are power stancing 2 bloodied whips. For our boss killers, we are using power stance old whips. And then for a combination of PvP and also enemies that are just resistant to slash damage, which whips are considered as slash damage. For enemies that resist slash, I have the poison spotted whip. And then I also have the fire Melu scimitar. I like this sword for 2 reasons. One, it's pretty, and it kind of looks thematic. It has like that beast fang attached to the hilt of the sword, or the bottom of the sword there, the butt of the sword. And we have sort of a bestial look going on. And I also infused it with fire because I wanted to infuse it with fire. So we have a good little strategic balance there. And so far it's worked. We beat the main game on standard new game, every boss, every DLC with this build, and it proved successful. We're also going for the Platinum Trophy, which is to say all achievements, and we got all the trophies we could in New Game Plus, and now there's just 2 more trophies that we need here in New Game Plus, and we'll have the Platinum. We just need to collect all Pyromancies and all Miracles. And so we're just waiting to get to Chancellor Walager or Walager in Drangleic Castle, buy those spell scrolls, and that'll be it. We are going to continue with the playthrough, though. I still want to beat every boss in New Game Plus and every DLC. We didn't do the DLCs in New Game Plus, but we are going to do them in New Game Plus. Marcus says, my second name is Mega Chill. A Castlevania build with whips, thrubles, and a Melu Scimitar, yeah. That's a unique build. Never thought of doing that. A lot of thought went into that build. Yeah, sort of. I mean, I like to think I did. We're trying to play through all the Souls games in roughly release order. I say roughly because we are going to play through Dark Souls 3 before we play through Bloodborne. But we started with Demon Souls, the original 2009 version on PlayStation 3. We beat that game 4 times, got the Platinum Trophy. Then we went to Dark Souls Remastered. We beat that game 4 times, got the Platinum Trophy. And here we are in Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. And this is our 3rd playthrough, and we're going for the Platinum Trophy. First playthrough was completely blind for Dark Souls 2, with the exception of 2 things. I knew from watching some other people stream Dark Souls a bit that you could equip 4 rings instead of just 2, like in Dark Souls 1. And I also researched the whips. I did want to figure out how to get all the whips in the game. Outside of that, I knew nothing coming into Dark Souls 2. And it's been really, really fun. So I'm looking forward to doing that again, eventually, with Dark Souls 3. Let's see, Large Soul of a Proud Knight. Plus 3,000 souls. Very nice. Maybe we can't level up, actually. Let me see. 286,000. No, we can't. We can't level up yet. We're really close, though. But I also decided you need to play Demon Souls. It's the only one you can't play. How is that the case? No. Now, how is that the case? But all co-op if possible? Yes. Our first playthrough in Dark Souls 2 was all single player. New Game Plus and beyond is open to co-op. So if you want to join us, Super Chill, you're more than welcome to. If you're on my soul memory level, happy to have you. It'd be fun. Super Chill says, I just use a big bonk sword. Works every time. That's very effective. You got a PS4? Okay. Oh, I see. I was thinking you had, like, either a PlayStation 3 or a PlayStation 5. I don't know why I wasn't thinking PS4. Because if you have a PS4, it's on PS3 and PS5, yeah. Most people who I talk to either have a PS4 or a PS5. Some people do have PS3, but you have access to all the games on PS3 as well, except for Elden Ring and Bloodborne. Yeah. I don't have a PS5 either. That's why I play the PS3 version. But I want to play as all the different Souls classes. But I also decided that I only want to play one class per Souls game. I don't really want to, like, start over and create a whole new character. And so, sort of the compromise I made was I decided that I was going to play as a completely different class, or at least I would try to play as a completely different class, every Souls game that I go through. And so in Demon Souls, we were a magician, heavily reliant on magic. In Dark Souls Remastered, we were a a paladin. We started as the knight class, and we invested some points into faith to tech in some miracles. And so it was like 80% melee, 20% miracle damage against enemies. And here in Dark Souls 2, or I should say while we were playing through Dark Souls 1, on a different stream day, we were also playing through Castlevania games. And I made a comment that Castlevania in some sense is similar to Souls, because you are traveling through castled environments, fighting demons and monsters. And I said, how cool would it be if you could pluck a hero out of Castlevania and plop them into Souls? I wonder if that would work. I wonder if they would kind of fit in. And as I was going through the different class list in Dark Souls 2, I saw that there was the Explorer. And Explorer makes me think of whips. Whips make me think of Explorer class makes me think of Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones makes me think of whips. And whips brings me back to Castlevania. So I was like, you know what? Let's do it. Let's try to see if we can make a Castlevania build for Dark Souls 2. And so we mained the whip. We use a lot of throwables, especially throwing knives, like exist in Castlevania. And it's proven successful, so it's been a lot of fun. Jans has asked us to read through the Faram armor set descriptions for lore reasons, so we are going to do that real quick. I'm trying to find the helmet. Is this it? That's not it. I know it's a knightly looking helmet. I recognize the shoulders, like the body armor, a lot easier than I recognize the helm. I'll just go this way. There it is, Faram helm. Okay. Helmet worn by the Ferosa Lion Knights. The mighty Lion Knights, worshippers of the war god Faram. Wore heavy armor and were feared for their nimble two-handed swordplay. But their legacy was cut short with the fall of Ferosa. So that's the name of Gwyn's firstborn, Faram. Interesting, interesting. Very cool. Thank you, Jans. I would never have pieced that together. Jan says I have a... so you have access to the entire Sony library from PS1 to PS5. Interesting, Jans. Interesting. You put in the disc. What soul memory are we? Good question. Let's see. And then we'll go back to reading the rest of the lore from the other pieces of armor. We are soul memory level 14,327,437. So, anywhere's around there. Marcus says his first playthrough was real skill. Now all his partners is doing it for him. Well, until I get to the bosses where I can't do co-op. Which I know will be King Vendrick, the Royal Rat Authority, the Royal Rat Vanguard, and Jans has told me will also be Dark Lurker. That's going to be a pain. I hope not. I don't want to jinx myself. Let me not say that again. Marcus just says, yeah, Castlevania is awesome, yes. And on Mondays, eventually, we will be getting back to the Castlevania series. So far on this channel, we have beaten the OG Castlevanias 1 through 3. And I like 2 the most. But yeah, there's still plenty of Castlevania games left to go. Unfortunately, no snakes here in game. That's true. They exist in Dark Souls 1, the Serpentine Soldiers. But we have no snaky enemies that I can recall in Dark Souls 2. Super Chill says, fun fact, this was my first Souls game. So I get mad every time people say this is a hard Souls game because I'm used to its design. Yes, this was also Jans' first. His firstborn was exiled, and where did he go? Ferosa, where his Lion Knights worshipped him by the name of Faram. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Marcus says, it's my favorite Souls game of all parts I've played so far. Yeah, same here. I mean, I haven't played every Souls game. Like I said, super chill. I'm trying to play through the whole series. We've beaten Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, and now we're on Dark Souls 2. So my opinion may change as I get into, like, Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne and Elden Ring. But so far, between Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 2 is my favorite. For multiple reasons. Super Chill says I'm at 5 million on my best one. Oh, so we're at a pretty high level here. I gotcha. When Castlevania? Next Monday? No, right now we're still playing through Yakuza 0 on Mondays. But once that's over, people will be able to use channel points to choose our next game for the Monday Mishmash. Castlevania games probably won't appear on that list until, like, maybe probably October. It's going to be a bit. Just because we're trying to get through all of our PlayStation Plus games first before they disappear in early October. But then, yeah, once October, I think it's October 5th hits, it's either 3rd or the 5th, the Monday Mishmash game list will be completely refreshed on the Rank 1 Profile website. You choose Gothic 1? I'll tell you what, I'll throw that on the list. Once October hits, just remind me. But yeah, I know someone came in earlier. You challenge me to a duel, you'll probably win. I'm not that good at PvP. How do I accept your duel? Let me look at the other armor descriptions real quick of the Faram set. Maybe it's further up. It is further up, okay. Faram armor. Let's see. The mighty Lion Knights, worshippers of the war god Faram, wore heavy armor and were feared for their nimble two-handed sword. Okay, I said that already. Okay. I'm guessing all the other armor bits say the same thing. At the Undead Purge... Oh, I don't have access to that yet. We just started New Game Plus Plus. So, the only area... I'll show you. The only areas we have unlocked so far are Majula, Things Betwixt, Forest of Fallen Giants, and the Lost Bastille. Now, we might get to the Undead Purgatory today, but... yeah, I can't go there yet. Ritika says I choose the House of the Dead remake. We'll see, we'll see. I checked that recently, and it's listed as unplayable on Steam Deck. But maybe by the time we reach October, it will become playable, because there's new updates happening all the time on Steam Deck. Or maybe I'll find a way to make it playable. So, like, EverQuest is listed as unplayable on Steam Deck. But that's because it does, like, a weird thing where it tries to, like, pass through a certain command to the GPU, and I can just disable that with command line, and then all of a sudden EverQuest works just fine. So, like, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Well, there's always future streams, Super Chill. Well, Vampire Survivors then? Maybe Vampire Survivors. That's Steam Deck verified. And there's been new DLC released for it. I don't know if you're aware of that. For Vampire Survivors. But yeah. Eventually, when we unlock the Undead Purgatory, I would be happy to give you a duel, Super Chill. Oh, you are aware of the DLC? Cool, cool. Alright, let's travel back. And where should we go? That's right, we just completed... oh no, we didn't complete it. Let's go back to the Cardinal Tower. And our plan now is to travel with Jans to the final bonfire area. So that we can use that space to loot seeds of... what is it called? Seeds of Fallen Giants? Something like that? Well, it's coming the 18th. Oh, the DLC's not out yet. Gotcha, gotcha. Seed of a Tree of Giants. Thank you, gents. Thank you. Alright, so I guess I have to sit at this bonfire and turn off the effigy effect. Okay. Nullify human effigies effect. I've never done this before. Nullify human effigies effect right now. Effect expires in 16.5 minutes. That's cool. It actually gives you a countdown timer. I like that. Yes. There we go. Oh, is this you? That could be you. It's a really small sign. It is you. There's Janzipu. Summoning the great falconer Janzipu. Let me get my power stance ready. Felicia the Brave cosplay? Ah, I see. Oh, the Grand Lance. Very cool. Welcome in, Jans. Welcome in. All right. Now to the third bonfire. I thought that was Jans for a moment. That was just someone's phantom. Hollow Soldier Helm. Out of the Souls games, though, which one is your favorite? Chill. I'm guessing it's this one, since this was also your first. Yeah, I'm gonna take him out just in case. There we go. Alright. Used soldier key. Also, we have an ad starting in about half a minute from now. So, if you would stick around to help support the show through ads, I would appreciate it. Otherwise, perhaps I will see you again sometime. Who is this? Ruined Alphys. Not Alphys. Atlas. Ah, interesting. Nah, I'll leave him there. Jans and I should be powerful enough to stop them all. Oh, oh. But you know, more help never hurts. Sure. Come forth, ruined Atlas. Oh, he used cast light. That's cool. I like how he's smart that way. I thought it was really, really neat how, when I summoned an NPC in, let's see, Black Fire Bombs, Homeward Bound. Actually, I'll save that remark for after the ad. As well as my responses to Super Chill. A torch. Wait, where'd Atlas go? Oh, there's the ears. Ow! Oh, Jans went up the ladder. Anytime you want to attack Atlas, that would be, thank you. Bandit's knife. Human effigy. Uh-oh. One. 2. 3. He's poisoned. coming, Jans. Ow. Uh-oh. Got him. Oh. Sorry to steal your thunder there, Jans. Get it, you hear all the thunderbolts. Anyways, never mind. Nope. Task completed. Janzibu has returned to their world. Really? 15 minutes expired already? Here's another whip. Another human effigy. I have multiple human effigies here. The bastard sword. Soul of a nameless soldier. Some cracked red eye orbs. I can wait up there for you? Okay. Big sign is 15 minutes, small is 300 seconds. Oh, I didn't know it was that short. I thought the big sign was like 50 minutes, and the small sign was like 15 minutes. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Alright. There we go. Re-summoning Janzibu. Are those scissors he has? Looks like he has a pair of scissors tucked into his belt. Very large scissors. There we are. And welcome back, everyone, from the ad. And thank you for the heal, Jans. So yes, I was saying I was really impressed. Actually, let me write this down too. I should have done that as well. Let me write this down. Forest of Fallen Giants, 2 human effigies, giant bonfire. Okay. But I made a comment that when we summoned Aphlis, he used the spell Cast Light to light his way through the darkness where the skeletons were spawning. And I said that was pretty cool. It reminded me of how smart another NPC was. An NPC that we summoned within Harvest... I'm sorry, not... It was at Harvest Valley? No, it wasn't Harvest Valley. It was in the, Oh, boy. 1... 2... 3. We got him poisoned. Okay. Ooh, he sent him flying there. Task completed! Shaded ruined Aphlis has returned to their world. GG's, Jans, GG's. But when I summoned an NPC Phantom in New Game Plus, in the... what was it? The tire... Not the tire. The tower that leads up to, the Iron Keep. What is it called? The place with the big windmill. When I summoned the NPC Phantom there, she ran over and she pointed at... Uh-oh. Dennis is back. She pointed at the, Oh, we can see the Onion Knight up there, too. She pointed at the windmill. And then she lit a torch and she kept pointing at it like... She was trying to give me a message like, hey... Light a torch and use it to, to set the windmill on fire. Like, ooh, yes. Good job, Jans, good job. And I was like, that is so clever. Like, who would expect the NPC Phantom to do that? Because they can't talk to you. And then she just kind of like kept pointing towards the windmill and like waving her torch around. I was like, that is so cool. I love that. Like the first time I fought against Mitha, I fought her inside the poison pool. And so the fact that and that was told after the boss fight by chat, that wasn't necessary. You could have burned the windmill. And so I knew after that point what to do. But I thought it was really, really cool how in New Game Plus they actually like talked about that. 10 Seeds of Giants, very nice. And another one. Yeah, that the NPC Phantom tried to help you like learn where that was. Or like how to fight the boss that way. Bonfire lit! Thank you again, Jans. Alright, let me catch back up a stream chat here. Super Chill says, let's see, favorite Souls game? Either Dark Souls 3 or Bloodborne. Ooh. Dark Souls 2 is your third. Okay. So, we'll see what happens once I get that far. Marcusor asks, why do you like Dark Souls 3 more? Super Chill answers, better bosses. Also, I like the design more, and the bosses kicked my butt more than Dark Souls 2. Fair. Okay. Super Chill says, Elden Ring could have been my first, but I spent around 50 hours killing repeat bosses, so it lowered it to a 4. Repeat bosses? What do you mean by repeat? The bosses respawn naturally in Elden Ring? What's this seed for? Janzipu has been vanquished! Oh, sorry, Janzipu. So... Oh. Onion Knight Man! Wait, did he just die? Oh, he disappears when I walk away. That's cool. I'll burb there soon. Onion Knight got you? Oh, I thought you just, like, were having fun and you just jumped off. Like the repeat bosses up to 5 times in dungeons. Oh. Huh, interesting. Okay. Do the boss's tactics change at all, or do they get, like, tankier? So, the Seed of a Tree of Giants is a very interesting thing. I don't typically use it. I only use it like one area in the game, and it's only in one of the DLCs. So it says, enemies react to invaders from other worlds. A lump of something, obtainable from a giant tree, makes enemies react to invaders. When the giants fell, they grew into great trees. Death is not the end, for anything that has ever once lived remains a part of the great cycle of regeneration. But what of those outside of the cycle? So if you have a red NPC invader, and you get the message saying so-and-so is invaded, or if another player invades you, you can pop a Seed of a Tree of Giants, and all the AI-controlled enemies in your world will attack the invader. So I think that's really, really cool. So typically, if a person invades your game, they have the upper hand. Because not only do you have to fight them, you have to fight all the AI enemies in your world as well. But when you pop the Seed of a Tree of Giants, it puts you two on, like, even footing. And that's something I really like. Ooh. Okay, so you're just gonna run at me, huh? Alright. Let's get the PvP setup going. 1. Oh. 2. 3. You're poisoned. Oh, you're sturdy enough to tank through it all, eh? Alright, alright. How dare you! Got you again. That's what you get. Oh, that was fun. Okay, back we go. Barely. Sometimes they put ads in the arena. It does sound a little lame. That they just reuse bosses. I think it's okay if the boss, like, follows you, kind of like the Pursuer, like, spawns in different areas. I think that's kind of neat, because he's actually called the Pursuer. But, like, that's only one boss. If there's, like, multiple bosses that you have to fight over and over again in endless dungeons, like, I don't really care for that. Unless it's, like, a special mode. Like a boss rush mode, and that's different. Super Chill says, but the rest of the game is amazing. It's just the repeat bosses. There's around 120 bosses in Elden Ring. That's crazy. And only 31 of them are unique bosses. Really? That is a lot of duplicates. Why is there an Onion Knight? Is it Sigmire of Katarina? Maybe. I don't know. It could be him, it could be his daughter. Well, I know if you get what I think is the canon ending for Sigmire, if that is the name of the Onion Knight, which I think it is in Dark Souls 1, I think his canon ending is that he dies being watched over by his daughter on the beach of the Ashen Lake. And so I think he was human when you encounter him in Dark Souls 1. It could be that he dies, and then maybe he becomes a Red Phantom, upset that he was never strong enough in Dark Souls 1, and so his angry spirit sort of haunts the land. I guess that could be it. That'd be pretty cool. Alright, let's see. New stuff to store away. Amber Herb, Green Blossom, Homeward Bone, Giant Seeds. But yeah, I only ever use the Giant Seed at one location. There's an NPC who attacks you in one of the DLCs, and he's so smart that he attacks you when he gets low on health. He'll turn around and he'll run away, and he'll use the fact that enemies don't normally attack him, and so he'll basically hide between two enemies. So when you try to fight him, the two NPC enemies kick in, and then he fights you with the other two enemies. But when he runs away from you, you can pop a seed of a Tree of Giants, and then they turn around and they attack him, and he dies. So that's really, really cool. That's the only time I use a seed of a Tree of Giants. Alright, was there anything else? Anything else to put away? No weapons. No, no. No. Do I have an old ironclad helm? I know I have an ironclad helm. Oh, maybe I don't. Is this a new item? Ooh. New lore item. I'm gonna make sure. No. 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 That's your standard ironclad. No, this is a new item. We did not have this before. Very cool. Very cool indeed. Old helm worn by ironclad soldiers. Boasts high defense, but extremely heavy. One day, warriors wearing decrepit armor emerged from Drangleic Castle and quietly assumed positions amongst the royal army. Not one of them ever spoke a word, or revealed the face under the mask. Interesting. Huh. Very cool. Body armor? We have the old ironclad armor. We looked at that earlier, right? Pretty sure we did. Where is that? Oh. Oh wait, do we not? That's ironclad armor. Oh, there's old ironclad. Okay, never mind, we do. Gloves. We have all the gloves. We have all the boots. We didn't get any new rings yet. Alright. we're done. Let's check out the lore of the Dull Ember and then head back to Majula to level up. Alright, Dull Ember. An ember that radiates a dull light. This flame seems nearly exhausted, but exhibits an eerie resilience. Perhaps this is its ordinary state. To Majula! Marcusor asks, why does he die at the beach in Ashen Lake? Someone else may have already answered this in chat. But, so far as I'm aware, at the last place you can encounter Sigmire is in the, in Lost Izalith, just beyond the Demon Ruins. And, he feels sort of bad that you keep helping him accomplish all the things that he can't do, like make it through Anor Londo, make it through Sen's Fortress, help him make it through Blighttown, and so he wants to return the favor. And so he chooses to hop down and clear the area, clear out some of the demons at the bottom of a dungeon in Lost Izalith, which is actually not necessary. You don't need to go down there for anything. But it's like he just wants to perform some sort of heroic task. And so he chooses to just throw himself at the enemies. And like one of three things can happen. And I never had it happen, but after having completed the game, I looked up his lore and his quest. And so either he can jump down there and die, and if he dies, and you can like loot the ring that he drops, or he can survive, but if he survives with over 50% of his health, then you encounter him, I think, one last time at the bonfire area with his daughter in Ashen Lake. Or... wait, is that... that might be it. I know if he jumps... if you kill all the enemies first, which is what I did, and then you talk to him, then he realizes that he can't even perform that heroic act. And so he feels bad. He gives you the ring off his finger, and he's like, I guess I'll just go home. And he's like really depressed about just not being worthy enough to be called a knight. But I think the canon ending is he goes down there, and I think if his HP is like beneath it, maybe it's beneath 50%. He thanks you. I think he still may give you his ring, and then you encounter him one last time on the beach with his daughter. His daughter's looking over his body because she like finally finds her father. That's like the end of her side quest as well. And I think she gives you a Titanite slab, and then his body's just kind of laid to rest there, which is really sad. So that could also explain how his spirit winds up here, because beneath all these lands is the Ashen Lake. And so it would make sense if his spirit started wandering from restlessness because he was never strong enough in life to be considered a real knight, even though he sort of had the heart for it, that it could eventually wind up here at Drang Lake, because Things Betwixt is basically just a part of Ashen Lake. It's where the Archtrees are, so... like, a crestfallen and got mad? Kinda. Wonder how he looks without the helmet? That'd be interesting. Havel is quite a young boy, you've seen? Oh, I've never seen Havel without the helm. That's cool. Is that some sort of mod? And Brandon is here. Hello, Brandon. How are you doing? Brandon has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Let me spice up my water a little bit here. I have some strawberry watermelon water flavoring. Yes, how are you doing, Brandon? Onion Man is best man. Zipper Chill says, I've done 4 runs of Dark Souls 3. You do his quest every time. Because you messed up his quest in Dark Souls 1, it's the least you can do. Aw. That's cool that he's in Dark Souls 3. But if he's in Dark Souls 3, then that makes me think that the red spirit we see in Dark Souls 2 is not him then. Maybe it's his daughter. If it is his daughter, then that means the canonized ending is not the ending we think is the real ending in Dark Souls 1 where he dies. If he's alive in Dark Souls 3... Then maybe the canonized ending is he gives you his ring and he tries to go back home, but his daughter never finds him. Because the daughter's side quest concludes with the hollowing, or at least the death, of her father. So maybe she never finds her father and her spirit becomes restless and she's the one that we just fought and beat. That could be it. Here in Dark Souls 2. Cheers again, Brandon. Marcus says, I wonder if I'll ever go hollow if I'm depressed again. I hope not, Marcusor. Stay strong. Don't give up, skeleton. Spice it up with whiskey? Oh no. I'd probably die a lot if I start doing that in this game. Ready for hides? Oh. Yes, we could go to hides. Brandon says, I'm doing good. Close to completing Mass Effect 3. Nice. I beat the first DLC. Now I'm gonna start the second DLC. Congrats, and good luck. And then it'll conclude with the third and final DLC. And then I can finally start Mass Effect Andromeda. Ooh. Nice, nice, Brandon. Nice, nice. Almost through with the game and the DLCs. We're gonna move on to the next installment. Congrats. Alright, let me... Oh, my controller turned off. Why did my controller turn off? Oh, I guess I was just blathering too much. That's what it was. Sorry. You went to hibernation mode there. Sleep mode. Alright. Here we go. We have some soul consumables. Soul of a Nameless Soldier. 800. And large soul of a Proud Knight. 3,000. Very nice. Yeah, I think by now we definitely have enough souls to level up, right? 262? 286 we do not. Alright, fine. I guess after, well, no. After we do Hyde's Tower Flame, we should have enough to level up. Alright, let's keep going. Okay. I had to think a moment, like, where is... Wait. I'll wait. I was thinking I could use this Fragrant Branch of Yore to go thaw out our Pyromancer friend. But if we do that, I don't know when the next time I'll find a Fragrant Branch of Yore is. So I think I might just save this for the Lost Bastille, because I'm pretty sure we can find another Fragrant Branch of Yore somewhere in the Lost Bastille. Actually, we need that one too. We need that one to thaw out Strayed. I guess I'll wait until I get 3 Fragrant Branches of Yore. One for Strayed, one for the petrified guy blocking the entrance into the middle of the Lost Bastille, and then the third one I'll use for our petrified Pyromancer friend. Okay. Let's head to Hyde's Tower of Flame. Super Chill says, spent around 3 hours in Hyde's learning how to dodge in your first playthrough. Nice. And welcome in, Gamer Knight. Welcome in. How are you doing? I never really got the hang of the knights. I mean, I think I got the hang of dodging the knights who wield a sword and a shield. But the knights who wield the great hammer and the knights who wield the great sword, I never got used to that. So, I did acquire the standard whip in the Forest of Fallen Giants, which is what you probably just saw us do earlier. And I would use that to fight the knights here. I learned that you can zone them, and so that's how I beat most of them, which is kind of a cheese way to do it. But I mean, it works. So, I would have them, like, walk towards the entrance of this area. And once I got, like, within the archway of the entrance, they start walking backwards. And then because the whip has range, I would, like, swing it, crack the whip, deal some damage, which wasn't a lot because they're very tanky. And I would just do that over and over and over again until they died. So, at least with the ones with the really big weapons. But it worked. We got through it. Wait, did I miss something up here? Isn't there a Crimson Parma over here? There is. I thought I missed a chest. Crimson Parma. There we go. No item back here, right? Nope, nope, okay. And that's just to pull that lever to get back out of here, right? There's no item up here? Nope, okay. Alright. Gamer Knight says, good. How's New Game Plus treating you? Doing... Oh, I should add that actually as a tag. I forgot to put that. I still have the New Game Plus tag there from yesterday. Let me update that real quick. New Game Plus. There we go. Okay. But yes, it is, it's going quite well. We're having some fun here. Jans has been helping us. We've been having some good convos in chat. Stream chat. And, yeah. Making some fun progress. Soul of a Lost Undead and Broken Thief Sword. Another 200. We've also beaten, what was it? The bosses in the Forest of Fallen Giants, the Pursuer and the Last Giant. And now we're on our way to Hyde's Tower of Flame to take out the Dragon Rider and to take out, the old Dragon Slayer. Also, if someone can remind me, because I might forget, the next time I get back to Majula, I want to talk to the Smith. There's a cool little bit of lore that that the Smith gives you when you try to hand him the Dull Ember. He admits that he doesn't know how to use it. He can't do anything with it. He's cheesing through in co-op. I can cheese through a little bit in co-op. I earned all the solo victories in standard New Game. Super Shell says, in the chest at the bottom of the Forest of the Giants, where the fire... there's a fire longsword that thing is basically early game. I didn't get that sword till late game. Or maybe not late game. I didn't get that sword till mid game. Excuse me. And, early game, the Explorer is, like, really, really low on strength, so I couldn't really do much with it. For most of the early game, in fact, to fight some of these knights, I think, because I didn't find that other alternate section right away, where the whip is, I think I actually used the broken straight sword for a lot of the early game. I used it for a lot of this area, and I used the broken straight sword for most of the Forest of Fallen Giants. Why do I have an effigy symbol here? We haven't killed any bosses here. Why is that a thing? I'm out of coffee again. Next time we have an ad break, which is in about 3 minutes, I'll go refill my coffee cup. It's because of the invasion I received? What invasion? I got invaded? When did I get invaded? I feel like I'm like reading stream chat. I'm like, when did I get invaded? And then like I'll see a red phantom run up behind me and backstab me, kick me off the bridge here into the water. That'd be funny. Boss effigy effects stays in the area. Invasion effigy effects go with you. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's pretty nice. So like if you get invaded and you die and you get fed up, or maybe you kill the invader and you're like, you know what, I don't want to get invaded here again, I'm just gonna leave. You can go wherever you want to, and you don't have to worry for a while about being invaded again. I like that, I like that. Forest, 3rd Bonfire, Armorer Dennis. Oh, I see, okay. So how did Fume Knight and Sur-Alon treat me? It took me 6 tries to beat Fume Knight. It took me 5 tries to beat Sur-Alon. So it took me longer to learn Fume Knight, because I think he has more mechanics than Sur-Alon, or at least it felt that way. But I would say I consider Sur-Alon to be harder than Fume Knight. And that's because Fume Knight has one really easy move to dodge in his second form, and you can abuse that, and I do. Whereas with Sur-Alon, I feel like you can't really use anything cheap against him. He's just really strong. He hits really hard. He's really fast. He can close the distance really quickly with you, despite the arena being very large. With Fume Knight, he's big, he's tanky, but he's slow. The only thing that makes him a little difficult is that you're fighting him in perhaps like a medium-sized arena. But aside from that, when he uses 2 swords, he's not too bad. I went to lock on him again for another clap, and I locked onto the Hide Knight instead. And then by the time I unlocked and tried to run in here for safety, I got hit. Alright, I'll kill this guy. I'll get to the bonfire. I'll light that, and then I'll summon Jans. Nice, better than you took 2 hours for both. Oof. Yeah, so I'll talk more about the boss encounters after we get back from ad. I should be starting soon. Marcus says, my worst bosses in my current playthrough were Smelter Demon and Veldstadt. I see. But you've yet to do all the bosses in the DLC. Oh, I look forward to that, Marcusor. I hope you don't rage too much. Yes! That went better than I thought it would. Bonfire lit. And I'm not going to rest there, because if I rest there, he's going to respawn. Let's see. Actually, you know what? I'll do it. He can respawn. And since the ad is going, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick bathroom break for those of you who can hear me. And I'm going to get a fresh mug of coffee. And then we'll be back to continue our travels through Drang Lake. And I'll also catch up with stream chat then. So, BRB, my friends. BRB. Okay, we're back. Thank you for your patience, everyone. My bladder has been emptied, my coffee cup has been refilled. This is my final cup of coffee, by the way. And for people who generally don't know about the coffee, not the bladder, is that when my energy wears out from my final cup of coffee for the stream, that is typically when I end stream. So, but the mug is full, the energy level is high, so we'll see how much longer we continue. How's the coffee? The coffee is good. I do like my gourmet coffees. This was a bag of Kahlua hazelnut coffee, non-alcoholic, and very, very good. I like trying different things, experimenting with different brands and different flavors, and very pleased with it. Very, very pleased. After that runs out, let me lean over here. I don't think I'd be able to reach it. I'll probably be drinking this stuff come next week. Just a moment. Okay. There we go. I have a bag here from a company called The Bones Coffee Company, and it's a flavor that's called Holy Cannoli. So, this is my my next one. I'm guessing it's some sort of like maybe Italian cream flavor. Sounds good. I don't see any listed flavor profile for it. But yeah, I guess it's like an Italian cream. Like a cannoli flavor. Alright, let me catch up a stream chat here. Ah, yes, yes, yes. So how did Fume Knight and Sur Alon? Okay, so... Oh, I was looking for my controller. It's right here. So with Fume Knight... When Fume Knight uses two swords, his Great Sword and his Ultra Great Sword at the same time, he moves very slow and very predictably. And I think what makes him easy to fight for me, since I use whips, is that I can generally stay out of the range of his Great Sword. It's his Ultra Great Sword that can catch me if I'm not careful. And so I basically just wait for him to do his swipes, his little combo, and then I clap him once, and then I just wait for him to do his combo again. And once he gets into using his Ultra Great Sword only, that's when he gets seriously easy. He gets more punishing if he hits you, but that's when he kind of gets easy. I don't do once he goes to his Ultra Great Sword alone, I don't do anything. I just try to stay alive and stay out of his way until he does the move where he brings his Ultra Great Sword down, and he sort of does that really slow 180 degree swing. And when he does that, I have enough agility so that I can iframe roll through it. And so I run up to him, I roll through, I roll into the swing of the blade, I come out, and I have just enough time to either heal if I need to heal, or to clap him with my whips and then back away. And I won't get punished for it. And so I just do that over and over again until he dies. So once I figured that out, Fume Knight became a cakewalk. But with Sur Alon is much harder. There's no easy cheese for him that I have figured out. He's just really fast, and he's really strong. So the way I had to take him out is I had to stay locked on to Sur Alon, and I just had to keep walking back and away from him in a circular pattern as close to the edges of the arena as I possibly could. And every once in a while, he would do his dash attack, but if he's all the way across the arena, when he does a dash attack, he can't reach you. He covers most of the arena, but he won't get all the way to you. And if he's in the middle of the arena when he does a dash attack, you can roll into him, and he won't hit you. And so that gives you enough time to get in a quick attack, but it doesn't give you enough time to heal. So you have to clap him with the whips and then back away. And it's only when you see him doing the dash from all the way across the arena and you know he's not going to reach you because he's too far away, then you can drink, then you can heal. And then you can just get ready and move back away again. And so he's a much harder fight for me. But yeah, both are pretty good fights. Let's see. Marcusor asks, is Gatorade a good drink? Vitamins, minerals, no sugar. I drink a Gatorade every Friday on stream, so I like them. And they were pretty necessary for me. I got really sick last year for many months. And I had to rely on something other than water for hydration. Like, I tried drinking water, a lot of water, and it wasn't enough. I just felt dehydrated all the time, and I was dragging. And I didn't know what I was going to do. And then someone suggested I try Gatorade, and I drank one, and it was like I came back to life. It was crazy. So yeah, they can almost be lifesavers at times. So I stand behind it. And let's see here. And it took you 2 hours on both. Yeah, both of them are really hard fights, and it also depends on your tactics. Like, I described to you my tactics involving the whip. That's how I beat Fume Knight and how I beat Sir Alon. But if you use magic, if you use different weapon types than I do, then your strategy's going to probably be different than mine. Or it may be different than mine. And maybe there are extra things you have to account for, extra dangers that you have to figure out to work around. Or maybe there's going to be extra openings for you that I don't get. So, you know, just because it may have taken me like a handful of tries to beat him doesn't mean it would take me that same number of tries if I was trying to use a different build. Marcus says, my first boss is in my... Oh, that's right, I read that already, yeah. Velstadt can be a bit tricky. Smelter Demon, I felt Smelter Demon was harder than Velstadt. Getting down his timing. Let's see. Super Chill says, Ancient Dragon was kinda hard for me, just because of how much damage he did and how much HP he had. Yes, that was a harder enemy for me as well. The Ancient Dragon. I learned how to dodge his attacks. Well, kind of. I mostly learned how to dodge his fire attacks. He still caught me a fair number of times. Sometimes, though, probably a good 4 or 5 times, he knocked me off the roof. Other times, he would land on top of me and kill me instantly. So, actually, I think I died to the Ancient Dragon a lot. I want to say it took me, like, maybe 8 tries. Maybe it took me more tries, I think it took me more tries to kill the Ancient Dragon than anyone else in the game except for Lud and Zalem, the King's Pets, in the DLC. So he may have been like the hardest boss for me, or the second hardest boss. Marcusor says, we'll be on stream all if I don't rage quit and if I have my power back. Alright, Marcusor, I look forward to it. Yeah, Ancient Dragon also hard if he doesn't stay on the ground. And you can hit him between his toes. That's another strat I didn't know about until after I had beaten the Ancient Dragon. And I appreciate chat not sharing that knowledge with me. That's not sarcasm, I do appreciate that. I like to figure out boss strats on my own. Super Chill says, it's my personal least favorite boss in the game. Yeah, back in New Game Plus, I didn't even fight him. And I don't think I'll fight him again this playthrough. But it's not just because I don't want to fight him, it's because I just like... I like him being there. I like walking up and getting to, like, walk around and see this huge dragon just sitting on the ground that I can just kind of, like, ogle at. I think it's cool. And if he's not going to attack me, I'm not going to attack him. Marcus says my least favorite boss is Mirror Knight. I like how shiny Mirror Knight is. Very cool looking armor. I will say that. And I love his shield. The mirror shield looks really cool. Super Chill says, and in the lore, it's not even an ancient dragon. It's a giant that got altered by Algia to be an ancient dragon. That's pretty cool. That's believable. That's why when you kill the ancient dragon, you don't get an ancient dragon soul, you get a giant soul, and then you get a petrified dragon bone. So I guess Algia experimented on a giant using some sort of an ancient dragon bone and fused that with the being of a giant to create the ancient dragon, or what looked like the ancient dragon. Marcus says, my least favorite has yet to come, I think. But every playthrough is different. Yep. Super Chill says, I like Mirror Knight, but he felt underwhelming. His combos were too short and too heavy. Like he just didn't do much. Yeah. I think the big cool gimmick of the knight is when he slams his shield into the ground and he summons like a phantom. That's scary. That's cool. And Jan's actually told me that he can summon another real human player, not just an NPC phantom to fight. That's even worse. I've never had that happen to me. But Jan says she's been summoned multiple times through that mirror in the boss fight. But Marcus just says, by design and atmosphere, you love the fight. I agree. I think that the atmosphere is really cool for the Mirror Knight. Once you do the move, you got time to kill him. Yeah, you can use that time to spam attacks. It seems like he becomes tankier when he does that, though. I don't know if that's true or not. Let's see. His coffee's tasty. Also, welcome to our Magic Menagerie, Super Chill. Thank you for the follow, Super Chill. Yes, one day, maybe one day you will be able to play Demon Souls. I said earlier, I'm really hoping that From Software and Sony get together and put the Demon Souls remake and Bloodborne on PC. That way more people can play them. Komodo says, I have returned to tell you that I just got Red Dead Redemption 2 and Final Fantasy XII, The Zodiac Age, for a combined $35. Nice, congrats, Komodo. Congrats. Very highly reviewed games there. Lord Orpheus, the king of cheese. Well, I try. At least he didn't use Poison Mist. No, I made it clear to everyone that this is a no magic run. This is a no magic build that I'm using, and I try to stick to that. Let's see. Okay. Alrighty. So since we're already here, let's see about talking to the smith and getting in the Ember, the dull Ember lore.
You, stand back. This is dangerous work. The name's Lenigrast. Just a simple blacksmith.
Oh, we haven't talked to him yet.
And you are... another useless traveler.
Hey!
A man ought to labor with his feet planted firmly in the earth. Not roam around like you flirtatious vagabonds. Oh, what does it matter? Go on, show me what you've got. Your equipment. Let me have a look. But do it quick.
Talk.
I see that you have an ember. Where did you get it? I hear that embers were once used in a special process to fortify weapons. But the whole art was lost long ago. Blacksmiths can't use embers anymore. Including myself, I'm afraid. Just keep it as a souvenir. brat. You're worse than my reckless daughter. Don't spend your whole life in transit, you hear? You'll need souls to repair and improve equipment. I know only of smithing, but souls have many other uses as well. Don't waste your souls on useless trinkets. Think before you spend. Equipment can be strengthened with rare orestone, but such orestone won't come easily. My girl knows her stones, but she's always out prancing about. Now, there's a time for travels, but you can't wander the world forever. Even you must have someone waiting back home.
This is a really, really sad story, and I didn't realize how sad it was until New Game Plus. Like, the whole story between him and his daughter didn't really... Like, I didn't understand it until New Game Plus.
Don't spend your whole life in transit.
Well, he repeated the dialogue anyway. Once you talk to his daughter, and you talk more to him, what you realize happened is that his daughter was out gathering stones because that's what she does. And somehow she dies. I don't know how, maybe it was by poison, could be. And she starts to go hollow. And she's drawn to Drang Lake to try and break the curse because all people who are hollowing are drawn to Drang Lake. And she goes missing. And her father is waiting for her at home, and he gets worried about her, and so he leaves to go find her. And somehow he dies as well, and he becomes far more hollow than she does. So maybe he died in a far worse way than she did. And then you eventually find her and bring her back here. And she says that he looks like her father, but she doesn't know that it's him. And so I guess that's because, one, he's in a more hollowed state than she is. And two, it's because she's also losing her memory. But it's sweet that he actually does recognize her. So it's kind of it's more of the classic Souls bittersweetness. Kimono says, Final Fantasy XII is one of the best games I've ever played. Same settings as Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions. I hope to get there eventually, Komodo. I haven't played either of those yet. So far, when it comes to Final Fantasy games, I have gone through Final Fantasies 1, 5, 7, 8, 9... Yeah, I think that's it. 1, 5, 7, 8, 9. So, in time for RPG Afternoons, we will get back to the Final Fantasy series, starting with Final Fantasy II. That's going to be good. Alright, any new inventory? No. Okay.
Don't waste my time.
Okay. Oh, wait. Do you have new inventory stuff?
Oh, you again? Go on. It's on the cheap for you.
I forgot we had new characters here for new dialogue. No, okay. I know that there's like key bosses that you can beat in the game, and when you do, she restocks on Bright Bugs. And I try to stay as stocked up on Bright Bugs as I possibly can, because those things can really come in handy in a pinch. I'm probably going to be using some of those during the Dark Burger fight. And I don't want to run out. Okay. Seven equals icky, don't like FF7 OG. Really? Interesting. Bad translation, game ugly. Aww. I like it. Final Fantasy VII, the OG, is my second favorite game of all time. And welcome to our Magic Menagerie, Harshikop, if I pronounced that correctly. Thank you for the follow. Are you a Souls fan, RPG fan, Final Fantasy fan?
Take these, if you want them.
Oh! She's giving me stuff. Covetous Silver Serpent Ring +1. Thank you. That's nice of you.
Everyone's so stingy around here.
Oh.
Everyone's so stingy everywhere.
Oh.
You're my only customer. Don't make me beg. Now buy something.
Or Melentia.
We call this place Majula. Not too special if you ask me. It's just a place where everyone seems to end up. Everyone's so...
Okay,
everyone,
so I guess that's it.
Lonely times these are.
I'm pretty sure I have this ring as well. Covetous Silver Serpent Ring +1. Yeah, I do. Alright, so then I guess there's just one other person here to talk to, and that's Kale the Cartographer. And then we'll be headed back to the bonfire for our next 2 boss fights. Hyde's Tower of Flame. Wrong way. Dark Souls 2 fan? Cool, cool. What system do you play on?
Oh, hello again. You've made it. The map, I presume. Of course. Take a good look.
I love this game. So far, this is my favorite Souls game. I haven't played them all. I've only played Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1 in this game. But of those 3, this is my current favorite.
Even more flames have appeared. I don't know what causes it. Did you see the flame on the map?
I did.
It wasn't there when I came here before. I don't know what explains it. But there is something greatly comforting about that flame. It seems to fulfill something very precious, deep within the soul.
I think that's because it's his goal.
Essential.
Because his new goal is to make sure that this is a map. And maybe anything involving maps makes him feel better. That could be it.
I would not venture far into that hole. It was blocked by a wall, something built long ago. But it was crumbling, and I finished the job. Now a foul sound echoes within. Did you see the flame? It was... I don't...
Interesting, interesting. That's something else I didn't put together. There was something here. It looks like... Excuse me. There was apparently something here sealing this whole place shut. And he finished the job. So maybe... After the events of Dark Souls 1, the Lord Vessel was brought here. And maybe it was sealed down here with a protector who eventually became a skeleton. That could be it. And he said he finished the job. I don't know how he finished the job. He said it was crumbling. Maybe he used some sort of explosives? Maybe it caused some, like, huge shockwave in the place and somehow it shattered the vessel here? I don't know. My guess might be that he cleared it out. He came down here. Maybe he walked past the skeleton. It attacked him. He fell backwards. Or maybe he, like, picked up the Lord Vessel, was examining, because I'm guessing it was, like, sat right there. And then maybe the skeleton was originally, like, somewhere back here. And it came out, saw him, it surprised him. He dropped the bowl, it broke, and then maybe it killed him. Because according to From Software, when it comes to enemies who are hollow and they die, they don't stay dead. Like, even when we kill enemies in the area, they don't stay dead. They just, a long time passes, and then they just get right back up. They sort of like their bodies reform. So they never truly die. So maybe he got killed by the skeleton down there. Maybe the skeleton wandered away, like into some other area, some other part of the building down there. He came back to sort of unlife, and then he walked out into the upper portion of the mansion, and maybe he just left, and then he went to go out and explore, and forgot that he even died. That could be it. Let's see here. Super Chill says, you're going to have fun grinding for bullets and blood veils in Bloodborne. The only game where you liked the parrying was Bloodborne. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of not Bloodborne. I haven't played Bloodborne. I'm not a big fan of parrying on the whole. I tried to learn it in Demon Souls, didn't really enjoy it. I tried learning in Dark Souls. When I got better at it, I had to always use parrying to beat Gwyn at the end of Dark Souls 1. But, yeah, I didn't really care for that either. And you can tell I'm not using it here in Dark Souls 2 because I don't even use a shield in Dark Souls 2. Marsha Cup says, used to be PS4. Oh, so what, you're on PC now? And what was your build in Dark Souls 2? Super Chill says, the boss difficulty went down in this game's... Wait, the boss difficulty went down in this game. Manus and Artorias are way harder than the DLC bosses in this game. Maybe. So far, my favorite boss fight in all of Souls is still Artorias. I feel like they took Artorias in Dark Souls 1, or from Dark Souls 1, and they, like, split him up into two different elements. Because I feel like Artorias is a balance between Fume Knight and Sur-Alan. In that, Knight Artorias is tanky. He's still a human form. He's a little bit bigger, a little bit taller than the player. He hits hard. And, he's very punishing if you're not able to dodge through his attacks. And that makes me think a lot of Fume Knight. He can also buff himself and his weapons. And Fume Knight sort of buffs himself and his weapons. And Sur-Alan does that too, but Sur-Alan has to actually hit you with a certain move to pull that off. Fume Knight can just do it. He can just go to second form and buff his Ultra Greatsword. But I don't feel Artorias is as tanky as Fume Knight. That was like tankiness taken more to the extreme. Sur-Alan focuses more on the speed aspect, where Knight Artorias could just like jab his sword at you and like make a beeline across the arena and try to stab you. That's what Sur-Alan has going. So it's like they separate the tankiness and the speed to extremes, and you get Fume Knight and Sur-Alan. But if you squish those two concepts together, you get Knight Artorias. So that's what I feel like. I think it took me like 6 tries to beat Artorias my first playthrough. I fought him again in New Game Plus. I think I beat him my first try, and then I fought him again in New Game Plus, and I think that took me like 5 or 6 tries. All were really good fights. Again, my favorite boss fight in all of Souls. Manus, I fought twice. In Standard New Game, I beat him my first try. I thought, in my first playthrough, I thought Manus was the easiest boss in the entire game. I felt he was easier than the Asylum Demon. Like, he was that easy. He was super, super easy. But I think that was also because I was really tanky. I was role-playing a Paladin, and I had a lot of Estus, so I just ran in between his legs, and I wailed away with my Astora Straight Sword, and he got dropped pretty quickly. I tried to find him again in New Game Plus, and he destroyed me. I needed to enlist multiplayer help in New Game Plus to down Manus, and even then, it was really hard, and the other player died, and I barely survived. But my hardest boss encounter, I would say, is still a Dark Souls 1 DLC boss, but it would be the Black Dragon Kalameet. That was hard. It took me 3 hours of encounters just to cut the tail, and then another 2 hours to kill it. So 5 hours overall for one boss. That's pretty rough. I think maybe, I'm not sure, but maybe I could have killed it first try. But I wasn't trying to kill it first try, I was trying to cut the tail. But I got really, really close to killing it first try. So maybe I could have had it, I don't know. The VOD is on the YouTube channel. Let's see here. Super Chat says, pretty bad protector. Went from Ornstein and Smog to some random guy. What do you mean by that? Oh, the Ornstein and Smog were pretty bad protectors of Guinevere when some random guy could come along and beat them both. I think we're just really skilled in Dark Souls 1. I also beat Ornstein and Smog my first try. The only boss you struggled with in Dark Souls 1 was Manus. You first tried Artorias, impressive, and Kalameet, impressive. You think it's because you were used to fighting, the Dragon Sin from the Dark Souls 2 DLC 1? I didn't care for fighting him. He flew around too much for me, and he also released that gas that could break your gear, and whips already have really low durability, so I broke my old whips when fighting him, and I had to finish him off with my bloodied whips. That was rough. Anyway, let us go back. We have kept Jans waiting, if Jans is there, long enough. Let's travel back to Hyde's Tower of Flame. Yeah. I was thinking, are we done here? And they're like, yeah, we're done here. But yes, if you're also on PS4, I would have invited you to join us in-game, Harsha Cop. Our first playthrough was in single player. I like to always play Souls games the first time through in single player to preserve the challenge. But once we go into New Game Plus and beyond, I open things up to multiplayer. And so yeah, if you're on PS4 and you had around my soul level, I would have invited you for some co-op action. Alright, let's nullify this human effigies effect. It expires in 3.5 minutes anyway. Yes. There we go. And there's Janzipu. Janzipu the Onion Knight. Summoning now. Let me power stance. I also might rethink my class for Bloodborne. Like I said earlier, that I want to play as a different class in every Souls game. Welcome back in, Jans. And in Dark Souls 3, I was planning to play as a cleric. And I'm not going to use any bladed weapons, and I only want to use divine weapons. Twin greatswords there, nice. Nice. I'm gonna have it be a little bit different in playstyle from my Paladin in Dark Souls 1, in that, like I said, the Paladin was like 80% melee, 20% miracles. Oh, you're gonna go after the Hyde Knight? Oh, you are a brave one. Okay. I tend not to mess with the Hyde Knights unless I have to. They scare me. Yeah, look at that. That's a lot of damage right there. But yeah, I'm planning to do like... Oh. There we go. I'm thinking to make it more like a 50-50 split between melee, like blunt melee damage on the cleric. Ooh, Ooh, Old Knight Gauntlets. I don't think I have those yet. And Miracles, in terms of dealing damage. Bloodborne, I was going to be a Soul of a Nameless Soldier, Human Effigy. I'm going to have to wait on that one. Let me write that down real quick. Human Effigy. Let me finish my thought. I had planned to play in Bloodborne as a military veteran, because military veteran is like a warrior class from Dark Souls. That's what another fellow Dark Souls streamer told me. So that would be kind of a different class. And then in Elden Ring, I'm planning to play as a twin dagger wielding bandit, going like all decks, maybe focusing on poison, not sure about the element yet, if I focus on an element. But with Bloodborne, at first I thought I might just be using a lot of heavy weaponry, but I kind of did some of that in Dark Souls 1. Ultimately, I ended up using Leroy Paladin's fully upgraded Great Hammer, and that was my secondary weapon. My primary weapon was the Divinely Enchanted Sword of our Knight Artorias. I forget exactly the name it goes by. But in the end, for my New Game Plus playthrough, that's what I use. So I was thinking maybe in Bloodborne, to maybe just keep that class, but to be fully adaptable, to use anything and everything that presented itself to me. So I thought maybe to go that route, the route of versatility, complete versatility. So I might do that. Alright, let me write this down so I don't forget. So this is Hyde's Tower of Flame. So, Hyde's. And we have one human effigy. So I'm writing down the locations of all these human effigies. In case I start dying and I start burning through human effigies. So I can come back and buy them. Because I know you can't buy these indefinitely. So if I can find some in the environments, then that is what I'll do. And I have no idea how... Did you jump up there? Oh no, you stood there while it was coming up. That's what happened. That's kind of cool. There we go. Let's raise up the boss arena there. Also, we have an ad starting in about 15 seconds. Once that is over, I will go ahead and catch up with stream chat. And then after that, we will go through the Dragon Rider boss fight. There we go. I thought something was wrong with my analog stick. I'm like, what's going on here? I can't lock onto this guy. Cracked blue eye orb. Oh, nice. Ooh! Oh, run. Run, run. I do run, run. None of them care about me. They all care about Jans. Maybe they like onions. Very well done, Jans. Very well done. Had that been me, I would have been dead. I would not have survived that. Hailstone. Okay. Oh, there's Jans. Is there an extra... There's an extra old knight here. That's cool. Can I backstab him? I cannot backstab him? Oh, I can! Oh, that's cool. There's even more enemies in New Game Plus Plus than there was in Standard New Game Plus. That's pretty interesting. That's a cool change up. Run! Cracked blue eye orb. Oh. I think when it comes to normal enemies in the game, this guy wielding the Great Hammer has killed me more than any other enemy in the whole game. Is the... yeah, he's still up there. The Spearman. Oh, that's right, more Divine Blessings down here, I think. Yep, nice. Oh, you shoot the dragon. I thought you were shooting the spearman up there. I'm like, how are you hitting the spearman from here? Lightning Grove. Lightning great arrows. That's cool. That's really good damage. Oh. Uh-oh. Yes. I do not have any bows and arrows with me. GG's, Jans. GG's. And welcome back, everyone, from ads. We're just clearing the area of enemies. Let's take out this spearman up here, and then I'll catch up with stream chat, and then we'll do some boss fights. Nice. GG's, Jans. GG's. Oh, that's right. We have red phantoms up here. I forgot about those. Oh. It's you again. I forgot about you. I was thinking of the other red phantom enemies. I was like, what was that? Ah! It's going for backstab. What are you attacking? It's like he got stuck into some weird kind of combo. Attacking the wall. Token of Fidelity and some cracked blue eye orbs. Petrified Dragon Bone. Watch Dragon Parma. In New Game Plus, I almost died here. I ran up the bridge, didn't know that there were red phantoms that spawned up there. Tried to get a little greedy, and I wanted to see if I could, I think it was try to see if I could either backstab one of them or try to see if I could hit both at the same time. And they both turned around and attacked me, and I came very, very close to dying. Good show, Jans. Good show. Ah! That wasn't the one I was going for. What? There we go. Maybe I tried to clap on him too soon. Token of Fidelity, more cracked blue eye orbs. Typically when an enemy is getting up, you can clap them one more time, or you can clap them once. Token of Fidelity, cracked blue eye orbs. Alright. I want to go up here and open this chest, loot some more items. And then since we're here, I guess we'll try to do the old dragon boss fight. Or old dragon slayer boss fight. Old radiant life gem. Five more human effigies? Okay. Let me write this down. 5 human effigies. And then in parenthesis, I'll put, Citadel. Okay. Alright, let me catch up with stream chat real quick, and then, we'll jump into a boss fight. So it says, let's see here. Jans has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers, Jans. Thank you for the hydration redemption, Jans. Super Chill says, make sure to attack every Hyde Knight. Yeah, I think that might be why Jans wants to fight, the old Dragon Slayer first. Because I know once we kill the Dragon Rider, all the Hyde Knights get up. But if we kill the old Dragon Slayer first, they still stay passive, and then we can just go to the Dragon Rider, kill him, and then we're done with this area, basically. Though I said before, I do eventually want to come back through here, and I'll do it off-stream, because it probably seems boring to people. But I do want to do this off-stream, where I come back and I just farm every enemy into extinction. Once I beat Demon Souls, I really enjoyed it. I was fine kind of moving on. Once I beat Dark Souls 1 multiple times and getting the Platinum Trophy, I was fine moving on. Dark Souls 2, I feel like it might be an area where I never really want to leave. And I really enjoyed helping people in multiplayer. I did a lot of co-op for the DLC bosses, just because I wanted to gain some more souls. And I wanted to help farm Loist souls, and I really enjoy doing that. So if I can farm all the enemies into extinction, then if I have to meet someone outside a boss gate to join them and assisting them to beat that boss, I won't have to worry about having to fight all the enemies alone to get to that boss gate. I can just run over there and then drop my summon sign. Let's see here. Oh, Harsh is using the Mage Love emote. I like that one. Harsh has never played with this weapon. It looks solid. Which weapon is that, Harsh? The whip? You recommend Sawblade? I definitely want to start with the Sawblade. I've seen the Sawblade in CG trailers for the game, and it looks awesome. So I definitely want to start with that. I don't know if I'm going to stay with that through the entire game, though. But when I first start, that is going to be my main weapon. Super Chill says, I'm still waiting for my duel. Yes, yes. That may have to come next stream session if you're here, because I don't know if we're going to make it all the way to the Undead Purgatory. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We still have some time yet. Jen says, let's check if the summon is here. Oh, yes? Yeah, we are maining whips. Which summon? This is a Castlevania build. So for our general method with which we kill enemies, we are power stancing 2 bloodied whips, which took a very long time to farm from the Torturers and Huntsman's Copse. Excuse me. I don't see any summon sign. Maybe it's placed differently in Scholar of the First Sin as opposed to OG Dark Souls 2? That could be it. For our boss killers, we're using 2 old whips, which have really, really good damage, but really, really poor durability, which is why I wear the Bracing Knuckle Ring +2 to help extend that. And then for enemies who resist slash damage, because whips are considered slash damage, I also have the Poison Spotted Whip. Generally, enemies that are very tanky are weak to poison, which seems to be the case for pretty much most enemies, except for the old knights here in the Hyde's Tower of Flame. I've never been able to poison them, or at least I don't remember ever being able to poison them. And then for PvP, in case I get invaded or by like a very quick human player, I have the Fire Melu Scimitar. Really, I have this for the ghosts in the Shaded Woods because you can't lock onto them. And they tend to roll up into my face. And whips are really, really bad fighting against anyone who is hyper-aggressive and rolls up into you. So that's why I have a curved sword. I wanted something quick. It's not really meant to kill anyone. It's meant to scare them away so that I can put them within range of my whip in terms of PvP. But in terms of fighting the ghosts you can't lock onto, I really wanted something that when you attack with it, it has a lot of horizontal movement. So it doesn't matter if someone rolls up to you and they're a little to your right or a little to your left. I can still catch them with the second swing of the Melu Scimitar, which is also very similar to the Falchion. And I intended to actually use the Falchion, but the Fire Melu Scimitar has the same moveset, and I think it looks prettier. So that's why I'm using it. Alright, here we go. The Old Dragon Slayer. Butt smash! Oh! I feel like he's faster than Sir Alon. It's like he's a very slow enemy, but he has like very quick bursts of energy. He's a spry old man. Oh! Oh, I'm sorry about the old man comment. Oh, he's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Oh! No chance! Put Chance down! Oh! Victory achieved! Old Dragon Slayer Soul and Old Leo Ring. Yes, we did it, Chance! We are victorious! Oh. That was crazy. Super Chill says, I just realized something. You're just a human in all of this. In every game, you're just a human. What do you mean by that? Ornstein deserves better than a 2v1. I 1v1'd him. Okay, well, first off, I 1v1'd him in standard difficulty. And two, he didn't have that honor for me when I walked into his temple in Anor Londo. He didn't say, hey, Smough, sit this one out. I'll take care of this. And then did 1-0. No. He was like, all right, let's do this, Smough. Now, you could make the argument that wasn't really Ornstein anyway. Ornstein went away, and that was just a magically... What would be the term? A magic, like... What would it be? It's not a golem, because he wasn't made of stone. A magical manifestation of Gwendolyn. And I would say I would agree with that. But, yeah, I guess I agree with that. Let's see here. Tactical Patches cosplay switch. You're facing literal gods and demons, and you're just a human? Yeah. You face the gods. You face the gods of demons and death, yeah. Well, that's basically the plight of souls. It's like, young adventurer, go and save the world. To do so, you must kill God. Here's a pointed stick. Go do your job. Like, but it's just a stick. No, no. It's a pointed stick. And you'll find stronger sticks along the way. And it's like... Alright. You don't really have much of a choice. Cleric's Parma and Tower Shield. Cracked blue eye orbs. Let's get some lore. We'll touch the next bonfire point. We will not rest at the next bonfire point because I don't want to respawn all the enemies. And we'll go from there.
Transient being. You have obtained proof you are worthy of joining our order. You may call yourself one of us, and are free to plant your roots in this garden of the gods. Be proud. I, Targray, do proclaim from this day you are a Knight of the Blue. Rejoice and bask in your new honor.
No, I'm good.
Do my ears deceive me? Who would refuse such magnificence? Gods have mercy on this half-wit. He knows not what he speaks.
See, now I don't regret killing you at the end of New Game. I needed to kill him at the end of New Game to get his weapon. That's the only way to get it.
You are a wandering transient. Do you rescind your ways and seek honor as an apostle of blue?
No.
Oh, gods, have mercy.
God versus big bonk sword. Who will win? Yeah. Bonfire lit. All right. Oh, I forgot to ask. Where is your next summon sign, Jans? Never mind. Re-summoning Onion Knight, Jans. What's the condition of my old whips? Oh, they're still pretty good. Okay, nice. Yes! Resummon the Phantom. Chansey Poo, welcome back, welcome back. Oh, thank you for the heal. Alright, on to the Dragon Rider. I also found a little quick aside here. What is that? Oh, never mind. There's like a little dark shadow over there you can kind of see on the left-hand side of the screen. I thought that was a hollow hiding. Back in standard New Game, I came here to farm items. Like I was trying to farm the Hide Lance. And I found a funny way to kill him. If you get his attention as he starts to come down the stairs, and you hide like right, or we don't really hide, but you stand right here, he'll see you there, and he'll lower his lance to try to attack you, and he'll just fall right off the side. That made me laugh quite a few times. Alright. Back to Hyde's Tower of Flea. I don't think he's... No, that's new too. He wasn't always there before. It was just him sitting there. There was no one over here. That's cool. I was saying earlier that I think these enemies, these tanky knights, especially the one wielding the Great Hammer like that guy down there, he's probably killed me more times than any other normal enemy in the game. In fact, he's probably killed me more times than some bosses. In fact, I know that to be true, because I have first tried multiple bosses in Dark Souls 2. I have never first tried one of those hammer guys. Which is pretty sad. There's the summon sign over there. I know what's going to happen once we get close, though. I'll try to pull him without spawning the red phantoms. Nope, didn't work. Red phantom spawned. In trouble. Got him, though. Gotcha. Is that the Executioner armor set? Looks like it. What is this? They're able to stand up now and not get clapped. Are they getting added iframes now? Cracked red eye orb. Oh wait, let me not summon him right now. 2 and 3. Nice. GG's. Alright, let me go open the chest. In New Game Plus, Ratika says, I'll head to bed. It's almost 8 in the morning. Ooh. Alright, sleep well, Ratika. That's a long time you've been awake. See you again. He got brain damage. Last time in New Game Plus, we tried to summon this phantom to help us out, and I thought we'd kill that knight and then go to fight the boss. And I summoned him, and he ran over here to try fighting the knight, and he just walked right off the edge and died. And I was like, I can't believe he just did that. So Janet and I killed a dragon rider by ourselves. Human effigies and ring of binding. More human effigies. Okay. Let me put that down. So 3 more human effigies. And it is near... I'll put dragon rider. Dragon rider. Okay. There's a lot more human effigies in this game than I thought there were. Which, I mean, I guess makes sense, because I have, like, a full stack of human effigies in storage, and a full stack of human effigies on me. Okay. Masterless Glencore. Welcome in, Masterless Glencore. Are you ready? No, don't walk off the edge. Don't do that. Don't, not again. Alright, switch to the boss killing whips. Power stance. Alright. Here we go. Dragon Rider. Aye, we are ready for you, Dragon Rider. Aha! Oh, good try, good try. Let me get my stamina back up. careful. That was close. I wasn't sure I was gonna have enough stamina to pull that off. That last dodge there. Nice! Jans finished him. Good job, Jans. We are victorious. Dragon Rider soul. Also, thank you, Glencore. Well, now I definitely have enough souls to level up. Okay, let's go speak to Lycia. Light the bonfire, head back to Majula, and level up. Okay. How you doing?
Are you from these parts?
You could say that.
My name is Lycia. I have come to spread the art of miracles, a practice of which I am a disciple. I can see that you are well suited to comprehend their wondrous power.
Thank you.
But the cost of it, that's for your heart to decide.
We didn't get this dialogue when we first met her, but when we first met her in Standard New Game, we didn't have enough faith. We had barely any faith, actually. John says, interestingly, I can see the summon sign. You couldn't. Weird. That is weird. Kick her off the edge. That would be funny if you could do stuff like that. Like, just backstab her. Even though she's not aggro. Yet.
I'd heard awful rumors about this place, and I'm afraid they were all true. The king, gone. The earth, ravaged. The burden on the people weighs heavy. I fear that, by now, they may have scarce room in their hearts for miracles.
That sounds like different dialogue than she told us the first time. Even in Standard, or not, even in New Game Plus. Again, in New Game Plus, our faith wasn't that high. And I feel like she said she had come here because she heard good things about the place. But she found out that the good things that she heard weren't true because it seemed like it was overrun by hollows. This time, though, when we have the appropriate faith level, she says that she had heard bad stuff here, and that she confirmed it was true by coming. So that's interesting. I have cross-region play set to restricted. I do. And welcome in, Icy. How are you doing? It's an NPC phantom. Johns could see the NPC summon sign, but I couldn't.
Why did I come here? Well... do I need any other reason than to spread the gospel of miracles?
Certainly not.
My preceptor always said this art should be shared with the world.
I agree.
And such is my only wish.
How noble of you.
Sometimes I fight the urge to pack up and go back home.
Sounds like the armor.
It is... well... I must do this. And being out here all alone only makes this a more fitting test of my fortitude.
That's the spirit.
I expected this cathedral to be bustling, but there's hardly a soul to be found here.
That's what she says when you don't have enough faith.
Without any goings-on, I'll have to move soon. To a place I could gull the... sorry. Help the gullible by teaching the good word.
Sus.
I expected this cathedral without any... to a place. Sorry.
So now she'll head to Majula. Wait, do you have any new inventory? No. Okay. Wait, that's not Wrath of the Gods, is it? No, okay. I got excited.
No need for miracles.
Not right now.
The gods frown upon such soul scrimpers.
I'll pay you later to get to Huntsman's Copse, don't worry. Alright. Let's see here. Do we have anything to put away? We do. Old Radiant Life Gem. Divine Blessing. Nice, up to 23 now. I do tend to use those later on. Cracked Blue Eye Orbs. Tokens of Fidelity. And then we have 2 Boss Souls. Can we do anything with these Boss Souls? IEC says, I see. Did he have you and Masterless in his world at the time? I had Jans in my world, but I did not have Masterless Glencore in my world at that time. Let's go back here. I think you can only do one thing with the Dragon Rider Soul, which is to get his weapon. But I already have his weapon from Standard New Game. Let me confirm, though. Dragon Rider Soul... Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Old Dragon Slayer's Soul, that's what I was curious about. Old Dragon Slayer's Soul. Yeah. You can only use the Dragon Slayer's Spear, so we're going to keep that. I like keeping the souls just to keep the souls, rather than popping them just for lore. Now the Dragon Rider's Soul. That I don't know about. Where is that at? Dragon Riders. I'm gonna have to go through all these again anyway, I think. Dragon Rider Soul. No, I think I actually have everything. Because you get 2 Dragon Rider Souls per playthrough. You get 1 here, and then you get 1 in Drangleic Castle. And so in Standard New Game, we got the Twin Blade and the Halberd, and then in New Game Plus, we got the bow and the Great Shield. So no, this is just a bonus soul for us. So cool. I'll just hold on to it then. Put that in storage as well. Alright, anything else? No. No unique weapons. No bows. No. No shields. Helms. No. Body armor. No. Gloves? Oh, wait, that's right. The Old Knight Gauntlets. Excuse me. That might be new. Redeem them? I like keeping at least one, like I said, just for lore purposes, if I ever want to go back and just read the soul, rather than have to, go onto a wiki. Throw into the water for good luck. She's a miracle worker. Maybe throwing her in the water will purify it. Make it holy water. No. We'll let her live. Let's see. Old Knight Gauntlets. Let's see. See if I can find them here. Oh, we did have a pair of Old Knight Gauntlets already. Old undated gauntlets. How old could these nearly crumbling gauntlets be? Extremely low durability. Sometimes, just as a thing falls to pieces, it unleashes its last flash of great power. Alright, we'll sell that too. Boots? No. Rings? No. Petrified Dragon Bone, Hailstone, and that's it. Okay. I don't know why I got up. And it looks like we have an ad starting soon, so we're just going to go back to Majula, level up. I think I'll take another bathroom break, and when the ad's over, we'll continue. We'll probably try to get to the pirate place. I forget what it's called, but at least there I can sell a lot of my stuff I've been picking up. And then we'll see where we go from there. I have an idea of where we could go, though, but we'll see. Okay, let's travel to Majula. Maybe after the Pirate Isle. The ad just started. I'll wait to finish that thought. And as the ad has started, I'm going to take my bathroom break right now. And How much coffee do I have? I still have like a third of a cup of coffee left. Then we'll be back, and we'll continue our adventure. Oh, that's fine. I'll pick them up later. My earbuds slid off the desk. Then we will continue our adventures through Zhureng Lake. Not a single side quest that has a happy ending in any Dark Souls game. Not that I can think of. I'll ponder that as I go to the potty. Okay, we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, I think you're right, Super Chill. I can't think of a single side quest that had a happy ending. Not a truly happy ending. Well, actually I can think of one, but I'm not sure you can call it a side quest. The only quest I can think of that is not directly linked to the main campaign because it is optional is the DLC quest for Dark Souls 2. So if you go and you collect all the crowns and then you go back to Vendrick and he gives you the blessing, then you sort of have a happy ending, which is that you're not cured of the undead curse, but you no longer hollow from dying. And you no longer hollow, like, period. So, in a sense, that's kind of a happy ending. It's not a true happy ending, but it's, you know, you don't just die at the end. So, that's like a partial win. Alright. Pop my earbuds back in, and then we shall level up. And if we have the time to do so, what I'm thinking is to maybe go through the pirate area. So I can offload my stuff at Gavlin. And then if there's still time, we might try to just pop our nose into the Huntsman's Copse area. And then maybe we can just go fight the Executioner, so we can unlock the Undead Purgatory, and then we can have ourselves a duel. For you, though, not Vendrick. He's still dead, that's true. Okay. Level up.
Bearer of the curse. Seek souls. Larger, more powerful souls. Seek the king. That is the only way. Lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
Level up. Okay. Faith. HP goes up by 1 point. Yay, 2100. Fire bonus goes up by 3, which affects the damage output of our Fire Melu Scimitar. Excuse me. Fire defense goes up by 1, lightning defense goes up by 1, and dark defense goes up by 1. 297,000 souls to level up again. Okay. Was there anything else to do here? I don't think there was. It's worth it for the HP? Yeah. I've just hit, like, heavy diminishing returns on all of my stats now. And I think that's another interesting twist to Dark Souls 2. In that, in Dark Souls 2, you can sort of hit, like, hard diminishing returns a lot sooner. Or, well, let me say, in Dark Souls 2, you can level up a lot faster than you can in Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1. And so you can sort of reach your sort of quote-unquote final build, or ideal build, at least in terms of stats. And even in terms of, like, having the souls to upgrade your weapons and armor pretty quickly. At least comparatively to Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. But it feels like you hit really hard diminishing returns sooner in Dark Souls 2 than in Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1. I'm not necessarily sure that's really the case with Demon Souls. It feels that way, but I'm pretty sure that's the case with Dark Souls 1. Like, in Dark Souls 1, just getting up to, like, 40... I think it was, like, 40 on Vigor. Or no, in Dark Souls 1, it's called Vitality. And Endurance, I think that took, like, almost 2 full playthroughs. I think towards the end of my first playthrough, I had that for my character here in Dark Souls 2. So, you get stronger faster, but you cap out sooner. Which makes further New Game Plus playthroughs that much more difficult. Okay, where am I going? I am going back to Hyde's Tower of Flame. And, yeah, okay. And we shall continue through. Okay. Shall you be joining me for the journey to the, No Man's Wharf in Shands? Or shall you meet me there, or are you retiring for the night? I'm on my own till the wharf bonfire. Gotcha. Monastery charms. Cyan Knight. Power Stance. Peekaboo. Woo! That was close. That's some really, really good damage on my Bloodied Whips, though. I feel like I'm not supposed to be doing that much damage. Because they're just whips, and he's like a super tanky knight. And whips deal slashing damage. So I feel like that's... And I'm kind of cheesing him partially through a wall, too. Uh-oh. Oh! Nice. Had that not killed me, probably would have hit me. And dealt some really heavy damage. Making sure there are no red phantoms hiding in there. You can't trust this game in New Game Plus. Like, the enemy layouts change sometimes. It's crazy. Keeps things interesting, though. Human Effigy and Dark Troshes. Alright, let me get my index card here. I'm not even sure what I'd call this place. Hyde Tunnel? I don't know. Hyde Tunnel to No Man's Wharf. How many were there? 1. Okay. What's this? Soul of a Proud Knight. Old Knight Halberd. $2,000 souls, nice. They should switch up the mimic spots in every New Game Plus. That would be wild. I gave Jans a good laugh. In the Forest of Fallen Giants, or on your way to the Forest of Fallen Giants from Azula, the first chest you come across is a normal chest, and in New Game Plus, it becomes a mimic. And yeah, I didn't find that out until it almost gobbled me to death. So it's a big shocker for me there. Okay. This way. Hello there, Mr. Knight. Let us dance. Ah! Gotcha. Nice. Gotcha. Oh. Sublime Bone Dust. Oh, he's going ham with that mace. Yeah, so fun. I feel like some of these rooms I'm gonna walk into and not suspect anything, and there's gonna be like a red enemy and like phantom NPC just like standing here and it's gonna run up behind me and backstab me. Or like I'm gonna run into a room and assassins are gonna drop from the ceiling. Sometimes. Going down. How did you know? I mean, there is no such thing. Okay. Nothing there. Oh, that's right, I can get to those items. Oh! forgot about him. I got distracted, I guess. I don't even think it was a distraction. I just wasn't paying attention. But yeah, to get to him, I need to use a fragrant branch of yore, and I only have one right now, and I want to save that for Lost Bastille. I'm going to completely ignore that area, because without the branch, there's no point in killing any of those enemies, so I'm just going to leave that alone. I can't pull their aggro from so far away anyway. Nothing in there either. Have I ever tried to beat a Dark Souls game while being a dragon? I have not. I know you can do that in Dark Souls 1. I've heard that it's hard to do, especially since you typically don't gain access to even become a dragon till much later in the game, at least not in Dark Souls 1. And once you do, it's okay in terms of damage output, but like weapons are said to be more effective. That's what I've heard anyway. It's in 3 too. Interesting. In one Souls game, at least for the first run through, I think I would like to do a dragon playthrough. Like there's builds and playthroughs that aren't necessarily a class that I would like to do in future Souls games. Like I would also like to do a Witcher build in a future Souls game. Like The Witcher has one sword, like he wears 2 swords, but one is just like a physical damage dealing sword, and the other sword he has is used to like fight against spirits and magical beings. And I think that'd be really cool. Like if I made a Witcher build where like I had a really strong like raw greatsword, and then a second strong like enchanted greatsword, or like a fire greatsword or something, I think that'd be really neat. And then I could use like a lot of potions and stuff like that, like he uses. Maybe try to imitate some of his magic. Bonfire lit. In 3, you can get an upgraded version by getting all the enchanted dragon pieces. That's cool. Alright. Oh, Desert Sorceress Jans, it seems. Oh, she's dual-wielding the fire swords. I love the look of those swords. Before I ended New Game Plus, the last weapon in the game I was trying to farm for, or not New Game Plus, Standard New Game, because we didn't do the DLC in New Game Plus. The last weapon I was trying to farm for in Standard New Game was that sword, and I never got lucky enough to obtain it. In New Game Plus Plus, I'm going to try to do that. Off stream, though, because again, I think that might be boring for people to see on stream. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. I forgot about needing torches here, or wanting torches here. Oh, I thought we were going to knock him in the water. A Black Dragon Great Axe. Very nice. That's a human effigy, isn't it? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh. I hate wasting torch time. Yep, human effigy. Eh, you can stay there. Oh, you got someone on your back, Jans. Ooh. Hollow infantry boots. What was that? Oh, that's the archer way over there. Take care of him in a bit. Any items down that way? I don't remember. No, okay. You love the look of this area, but you hate the area itself. I am totally with you on that. I'm not a big fan of this area either. I said during our New Game Plus playthrough, Titanite chunk, nice, that out of all the areas in the game outside of the DLC, this is my most disliked area. Soul of a Proud Knight. And that's purely because there's so many different kinds of enemies. You have archers, you have swordsmen, just like the standard hollows, and then you also have like the pirates, The pirate archers, the pirate swordsmen. You have the combos where they throw oil pots at you and then shoot you with fire arrows to deal tremendous amounts of damage. Short bow, nice. You have the mutants up top that inflict bleed damage. Like, there's a lot of really crazy stuff that happens in this area. Large soul of a lost undead. Life gem. That's gonna have to wait there. Oh, maybe not too long. Oh, look at all these enemies. Ah! Ah! No, now I have a reason to use a life gem. Thanks for the heal, Jans. Now I can pick this stuff up. There we go. Okay. No item there. Alright. The assassins get you every time. Yeah, there's the assassins too. I forgot about them. There's so many different enemy types here. Scimitar. Dark pine resin. There's our torch friend. Iron arrows. I also came here in New Game Plus to farm the bow that the Varangian sailors use, but I didn't get lucky enough to collect it. I did get the Varangian sword, but I actually learned through some research here that the best bow in the game, not great bow, but the best normal bow in the game, is arguably the Varangian bow, because it actually has the longest range out of any bow in the game. Oh, oh. Varangian cuffs. What was that? Oh, I thought I saw a bag down there. Oh, that's right, Lucatiel. I forgot about Lucatiel. Sorry to forget about you, Lucatiel.
What is it? I don't know you, and you don't know me.
I know you, Lucatiel.
Things are better that way.
Oh, don't be that way.
You are an odd one. Normally, people keep a safe distance when they see this mask. But you... I'm called Lucatiel. From the land of Mira to the far east, across the mountains. They say Drang Lake brims with powerful souls.
Yes, because I'm here.
And so I came to claim my share.
Don't claim mine.
But what a strange place. Even the rumors did not prepare me. You are an odd one indeed. I've always made a point of avoiding people.
Aww.
While you've made a point of engaging me.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that you are mid-journey. If you require assistance, I will help you.
I wouldn't say mid-journey, but...
I come from Mira, a land of knights. My sword is always ready.
We will indeed call.
Don't hesitate to call upon me. Whatever happens, I won't be missed.
Oh, I'd miss you, Lucatiel.
You are an odd one.
Okay.
Well, you've made... I can see... I come. Don't hesitate.
Alright. Oh, Demon Great Hammer. Very nice. I forgot that was there. Oh, more human effigies. I'm gonna have to write this down. Okay, No Man's War. No Man's War equals... How many were there? 3? Treasure! Yes, treasure. How much? What kind of treasure? 3. 3 human effigies. I wonder if we can actually do a deathless run this run. Who knows? Could happen. I haven't died yet. We'll see. I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. I'm pretty sure I'm going to die in the DLC. At some point. But who knows? Oh, empty. I forgot this was empty. Lorelei is back. Welcome back, Lorelei. Lorelei has been falling for 1 year, 5 months, and 4 hours. Almost a year and a half. Time has certainly flown, hasn't it? Well, thank you, Lorelei, for sticking in with me. Super Chill says she has the saddest quest line. I agree. You're gonna get food poisoning and die? Maybe. Poisoning from all the souls I'm eating. The poison souls. Nope, nothing in here. Oh, that's right. I want to go down there first. Hello there. Oh, that's interesting. They can walk through the fire. Oh! I didn't notice you there. I'm sorry. Hollow infantry gloves. They can walk through the fire and take damage, but they didn't even really react to walking through the fire. Alright, let's make a little loop here. There we go. Pharos Lockstone. Yes! Watch them run. There they are. Ho 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 ho. Yes. Yes. Flee from us. Flee from the light while we praise the sun. Okay. I'll be right there. Gonna go around here. Large soul of a proud knight. Small, smooth, and silky stones. Doggy corpse comes tumbling down the stairs. Ooh, iron arrows, nice. Oh yeah, that guy is annoying. Yeah, Avalon deals really good damage here in Dark Souls 2. Where are they? There he is. Thanks for the heals, Jazz. He gets so nervous he keeps walking up on me. Brigand Gear and Bandit Axe. In New Game Plus, actually in both New Game and New Game Plus, I killed him. In Standard New Game, I thought he was an enemy. In New Game Plus, I killed him by accident. Because I have this set to whenever an enemy dies, it automatically locks on to the next enemy. I found that less aggravating because, like, an enemy would die and I'd have to, like, try to click R3 to target the next enemy, and it felt like I couldn't target the next enemy quick enough. So, I just left it on by default. And, sometimes it just auto-locks and I'm like, oh, another enemy! Before I can recognize who it is, I just clap him with my whips and kill him. We gotta... Oh, that's right. I don't have full repair powders. Oh, we got it! We got it! The bow that I came out here and I farmed probably like an hour for it and was not able to get, I actually got just now. That is so awesome. Let me check this out real quick. The Sea Bow. A bow built for seafaring marine warriors. Has an extended range for hunting down sea monsters from afar. A great sea lies to the north of Drang Lake, and beyond that is an unexplored continent that is home to things inhuman. Very cool, very cool. Get me through! I wonder how he's going to reach us from here. How are you going to pull this off, Hollow Guy? Oh, maybe he's going around. Fusion says, still live, I see. Yes, still live. Got me tabbed up. Thank you, Lorelei. Stream luck! Yes, stream luck indeed. It's the bow that you're never going to use. Perhaps. I think I used a bow. Oh, actually, I did use a bow for one point in the game. Large Soul of a Lost Undead and Emit Force. The only area I used a bow for in the game was Shrine of Amana. Dang, Jans. I did not mean to do that. Was Shrine of Amana. When you enter the third part of it, and there's all those mages standing really close together, like after the Roy's resting place bonfire. I'm like, there's no way I can go out there. Like, I'll instantly die. And so, for that one part, I used arrows in standard New Game. I didn't do it for New Game Plus because Jans was with me, and Jans just ran out there fearlessly and just murdered them all. So, we'll see what happens this playthrough, though. Great sword. Oh, that was close there. Silver talismans. Oh my gosh, don't bring back memories of that godforsaken shrine. Well, you'll see us go through it. You stick around long enough, you will unfortunately have to relive memories of the Shrine of Amana. Varangian leggings? I was looking at who to target. They were already dead. Wait, we missed something. Did we miss something? Or did we not? I think no, okay. That's right, we have to drop down after this. You can ring my bell. Jan's ring my bell. Ring-a-ling-a-ling. That empty room just below us should have been a bonfire. It's the Big Bonk Sword. Amazing weapon, would recommend. Yes, it looked really good. I watched some of Asmongold's playthrough of it on YouTube, and that's the weapon he chose to use. Alright, looks like we have an ad starting in about 10 seconds. I don't know why I jumped. We will not be doing the boss fight for this area until the ad is over. It'll probably take us longer than 10 seconds to get there, though. We still have quite a few things left to do. What is that? Life Gem and Homeward Bone. Okay. We still have to speak to Gavlin and sell a ton of stuff. Fire arrows. tattered cloth robe. Already over 100,000 souls. Oh, hello there. This is the first time I've ever seen someone use the Demon Great Hammer in Dark Souls 2. It looks really fun. Oh, he's no longer on fire now. Oh, I heard that. Waiting for me to get up here. There we go. Ah, another Shadow Dagger. Ah, thank you, Chance. I was about to butterfly that up. Okay. And up to our ale-guzzling friend. Can I get the backstab? Can I? Nope. Ooh. Nice. One shot. That was probably due to the effect of my gauntlets. And I feel like it went off twice. Like, I feel like each whip procced it. Otherwise, I don't think I would have hit for that much damage.
Who are you?
Orfeo.
I, Gavlan.
I, Orfeo.
Gavlan will, Gavlan deal. Gavlan wants soul. Many, many soul.
Well, you can give me souls in exchange for items.
What you want?
Same as you.
With Gavlan, you will, you deal.
Any new inventory? No. Okay. Alright, lots to sell here. Lots to sell. Alright. Dagger, 50 souls. And then Bandit's Knife, 75. Shadow Dagger, 250. Broken Thief's Sword, 50. Short Sword, 80. Long Sword, or sorry, Fire Long Sword, 130. Broken Straight Sword, 40. Foot Soldier Sword, 80. Bastard Sword, 300. Great Sword, 500. Scimitar, 120. Mailbreaker, 200. Hand Axe, 70. Infantry Axe, 100. Bandit Axe, 160. Morning Star, 160. Winged Spear, 250. Halberd, 250. Old Knight Halberd, 500. Whip, 180. Sorcerer's Staff, 100. Cleric Sacred Shine, 140. Short Bow, 105. We're keeping that. Light Crossbow, 150. Binoculars, 100. Buckler, 65. Small Leather Shield, 90. Crimson Parma, 100. Foot Soldier Shield, 80. Cleric's Parma, 250. Large Leather Shield, 100. Blue Wooden Shield, 120. Drang Lake Shield, 500. Nice. Watch Dragon Parma, 1,000. Tower Shield, 320. Mastodon Great Shield, 600. Nice. And armor. Hunter's hat, 90. Leather armor, 150. Maybe after the next boss fight, we'll be able to level up again. Leather gloves, 110. Leather boots, 120. Tattered cloth robe, 100. Brigand hood, 70. Brigand armor, 110. Brigand gauntlets, 80. Brigand trousers, 90. Hollowed soldier helm, 75. Got a lot of those. Hollow soldier armor, 125. Hollow soldier gauntlets, 88. Hollow soldier leggings, 67. Hollow infantry helm, 45. Hollow infantry armor, 75. Hollow infantry gloves, 52. Hollow infantry boots, 60. Infantry helm, 60. Varangian cuffs, 100. Varangian leggings, 100. Old ironclad armor, 540. Nice. Very nice. Falconer helm, 90. Falconer boots. Do I have Falconer? Yeah, I do. 120. Old knight gauntlets, 600. Nice. Drangleic mail, 650. Drangleic gauntlets, 490. Drangleic leggings, 550. And rings. Life ring, 250. Chloranthy ring, 300. Ring of steel protection, 320. Ring of blades, 350. Stone ring, 1300. Very nice. Old Leo ring, 470. Covetous silver serpent ring +1, 740. And ring of restoration, 680. Alright, 126,000 souls. Very, very nice. Oh, wait, I almost forgot. Almost forgot. I never use these. Cracked red eye orbs. 2,500. I always sell those when I remember. I do have a full stack of them in the storage. Alright. We're good.
Gavlan will, Gavlan deal.
I don't know if I have to cycle through his whole
Gavlan
dialogue
wants soul. Many, many soul.
to have him move to the next location. But he doesn't have a lot of dialogue anyway.
What you want. With Gavlan, you will, you deal.
I'll try talking to him one more time after this. I think that's probably enough.
Gavlan will.
Okay.
What? With Gavlan.
Okay.
Many deal, many thanks.
Well, thank you. Alright, opening shortcut. Nice. Ah, I picked up a piece of rubbish. Oh, look at that! We let him through! Flame Friend is back! Welcome back, Flame Friend. Can you make it through? Okay. I was concerned. I thought he might, like, walk her up and, like, he couldn't get past Gavlan, so he'd start swinging the torch and start, like, trying to kill Gavlan to make it through. That would have been a nightmare. It's like, no, I get to, like, my final playthrough and I lose the NPC that's gonna sell stuff. Oh, that's right, the hidden room. black fire bombs. Nice. Large titanite shards. Is that it? That was it. Okay. Oh, Jans is torching the mutants down below. Tattered cloth robe. What is he doing? Oh, he died standing up? He died standing up. Jans killed him so quickly he didn't have time to react. One, two, three, do it! Nicely timed. Varangian shield. Throwing knives, flame butterfly. Okay, I'm gonna have to put more throwing knives back once I get to that point in Majula. Nice, fragrant branch of yore, just one more. Oh. Titanite shards, large titanite shard. Soul of a nameless soldier. Fading soul. Large soul of a nameless soldier and some life gems. Can't pick that up. Royal soldier's ring. Okay. I'm gonna go hit up Gavlin real quick. Sell some of this extra stuff. Because I'm not gonna be able to sell this stuff again until we encounter him again in Harvest Valley, I believe. And that's gonna be a while. Varangian shield, 135. Another tattered cloth robe for 100. And the Royal Soldier's ring for 360. Okay.
Many deal, many thanks.
Alright, I'm coming. Oh. Can't pick that up. I have full stacks of both. I guess I'll put that down. That's another human effigy. +1 human effigy boat. Okay. Alright. Nothing in there. Oh, Jens is already on the ship. What's this? Varangian helm. I have a duplicate of that, but I'm not going to sell it. I do not wish to slow down the stream any longer. I will, though, kick down the shortcut bridge. There we go. And I will go recruit... I forget his name. I think it starts with a C.
I sense power.
That's me. And Jans.
Very well. From this day, you shall be my new pupil. I am Carillion. Carillion of the Fold.
I knew it started with a C.
Surely you've heard the name.
I have.
Now, do not be afraid. Let us explore the limits of sorcery. The forces of magic and souls lie dormant in this land. It is a fitting place to hone my sorceries. I suspect that I may even conjure up new spells here. Sorcery is yet a mystery, even to me. Let us mature together, young pupil. Use scrolls to unleash the power of sorceries. But the power of each scroll is reliant on that of its owner. The untrained cannot wield a scroll to its proper potential. Never forget, young pupil, there are no shortcuts to mastery. The forces of magic and souls lie dormant, and it is a fitting. I suspect sorcery is...
He doesn't say anything about leaving?
Use scrolls, but the untrained...
I guess not. You just said the same thing. Oh, that's right, I have to click on leave.
One day my teachings will save you.
Or not. Okay. Oh wait, you don't have any new inventory either.
Your diligence is commendable.
Thank you. I just want to see if you had a new inventory. I don't remember him selling that last time, the clear blue stone ring. I could be wrong, I'm probably wrong. No new inventory. Okay.
One day my teachings will save you.
No, they won't. They did help me get a trophy, though, so I appreciate that. Alright. Now we summon for the boss fight. Bradley of the Old Guard. Hello, Bradley. Welcome in. All right. Please don't fall into the water, Bradley. Okay, good, good. And then we shall summon dear Lucatiel of Mira. Welcome, Lucatiel. Thank you for joining us. And Jans has returned to there. Where I thought that was going to happen because we've been here for a while. We'll have to resummon Jans. It's Act 2 of the story. Alright, well, I am waiting on Jans to redrop her sign, and I am in a relatively safe place. Especially with my two phantom bodyguards, I really have to use the restroom. So I'm going to hop away real quick. I'm not going to run an ad. We still have quite a ways until the next one anyway. So I will BRB, and then, yeah, we'll fight. Okay, I'm back. Thank you all for your patience. Alrighty, summoning Jans. Welcome back, Jans. Alright, here we go. Armor of Auros. Oh, that's right. There's a red phantom that invades here in New Game Plus and beyond. Varangian cuffs. Well done, Bradley. Well done. He was optional. He wasn't aggro, but I still wanted to finish him anyway. What is that? Oh, I did see something out here. Gauntlets of Auros. Oh, cool, cool. Okay, we're coming, Jans. We're coming. Alright, here we go. Oh wait. Boss killing whips. Power stance. Okay, now I'm ready. There's one. There's two. Alright, now just for the boss. Yes, we got them! Good work, everyone! Well done, Jans, as always. Flexile Century Soul. We are again victorious. They drop anything? Nope. I love the lighting down here. Look at the way it catches my armor. You can see like the little ruffles of fur on the skin that's draped over me. Looks really cool. Alright. We're just double checking for item drops there. I've read that they drop unique fist weapons, and the only way to get them is from these two. I think in the whole game. Okay. That's probably just going to be an item I never acquire, and I'm okay with that. I could use Bonfire Aesthetics, but I don't want to do that. Pyromancy Flame and Fireball. Okay. I wonder if I can go back. Probably. Jan says, and with that, I'm off to bed. Good night, Orfeo, and anyone still awake. Good night, Jans. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your help. And thank you for the more gifted subs, and I will see you again next time. Yes, I think just before we leave, since I am here, and I really don't want to... I hate holding on to excess gear. I'm going to head back to Gavlin before we take off. And I'm going to sell the excess gear that I just collected. And then we're going to hop back on the ship and take off. Our fire friend is still there.
You want what?
Pyromancy Flame, 300. And... nice. RS Armor, 750. Our Gauntlets of RS, 520. No, we're not going to be able to level up. Varangian Helm, 100. And Cuffs, 100. We're making progress, though. Oh, actually, maybe we can. I still have to pump all these. I don't think I'm gonna get like 100,000 souls out of all those, though. Okay.
Many deal, many thanks.
Alright, let's get out of here. Lorelei says, I am going to head to bed. Have a good night and stream. Thank you, Lorelei. Sleep well. I will see you again. Alright, I think the next time we get back to Majula, Carillion should be there. I don't think there's any items over there. No, okay. I wonder if you could look through here and actually see the boss before you go all the way down there. I've never tried that. It also feels like this is continuing to fill with water, even though the boss is dead. When we left, the water level wasn't this high. Huh. I wonder if eventually the water level gets to such a height that your character just drowns and dies. That'd be interesting. Okay. Setting sail for the Lost Bastille. Rear entrance. Okay. I think in Standard New Game I died right here. I think. Actually, no, I don't think I did. I think I tried to use the blood puddles. And I saw someone try to, like, run off the pier and try to jump to the ship and die. It'd be kind of cool if you could reboard the ship from here, though, and just go back to, or maybe not even go back to the Lost Bastille, but just to, like, walk around the ship some more. Pirate ships are cool. Alright. Power stance. Gotcha. Varangian leggings, we'll hold on to those. Going up. Going back down. Scimitar and repair powder. Nice. And back up we go. Alright, I know some of these rooms have items. Soul of a Proud Knight, Radiant Life Gem. And we'll pop all the soul consumables once we get back to Majula, once we reach the next bonfire. Visions of Pointless. The Lost Bastille. Jailed and forgotten. How sad. How sad indeed. Don't give up, skeleton! Common fruits. There's the bonfire. Nice. And I'm just gonna finish exploring this hallway. We've explored enough. Back to Majula. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Fading Soul, that's 50. Large Soul of a Lost Undead, 800. Soul of a Nameless Soldier, 800. Soul of a Proud Knight, 4,000. Nice. Large Soul of a Proud Knight, 3,000. Alright, not bad, not bad. Alright, let's put some stuff away. Let's see here. Monastery Charms. Common Fruits. Dark Pine Resin. Silver Talismans. Sublime Bone Dust. I can't use those anymore. I've maxed out my Estus. More rubbish. Small, smooth, and silky stones. And can I get anything... Actually, I can get something extra for the Flexile Century Soul, but I haven't unlocked Strayed yet, so I'll put it away for now. I don't want to use it by accident. I feel like if I keep it on me, I'll pop it without thinking about it. Even though it is a boss soul. We'll hold on to the Scimitar, sell that later. We can put our Sea Bow away. That's pretty awesome. Anything else? Varangian Leggings. Pretty sure we already have Varangian Leggings. I will double check though. Maybe we don't have Varangian Leggings. I know we had the helm and the armor and the gloves. Is that it? That's Velstat's. Ooh, maybe we don't have it. Hold on, let me just put them away. Everything would shift anyway. Varangian. Oh, we do have them. Okay, never mind. Sell that later. Emit Force, Fireball. You can't sell spell scrolls, by the way, if anyone's curious why I don't sell the extras. Iron Arrows, Fire Arrows, Titanite Shards, Large Titanite Shards, and Titanite Chunk. Okay. 180,050 souls, and we need how much to level up? 297,000. Over 100,000 souls away. That's probably going to be like at least a couple of boss fights. Maybe just one, depends on how many other non-boss enemies we have to kill to get there. And there's Carillion.
Oh, so you finally decided to join us.
Mm-hmm.
Let us resume our exploration of sorcery. The forces of magic and souls lie dormant. It is a fit, I suspect, sorcery. Use scrolls, but the path
okay.
untracked.
So aside from the introduction, there's no new dialogue.
One day, my teachings will save you.
All right. So I think we made some pretty good progress in the 9 hours of our new game plus playthrough. We started our campaign. We beat the Pursuer multiple times. Once within Things Betwixt. We also beat him again thanks to Jans at a never-before-beaten location within the Forest of Fallen Giants. We also took out the last giant. We went to Hyde's Tower of Flame and took out the old Dragon Slayer along with the Dragon Rider. We went to No Man's Wharf, and we also took out the Flexile Sentry. So next stream session, which will be next Dark Souls 2 stream session, will be next Thursday. And let's see, we're probably going to be picking up, yeah, at the Lost Bastille. We have 2 fragrant branches of yore on us. We can use the first one to unpetrify the guy that is blocking access deeper into the Lost Bastille. I think we're going to get another branch once we get to Lucatiel, which was just before that point. We'll use that branch to unthaw Strait, so we'll have access to one of our 2 boss weapon merchants again. And then we'll probably come back, once we beat the bosses there, to use our 3rd fragrant branch of yore to unpetrify our pyromancer friend. And then we shall bring her over here. Actually, we'll probably do that first. I think we'll do that at the beginning of our next stream session. Get a little extra... Well, no. We'll save that. Because right after we thaw her out or unpetrify her, we can just continue to run through the area. But yeah, I think that's going to do it from us for tonight. If you'd all be so good as to stick around, we will be raiding into another Souls streamer that I have begun following. Right now, she is on her way through the various Souls games, and it looks like maybe she's trying to be directed by her chat into the DLC for Dark Souls 1. Her name is Lady in a Dress. She's quite calm, chill, good sense of humor. So let's go ahead and throw her a raid. There we are. And again, I want to say thank you to everyone who came out today and stuck with us through this 9-hour stream session. And to all the new follows we have, thank you, Harsha Cop. Thank you, Super Chill. I hope to see you too again. And thank you also to everyone else who came out, Lorelei, Ratika, Brandon, Boris. Thank you also to all the lurkers who came out as well. I hope you had fun here, and I hope to have you stop by again. And again, this is co-op. If you have online PlayStation access around my soul level, you're more than welcome to hop in and we can play together. And the next time I'll be streaming in general will be this coming Monday for the Monday Mishmash stream segment, and we'll be continuing with Yakuza 0. I think we might have one sub-story to go, and then we're going to be completing Chapter 2 and moving into Chapter 3. Thank you again. Oh, one more announcement. Saturday of next week, 16-hour stream for reaching a sub-goal. So, very, very cool. But alright, see you again, my friends. Have a good weekend.